Good morning, council. Please come to order. And the audio is not online.
Check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's just in the room. Okay.
How's this first sound? Can the audience hear Sinclair? Nope. Okay. Test, test, test. Is it? Okay, test, test, test. Good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are going to jump right into agenda item C2, but first I'd like to give thanks to everybody who put on the wonderful event last night. The subject matter was not necessarily my favorite, but the food and festivities were fantastic. It was a great reminder of why we're doing what we're doing. So thanks again. That I'll turn it over to Ms. Cleaver. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff, and that was a great celebration last night. So congrats. You're almost there. So this morning for you under agenda item C2, we have a few different observer program reports. With me is Jennifer Ferdinand from the Fishery Monitoring Analysis Division at Alaska Fisheries Science Center and Phil Gantz from the Alaska region, as well as Special Agent Jacqueline Smith, who is from NMF's Office of Law Enforcement. First, as you typically do at the June meeting, you'll receive a presentation on the Observer Program Annual Report. So this year it'll be the 2022 Observer Program Annual Report. This is, again, an abbreviated report. So the purpose of having an abbreviated report was guided by the council so that staff could have more time to direct towards the cost efficiencies analysis, which will be implemented as the 2024 ADP. And so that annual report includes information on the program, enforcement trends, outreach efforts, as well as agency recommendations for the 2024 ADP. And so that presentation will start to bleed a little bit into the cost efficiencies analysis, or the 2024 ADP, and that analytical work evaluates a suite of monitoring designs. And the purpose of that is to achieve the council's goal of spending the limited observer fee revenues more efficiently, so that either greater coverage and or improved data are achieved using both observers as well as electronic monitoring. The stratification and allocation elements that you'll hear about in the staff presentation today will together formulate that sampling design. And we've had analytical work on this presented regularly to the fishery monitoring committees, so the PCFMAC and the FMAC. And the last presentation that you will receive is a presentation on those committee reports that we've had earlier this year. So receiving the presentation on the annual report, presentation on the draft 2024 ADP, and the PCFMAC and FMAC reports. And the major kind of the goal for the council, or the action before the council, is to provide any recommendations on the annual report and on the ADP, the 2024 ADP. And I'll provide a little bit more context to that in the committee reports and a little bit more direction for the council. So with that, I think I will pass it over to Ms. Ferdinand. And Mr. Gantz. You're starting.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Kneen and members of the council. For the record, I'm Jennifer Ferdinand, and I'm the Director of the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And joining me is Mr. Phil Gantz with the Sustainable Fisheries Division at the Alaska Regional Office. So the North Pacific Observer Program is the largest observer program in the country, and it is administered by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, or the FMA division, is what we're often referred to. The information collected by the observer program is used for in-season management and for scientific purposes, such as stock assessment and ecosystem studies. Each year, we take a retrospective view of the program and we report out to the council on the general metrics, on the performance of the program meeting our myriad objectives, and we make recommendations for improvements in the following year. As we look back over 2022, we were still operating with some COVID protocols, and these waned throughout the year. And FMA and the observer provider companies were able to adapt to the needs of the fishing industry throughout the year. Overall, the program continues to represent about half of the observer effort in the nation, with 375 individuals being deployed on 336 vessels and at 11 processing facilities, for a total of 32,497 observer days. When we look across observers and EM, we were able to monitor 3,536 trips aboard 441 vessels. For much of this presentation, we'll provide information in the full coverage or partial coverage sectors, but it's important to remember that the data from observers and EM are used across all fisheries, and we approach monitoring in a holistic fashion whenever possible. Full coverage refers to fisheries in which all trips are monitored by observers or EM or both. Partial coverage fisheries refer to fisheries in which less than 100% of the trips are monitored by observers or EM. The vast majority of the federal groundfish harvest falls within the full coverage portion of the program. The partial coverage component of the observer program applies to less than 10% of the groundfish catch, but it does include many small vessels. Trips in the partial coverage sector are randomly selected for monitoring through the Observer Deploy and Declare system, or ODDS. And monitoring is completed by observers or for vessels which were accepted into the EM program and EM system. A single vessel may operate in both full and partial coverage fisheries, and we usually report out in coverage in terms of trips, as that is our primary sampling unit. However, the number of trips or the fishing effort doesn't really give you a sense of scale of monitoring effort, so I wanted to highlight the following information for our high volume fisheries. In the pelagic fishery, in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska combined, nearly 90% of that catch was from trips in the full coverage category, meaning it was completely monitored. and less than 11% were on trips in the partial coverage category. For those 11%, all of them were in the Gulf of Alaska, and 30.6% of those those trips were monitored by either an at-sea observer or a shoreside observer. We'll talk a little bit more about our trawl EM program throughout the presentation, but right now we don't have information broken out on the trawl EM program. We don't have that broken out by tonnage. It's only broken out by trips, and Phil will cover the information as far as how many trips were monitored by an at-sea compliance EM program. And then for our non-pelagic trawl fishery, 95% of that was on trips in the full coverage category in the Bering Sea and Gulf combined, and less than 5 were on trips in the partial coverage fishery. Of those partial coverage trips, 67% of the non-pelagic trawl trips were in the Gulf, and 32.5% of the partial coverage non-pelagic trawl catch was observed. Just remind the council that the number of partial coverage non-pelagic trawl trips is expected to be even less in 2024 as the agency implements the Pacific Cod Trawl Catcher Vessel Cooperative Program, or PCTC, as that will move those trips from partial into full coverage. On this slide, I'm turning from the trawl fisheries to fixed gear. Like the trawl fisheries, very large volumes of harvest are from within the full coverage sector aboard the hook and line vessels, particularly in the Bering Sea. Less than a quarter of the hook and line harvest was in the partial coverage sector, and the vast majority of that was from the Gulf of Alaska. In the partial coverage hook and line sector, nearly 13% of the catch was monitored by either an observer or an EM system. That same pattern does not hold true for our pot vessels. In the Bering Sea and Gulf combined, only 10% of the pot catch was from trips in the full coverage category. So in this fishery, the majority is on trips in the partial coverage sector. And 80% of that partial coverage pot trips were from the Gulf. And of those, 19.3% of the partial coverage pot catch was monitored either by an at-sea observer or an EM system. Part of the annual report is to publicly report out on the costs of the program, mainly because observer coverage in Alaska is predominantly funded by the industry. The full coverage category is a pay-as-you-go system where vessels pay private NMFS certified observer provider companies directly for observer services. NMFS collects only data on invoiced costs, and we recognize that the full coverage industry may absorb additional costs that aren't invoiced and therefore go unreported. For example, an observer may ride a vessel from Seattle to the fishing grounds, and therefore transportation costs would go uninvoiced and not reported. The cost of food and lodging at processing plants is another expense that is commonly covered for directly by processors in the full coverage sector, and these costs are not reflected in the invoiced amounts. I'm pointing out these differences because you'll see that these are invoiced under the partial coverage program. The known invoiced totals paid directly to the providers by the full coverage sector was just under $11.5 million for just over 29,000 invoiced days. I'll just also point out that we talk about deployment days for the majority of the annual report, and then a deployment day is a number that our program keeps track of. It's simply the embark date, the disembark date subtracted by the embark date, and it is different than an invoiced day. Full coverage EM is another cost that does not get invoiced and for which NMFS does not collect any data. Alaska has the highest number of operational regulated EM programs, and the majority of those are in our full coverage sectors. So EM's used to supplement observer coverage in the full coverage fisheries that are identified on the slide, and vessels act as their own EM providers, or they arrange that service with a private company, but we don't collect cost information associated with those programs, and any of those costs are not included in the full coverage cost reports. Again, this differs from the partial coverage costs that I'm going to show in just a moment. Our pelagic pollock trawl EM program under the EFP right now, those costs will also not be included in full coverage costs going forward, with the exception of the review costs. The agency will collect review costs for full coverage EM in the pelagic trawl fishery, but the rest of the maintenance of those systems will not be either covered, or they will not be covered by the agency, and we will not collect costs in that in the future. So turning to partial coverage, the partial coverage category is also industry funded through a system of fees collected under the Section 313 authority of the Magnuson Act. It's a 1.65% fee, and it's based on ex-vessel value of groundfish and Pacific halibut. And it's assessed to the landings on all the vessels in the partial coverage category, regardless if they carry an observer or an EM system in any given year. Observer coverage is randomly selected and is provided by the federally contracted observer provider within 72 hours of a trip notification. The observer contract is openly competed and it's awarded with a base year and up to 4 option years. The current contract ends in August of 2024, and the agency is in the early stages of recompeting that contract. While the contract invoices NIMS for a variety of cost categories, for simplicity and to protect business confidential information, we combine all of those invoiced costs for a total expenditure of $4.4 million for just under 3,000 observer days. And the second bullet is describes a little bit more of what's inclusive in that total $4.4 million. I mentioned quite a few of the differences between full coverage and partial coverage invoices. And I just want to highlight a few other differences between full coverage costs and partial coverage costs. Partial coverage, because it is administered under a federal contract, is subjected to many regulations and laws that a relationship between a private NIMS observer provider, NIMS certified observer provider, and a vessel company wouldn't be subjected to. Travel costs and expenses in the partial coverage fishery are also reimbursed by the government travel regulations. So they are not reimbursed at cost. Instead, they're reimbursed by specified per diem rates and lodging requirements that are paid for regardless of actual expenses. Partial coverage observers are deployed out of lots of small remote ports across Alaska, and the travel costs there can be significant, whereas the full coverage fishery operates out of a limited number of ports in Alaska. And we are only given 72 hours to deploy an observer in the partial coverage fishery, which is, again, different than the full coverage fishery. And finally, the biggest difference is the duration of a trip. In our full coverage fishery, an observer, because they cover multiple trips for a vessel, they're usually deployed between 60 to 90 days or even more on a single vessel. Whereas in our partial coverage fishery, the trips are just, if an observer covers one trip at a time, and those are often just 1 to 5 days. So there's a lot more travel between vessels. Okay, moving on to, sorry, Anne had a question, Simon.
Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. And I thought you were done with cost information. So if you're going to get to it, I apologize. I was just thinking about your comments because you mentioned them a couple times, EM and full coverage, that you're not collecting cost information there and you won't be going forward. Is that because you don't have the authority? I remember years ago, we had to go through to be able to get that from observer providers, or is there some other reason? Because without that information, we can't compare costs between the full and partial. And I don't know if that's something that would be important going forward, because we see such a discrepancy in the human observers. Would we see comparable discrepancies in electronic monitoring?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Vanderhoeven. You're right. We do not have the authority to collect that information, and there's been no request for the agency to collect it. So we would need a regulation that said that vessels are required to report those costs. We would have to go through the Paperwork Reduction Act requirements, et cetera. So that is why we don't collect it now, and we don't intend to in the future, because the agency doesn't intervene between the business relationships of an EM provider and the vessel itself. Okay, and now I will turn to more EM costs. For our fixed gear, or that's the regulated program, the fixed gear electronic monitoring in our partial coverage fishery, that is paid for by that observer fee, that 1.65% fee. So we do report out on the costs of that. This is a preliminary number for fixed gear EM deployments. We've thus far expended just under $900,000 for that coverage. EM operational costs include project coordination by the vendors and the reviewers, all of the data review, processing and analysis, any equipment services, and field tech services. While the EM program did collect data on 1,196 sea days, that's how much imagery we have for 2022. It has not all been reviewed as of March 15th when we collected the cost information. So that number will go up as the EM review is completed for the 2022 fishing year. Additionally, the council's EM committees have changed their reporting categories, and in the past, the reporting categories did allow an expenditure of hardware. That expenditure was spread across many years to reflect the fact that the lifetime of that hardware was not a single year, like an observer trip is a single year entity. So, however, we have some costs that were sort of left behind. They're a little bit of an orphan cost right now since they were spread throughout those 5 years and they haven't yet to be reported in our past annual reports. So we have to figure that out, and we'll get that all taken care of before we release our final annual report for 2022. And now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Gantz to talk about the deployment performance review.
Thanks, Jennifer. So as Jennifer mentioned, I'll now go over Chapter 3, which is the Deployment Performance Review, which contains summaries of monitoring coverage outcomes from the previous year. As Ms. Cleaver mentioned, Chapter 3 is abbreviated again this year in order to allow the analytic team to focus on the partial coverage cost efficiencies analysis, which is an evaluation of how to spend the limited available funding more efficiently such that more coverage both by EM and observers is achieved for the cost while continuing to collect credible, statistically rigorous scientific data. NIMS intends for the recommendations from the cost efficiencies analysis to be fully implemented in 2024. And so in this abbreviated deployment performance review, we'll mainly focus on the coverage rates achieved, and in some cases compare these to expected coverage rates. So in 2022, there were 9 deployment strata. There were 2 in full coverage, including the full coverage observed stratum, which contains trips by vessels that are either required to have observers on 100% of their trips or vessels that opted into full coverage. We also had the full coverage component of the trawl EM exempted fishing permit. In partial coverage, we had 3 EM strata. We had EM hook and line, EM for pot vessels, and then the partial coverage component of the trawl EM exempted fishing permit. In partial observer coverage, we had hook and line pot and trawl vessels, each in their own stratum. And then we had 1 zero coverage stratum that contains trips by vessels fishing with jig gear and trips by vessels under 40 feet in length. This table shows the expected and realized coverage rates for the full coverage strata. In the full coverage observed stratum, there were 3 trips out of more than 1,000 for which the vessels failed to procure a full coverage observer. One of these trips was by a vessel that had opted into full coverage, and the other 2 were by vessels greater than 46 feet in length that were fishing hook and line CDQ groundfish, which meets the criteria for full coverage. In all 3 of those cases, the vessels failed to procure a full coverage observer, and so ultimately we ended up with a 99.8% coverage rate in the full coverage observed stratum. For the full coverage trawl EM stratum, we're reporting rates of video review separately from rates of shoreside observation. The full coverage trawl EM stratum is required to have 100% EM at sea to verify compliance with full retention. We saw that as of April 3rd, 2023, 47.7% of those trips were reviewed. However, since a review has continued since then and is ongoing, we've marked those data as preliminary here. For the shoreside observing of trawl EM, we saw that 100% of those trips were observed shoreside, which meets expectations. I do want to point out that if you look at the column labeled with capital N, which is total number of trips, you'll notice a difference in the trip count between trawl EM video review and trawl EM shoreside. This difference is due to the fact that currently these are 2 different data streams, with counting of trips for EM video review coming directly from the video review provider and the count of trips for shoreside observation coming from the catch counting system. Catch counting system uses logic involving landing dates, whether or not the trip was tendered, in order to group individual offloads into what it considers trips. We're always working on improving that logic, and ahead of having a regulated trawl EM program, we're also working on making the trawl EM video review status available to the catch counting system so that we'll be able to tell which trips have video review associated with them within catch counting.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation thus far. I know you've worked hard to make these tables representative of what's actually happening in each of these strata, but for the EM trawl review, I just want to be clear that the reason the sampled trips is about half of the total trips is because of the data review process, not because cameras were on half of the time.
Through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for that question. That's correct.
Okay. Maybe we could continue to work on the footnotes just to continue to push that forward because I think if you're just reading through the columns, it might not be obvious, but thank you.
So this table shows the expected and realized coverage rates for the partial coverage strata. In the fixed secure EM strata, video review rates through April 10th, 2023 were lower than the 30% review rates expected. In the partial coverage trawl EM stratum, video review rates through April 3rd, 2023 were lower than the 100% video review rates expected. And thus far, only 9 of those reviews were adversely affected by incomplete video. I'll just mention that as with full coverage, it doesn't mean that those trips didn't have their cameras on. To Ms. Kimball's question, it's just that they haven't been reviewed yet. Again, however, since video review is ongoing for all 3 of these strata, we've labeled the data as preliminary here. Moving on to the partial coverage strata that were monitored by observers, we see that the hook and line stratum had a lower coverage rate in 2022 than what was expected. One driver of this lower coverage rate was a higher number of cancellations that occurred in 2022. It's not yet clear why so many cancellations occurred in the stratum in 2022, but a recommendation coming out of the fishery monitoring committees is to look into that high cancellation rate that occurred to determine whether there are changes that need to be made to the observer declare and deploy system before we make any, so that we can avoid this outcome in the future. Coverage rates were within expected bounds for the pot and trawl partial coverage strata that were monitored by at-sea observers. In the partial coverage trawl EM stratum, in addition to the 100% of trips that were expected to have video review, 1 out of 3 offloads is expected to be observed shoreside by an observer for a 33.3% coverage rate. In 2022, the partial coverage trawl EM stratum had a coverage rate of 30.4%, which fell within expected bounds, and so we met our expectations for that stratum. And as expected, we did not observe any zero coverage trips. While prior slides showed the percentage of trips covered, the next 2 slides translate that to the percentage of catch monitored. While the ADP does not assign observers or EM coverage by fisheries, there has been interest in comparing observer and EM coverage across resulting fisheries. So this section includes summaries of monitored and total catch by area, gear type, and sector. And this table 3.4 and the next table 3.5, the table columns titled monitored indicate catch that occurred on trips where an observer was present, on EM fixed gear trips for which some video was reviewed, or on EM trawl trips where salmon or Pacific halibut were observed shoreside at the plant. So this does not include the video review for trawl EM. This table is showing the percentage of catch from different fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska that was monitored. The columns titled total represent estimates of all catch from all trips, regardless of whether it was monitored. The rows titled retained indicate catch that was offloaded minus dockside discard, and the rows titled discard are estimated at sea discard. Percentage of catch monitored for the different sectors ranged as high as 100% for the trawl catcher processors, down to 13% for catcher vessels fishing with hook and line gear. And it's important to note that the proportion of catch weight monitored for a fishery should not be expected to equal the stratum-specific deployment rates specified in ADP. This table shows the same results as the previous table, but for the Bering Sea. You can see that in the Bering Sea, several fisheries had 100% of their catch occur on monitored trips. This is because the majority of fishing that occurs in the Bering Sea is in full coverage. However, the fixed gear fishing in the Bering Sea by catcher vessels is in partial coverage, so 13 to 19% of that catch from those sectors occurred on monitored trips. And all catch and discard information, including halibut, summarized in this and the previous table, are in round weight metric tons. If species were landed in a condition other than round weight, then standard product recovery rates or PRRs were used to obtain round weight. Halibut that were landed in ice and slime were additionally corrected for ice and slime using a standard 2% correction. And so now we're going to pass it over to Special Agent Jacqueline Smith to go over enforcement and compliance.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council. My name is Special Agent Jacqueline Smith. I'm with the Office of Law Enforcement. We're going to briefly touch on the data analytics methods that we use, but we're not going to go in depth just because it is covered in the annual report. When an observer goes through their debriefing process after deployment, they will write what it's called a statement, and this documents a potential violation that's reported to the observer program. And after the observer program vets it, they send it over to the Office of Law Enforcement. So I do want to make it clear that just because an observer writes a statement, it doesn't necessarily equate to a violation. It's a potential violation that will be investigated by OLE. To try to even things out and make it make sense logically, we decided to create a frequency of potential violations based on a rate of occurrences per 1,000 deployed days. This is similar to what you would see if you look at a crime rate where they have number of occurrences per 100,000 people. However, when we looked at our OLE priority type potential violations, this is any behavior towards an observer, or what we call interpersonal. We calculated it on occurrences per assignment rather than deployed days. These trends that you're going to start seeing in the next couple of slides are really important to the Office of Law Enforcement because we use it in consideration when we're planning our outreach to industry, when we're creating patrols and just operations in general.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I should know this, but on your previous slide, can we go back to that one? So for bullets 2 and 3, how I should understand that is what's reported as rates in the document, in the annual report on observer statements. If it's not an interpersonal type of violation, then it could be multiple statements, like for each day of deployment, for instance, multiple statements associated with kind of one problem on one vessel or one deployment. But when we get to interpersonal, that's different. That's provided differently, that you really get to look at the rate of the occurrence on the vessel and it would count as one. I'm not explaining that very well, but there is a big difference there in how to interpret the information. And I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Through the chair. So an observer will write a single statement. The single statement might document multiple occurrences of the same violation or potential violation type. And then after that, it's calculated either based on per assignment. So if it's interpersonal, such as sexual harassment or an intimidation, hostile work environment, that is turned into a rate per assignment, as opposed to some of our fishery type or resource type potential violations, which will be per 1,000 deployed days.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So I might have not understood that then on the OLE priority bullet, would you still see, say there was, I'm just going to call it a problem, one problem with one observer on one vessel deployment, would you see multiple statements still included in the rate that's shown in the document, or would you just see one statement associated to create that rate?
So it might be multiple statements from multiple different observers, but each observer will still write only one single statement to document a certain violation type.
For interpersonal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Will, if there's an incident that were to happen on board, would it be if the same incident happened multiple times on one trip, there would be multiple statements or only one statement?
So the chair, if there's a single type of incident, let's say there's a sexual harassment that occurs, that observer would write one single sexual harassment statement, but it might document one to multiple occurrences of the sexual harassment.
Please continue.
Next slide talks about trends in reporting. This is our interpersonnel category. So this is any unwanted, unwelcome behaviors towards observers. In 2021, when you saw the report from us, there were no potential assaults reported in 2021. However, in 2022, we had a rate of 0.33 per assignment on the catcher processor non-pelagic trawl in the Gulf of Alaska sector. And then there was a rate of 0.02 per assignment on the catcher processor Amendment 80 non-pelagic trawl in the Bering Sea. Moving on to sexual harassment, we had multiple sectors that had a rate of 0.07 per assignment. This is going to be our Amendment 80 sector operating in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, our amendment or American Fishery Act, pollock, the directed pollock fishery in using the, sorry, I just lost where I was at. It's going to be our catcher processor and motherships operating under AFA, our catcher processor longliners operating in the Bering Sea, and the catcher vessel longliners in the Gulf of Alaska fisheries. And these all had a rate of 0.07 per assignment. Then in our catcher processor mothership category, the vessels using pelagic trawl gear in the CDQ sector, and then catcher vessels using pot gear in the Bering Sea also had a rate of 0.05 per assignment. I also want to note on this that when we review these individual statements and the individual cases that ended up being generated from the statements that we received, multiple incidents documented repeated unwelcome advances towards observers that persisted even after requests for the behavior to cease. So we do have on here that sexual harassment per assignment did decline from 2021 to 2022 by 33%. But when we actually look at the content and what the observers were experiencing, to me, it's alarming because the observers were attempting to let somebody know about the behavior. They were attempting to put somebody on notice, but these behaviors still considered or continue to persist.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some clarity on the top bullet. 0.33 is saying 33% per assignment on non-pelagic trawl catcher processors. Can you give us some context, like how many assignments there are or how many vessels that is? It's just a big number at 33% if we don't have context to better understand how many vessels or assignments there are that would get you to 33%.
Through the chair, this is a very good question. I'm hoping Jen might have off the top of her head how many vessels are included in that sector.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, there's one catcher processor that operates exclusively in the Gulf of Alaska. There may have been one or two more that moved into the area, but I don't know how many assignments in 2022. I have to get that back. I have to get that for you.
So there's a small number of vessels and possibly a small number of assignments. It could be that it would only be a few incidents that could get you to that 33% number. Is that a reasonable thought process for us to take away from this, or?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Mesro. And when you have a small population, which is only catcher processor, non-pelagic trawlers operating in the Gulf of Alaska, that's a really small population. And so if you have one incident, you may have a high rate.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you on that. The last bullet, and Ms. Smith, when you were talking about what was concerning about that, then we would expect those statements to be more often resulting in violations. Is that correct? That wouldn't be a situation in which it was resolved through outreach or something like that. But if it was repeated and not resolved, we would see pursuance of a violation in that case.
Through the chair, correct. Currently, the Office of Law Enforcement's policy is if we have any complaints involving sexual harassment or sexual assault and they're substantiated, we will take enforcement action. At a minimum, that would be a written warning. Just because of some complexities when we're investigating sexual assault or sexual harassment, these types of cases can take a long time. So you won't see any type of, for this year anyways, for anything that happened in 2022, you won't necessarily see a resolution. Our final slide does document some case resolutions from 2022, but if it's a SASH case, what we call SASH, sexual assault and sexual harassment, it's likely ongoing.
Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is such a mixed news slide for me. So I guess I have sort of a comment that leads into a question. That the comment is, of course, it will be wonderful to see the day when it's not a mixed news slide, when it's all positives. And that's, I mean, I know that's the objective of OLE, it's the objective of the council, it's the objective of the program, it's the objective of the observers, and I believe it's the objective of a huge amount of industry as well. So I really appreciate the level of emphasis that OLE provides to this issue. I think it's just so important. We're asking so much of the observers, we depend so much on them. Letting them know that we've got their backs and that OLE has their back, I think is extremely important. So to me, that's one of the positive aspects of this slide. It's just that we see this, it's given prominent display. There's a lot of thought that goes into the best way to convey to us what's going on out there. I appreciate that as well. The question is, as you think about this, as you and your colleagues at OLE look at this, what are you sort of thinking about for next steps to kind of keep up the pressure towards a day when we'll have just all positive news on this slide? I mean, I think the release of notice is smart. I appreciate you doing that. What else are you thinking about for ongoing efforts to reduce this to, you know, essentially we can all hope for zero, but certainly to get all the trends going in the right direction?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. It's something that we've always wondered throughout the years as long as I've been working here, and my predecessor, AD Nathan Walagaway, has also dwelled on it. Communication is really key, I think. And we do have a slide later on where we have someone from the Workplace Violence Prevention and Response Office who is now working in conjunction with the Office of Law Enforcement and the Observer Program. So incorporating them in types of training that we do with the industry is also going to be helpful. Trying to understand the barriers to disclosure that observers experience that prevent them from reporting things immediately is also important. We have currently a survey that we're doing. It's an anonymous survey. It's similar to what the government, well, we are the government, to the National Crime Victimization Survey that's put out annually to all US citizens. So we replicated it in a way, and we send it out to the observers once a year. We're using this information to try to have a better grasp on what observers are experiencing and goes unreported. Because again, unfortunately, if observers aren't reporting incidents to us, we have no way to do anything about it. We're only able to respond to anything that's reported to us. So we can be as proactive as possible by doing outreach, trying to build rapport with observers and with industry, working collaboratively. But we still need to understand that dark figure to the different sexual assault and sexual harassment rates.
Please continue.
And the last point I did want to note, I know Alex mentioned it yesterday during the OLE report, is we have issued out this notice. It reminds everybody that observer harassment is a huge issue. It is our #1 top priority. We have zero tolerance for it. And if necessary, we will pursue joint and several action for industry members. So this is the notice that went out to the vessel operators and owners. Continuing with the trends in reporting, we're still on the interpersonal category, and this one focuses more on intimidation, coercion, hostile work environment. This is behavior towards observers where the environment might be generally hostile, or it might include behaviors based on their demographics that doesn't include sexual harassment. So it might be racism in the workplace. In the plant category, we had a 1.03 occurrences per assignment, and this was in the Gulf of Alaska sector. And then in the Bering Sea, we had 0.84 occurrences per assignment. For the catcher processors and motherships in the Bering Sea on the AFA vessels, we had a rate of 0.75 occurrences per assignment. And I do want to note that when we're looking at the incidences that occurred shoreside at these plants, it involved observer on observer harassment. So it was observers harassing one another, as opposed to when we looked at the catcher processor and mothership sectors, it was crew members that were harassing the observers. We also want to note that there were frequent attempts to resolve these situations while the observers were deployed. So we'd like to see that. That's definitely a positive. That's something we hadn't seen maybe 5 years ago. So it's good to see that there's still attempts to resolve these situations, but they are still occurring. And at the shoreside processors, it's occurring at a high rate. And then we also want to note that there was a 243 increase of occurrences per assignment for this category between 2021 and 2022.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. For the shore plant observer incidences that you mentioned where it's observer on observer, are the observer providers then the employers of those observers involved when there is a statement made, or does that still go to the plant operator?
To the chair, if it is involving an observer on observer issue, the observers are doing a great job letting their in-season advisors know. So then the observer providers are being looped in to hopefully try to mitigate it before it escalates to something else. The way the regulations are written, even if it is an observer on observer harassment case, OLE still has the jurisdiction to investigate that. So we're hoping it can be resolved before it reaches our level.
Quick follow-up. And if it did result in a violation, who is the violation to? Who is it? The plant that's housing the observers? Is it the observer provider that's the employer?
So the chair, when we're dealing with interpersonal type issues, it's the person who did the behavior. So it would be the observer who would be the one that would be pursued.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way that I asked a question that kind of explained away the 33% for the catcher processor incident in the Gulf, this 243%, there is no way to explain that away by a small number of people or a lack of participants. This is a real number that we should all be looking at as indicative of a problem. Or is there some context which that number might be inflated in some way?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, this is a more alarming number. I agree. It is not a small population that we're dealing with. So it's not like an inflated rate because you have small population you're looking at. So the number of, we're looking at the number of occurrences per assignment, and with hostile work environment, it actually has to be pervasive in order to reach a level of hostile work environment. So you're not expecting, that sounds terrible, but you would expect to see a lot of occurrences in order to get it to the point where this environment that I'm working in is hostile. So remember where we were looking at sexual harassment, it was even one situation is driving your rate, where in this case, it's multiple occurrences are being reported in a single statement. And that's why you have in the first bullet, you have over 1%, 1% per occurrence, because you might be at one processor in the Gulf and have a hostile working situation come up over and over and over again. And I was there for 90 days. So that would now be 90 occurrences. So there is some explanation behind that, but it is certainly not something that we would want to discount, because the increase from year over year is what is concerning.
I can have a follow-up. And so is also part of this problem the fact that these observers are housed in group housing offsite? Is this part of the consideration, or is this only what happens in the plant itself when they're working?
So we assessed that when we were looking through the different statements, and as we began the investigations, there's definitely a link between observer experience levels, where you have observers who might be more experienced and ones who were brand new, which may lead to conflict. gender also plays a role. And then also that environment where they are always around one another. They might be deployed 90 days together. They can't get away from each other, where they are sharing a room for 90 days at a time.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. I'm wondering if this abrupt and really unprecedented rise is partly one of the delayed costs or results of the large amount of stress that we put on observers through COVID, not to excuse it at all. It's inexcusable, but I'm just, is this another symptom of a kind of overstressed, fatigued observer workforce?
To the chair, I think that's a very fair statement to make. I did notice just out in the field and working with the different observers and interacting with people did not have the same communication skills that they might have had pre-COVID. And then now that we're moving out of COVID, they're starting to learn how to communicate with one another. But we had observers who were training and debriefing only remotely. There was not that same level of human interaction, and maybe they weren't able to just pay as much attention to a one-on-one interactions and talking to somebody as they would have when it was not remote.
Thanks. And I, in your answer, I was also hearing some thoughts about how OLE, at least probably also the program would be considering for the next year for addressing that and hopefully bringing it back down again. And I really appreciate that as well.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I always find your presentations helpful. I really appreciate that very much. I think my question is probably more for Ms. Ferdinand. I'm just wondering, to avoid some of the confusion that's led to some of the questions about whether these are inflated rates or not inflated rates, or are they small subsets, or are we talking about large numbers? Would it be possible, I mean, is it difficult in the future to, because I found when I was looking at the document, and I also had members of the public come up to me and say, hey, what does this really mean? I think there's possibility you could include in future iterations of these observer reports the actual numbers, so that people could see whether these are inflated numbers or whether they're large, whether this should be a big concern, or is this just something that went from 1 complaint to 3 complaints and might not be as big of a concern. I think it might be helpful. I just wanted to know if there was any problems with considering that.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Mr. Down. We actually did used to present just numbers, and the concern that the council raised and that the public raised is, well, it's just a number, but we still don't have context. It is really hard to provide context behind all of these factors. And my response to Mr. Mesro's question was not to minimize per se, but to add that context. So it's always a bit tricky to add context without appearing like we're minimizing, particularly when it comes to interpersonal, because one interpersonal issue, especially when it comes to a sexual harassment or sexual assault case, is too many. And so we don't want to kind of push that into the weeds through too much explaining away. But we can try to look at providing a little bit more context, particularly when we look at year over year changes, because if we change assignment types or we are changing the way we're deploying observers, for example, we have a lot more observers working together now than we have in the past years. If we can certainly try to add some context in future annual reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess Mr. Twite's comment about increased stress with what we put on observers during COVID and that kind of thing. I think it was in the FMAC report, talked about looking at a longer time frame and thinking about what these rates look like compared to pre-COVID rates. And I think those kinds of things may help with some of the context. And I guess the question is it possible to look at doing those kind of context looks going forward might help with some of our questions.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. I think it is probably possible. We have some other, within the FMA division, we've had some other work done. And we'll be releasing some peer-reviewed journal articles on sexual harassment, sexual assault, interpersonal issues. You know, I know that when we give a one-year look, sometimes it can be quite alarming. Please remember too that other industries are not required to give out this information. It's very unusual that we give this information out on this very specific population of employee. But you know, we do have, there is some good news. Like we did not see huge market ticks up in our harassment cases, for example, through the Me Too movement. And what that showed us is that we probably had pretty good reporting even before that happened. So I think we can provide some of that context, and we do have now a growing body of work to reference. So appreciate that. Yeah.
Please continue.
Continuing with the trends in reporting, we're moving on to safety and duties. This is again another area which is an OLE priority. For interference and sample biasing in the non-pelagic trawl bearing semen 80 sector, we had 30.2 occurrences per 1,000 deployed days. So we're moving on to deployed days rather than per assignment. And then in the CDQ sector, it's the same pool of boats. We had 25.9 occurrences per 1,000 deployed days. However, when we look through the different types of statements that we were provided, some of them were related to issues happening down in the factory, maybe things that weren't intentional by personnel, rather it was related to maybe some of the belts. Specific example that I can give, because it happened in multiple boats, is in certain areas where two belts came together, there ended up being a gap, which allowed a lot of fish to fall out onto the floor. Some of the fish did not end up going into the flow scale, therefore it did not make it into the observer sample. So in effect, it ended up potentially biasing the observer sample. These were remedied. It was brought up to somebody's attention and they weren't able to fix it out there in the field. So what they did is they would put baskets underneath to catch the fish and then put it back onto the belt. So it would go over the flow scale, get weighed, and then the observer was able to sample it. When we followed up with these vessels this year, actually, all of them did fix it during shipyard. Moving on to protected resource and prohibited species. In the Gulf of Alaska, we had observers reporting 54 occurrences involving salmon being inaccessible at the shoreside plants, and 20 occurrences where the observers reported salmon numbers did not match the fish ticket. On our longline IFQ vessels, we had 27 reported occurrences of undersized halibut not being released properly. And sorry, I thought I saw a hand. And then when we were looking at our factory vessels, we had 64 occurrences of halibut being mishandled during deck sorting and 64 occurrences of halibut being mishandled down in the factory. So when we say mishandled down in the factory, what we're referring to is the halibut was not immediately released with a minimum of injury. It was being allowed to pile up rather than being sent out the discard chute immediately, as opposed to when we're talking about on deck, it was related specifically to the handling of the halibut, where people may have been handling it by the tail or gaffing it. And we did see an increase in the occurrences per 1,000 deployed days involving the prohibited species mishandling just generally. It increased by 40% from 2021 to 2022. We have some case resolutions. We didn't go into specifics of which types of violations these involved, but these are all from 2022. We were able to resolve 52 cases or 142 individual statements with compliance assistance. This means that there was some sort of mitigating circumstances present, so we decided not to take some sort of formal enforcement action. We had 7 cases, which included 21 individual statements where written warnings were issued. This is going to be our lowest level of a formal enforcement action, and it does count as a prior if that violation were to occur on that vessel again. Summary settlements, this is our monetary penalty, which is a step up from the written warnings and also can be used as a prior. There were 17 cases, which included 29 individual statements where there was a monetary penalty issued. And for cases that were forwarded to prosecution to our Office of General Counsel, There were 2 cases which involved 4 individual statements. And I can say that these ones did involve some sort of sexual harassment of an observer.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. This might be the slide that you were referencing earlier, Ms. Smith. And so this is where I think it's helpful for the council. And I wonder if you could provide kind of the denominator here, like what were the total number of statements that then resulted in written warnings or violations? Is that something that can be provided in the future, or is that too difficult to parse out across years? Since you mentioned these don't all stay in the same calendar year.
Through the chair, it is something that we can look to see what's the best method to get that information to you. I know we do have one figure that does kind of show a funnel of how many statements were provided or through the observer program, and then how many resulted in cases, and then funnels down to how many resolutions there are. But again, there are cases that sometimes take months or years, so it wouldn't necessarily be ready for, let's say, at a June council meeting for the previous year. So there's going to be a slight delay in those case resolutions.
Thank you for that response. I think that might be really helpful to at least think a little bit more about, since if we're trying to parse through and identify trends or where we should focus our attention, it would really help to know here are this number of statements. Here's what resulted in violations, and kind of on what fleets or what areas of the fisheries those were, as opposed to us focusing on every single statement that then might result in nothing. Just ideas, but thank you.
Something that I'd like to touch on also is the different outreach letters that we put together and the different meetings that we have with industry. We have a list of the different outreach letters that were provided at the beginning of a season in 2022. We also started providing this voluntary online training called Ensuring a Safe Work Environment for Observers. Multiple different companies reached out to me to have this training, which was provided virtually. And throughout 2022, we had 22 meetings in total, and the different discussions that we had, it did start off broad where we talked about general issues that we're seeing in the specific fleet. And then we narrowed down the focus to talk about that individual company's potential violations that were being reported on their individual vessels. And the final slide that I wanted to add, this is the contact information for Lori Newell. She is the NOAA Workplace Violence Prevention and Response Program Coordinator, and she can provide additional training. We work closely with her, and she's had the opportunity to go out to Dutch Harbor to work in conjunction with the Office of Law Enforcement and with the Observer Program.
Thank you, Special Agent Smith. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. And we'll continue on to the NIMS recommendations. As I mentioned, we take a look back in 2022 and we will make recommendations for 2024. At the October meeting of the council in 2019, the council identified developing the cost efficiencies in the partial coverage program as its highest priority for the program. So NIMS is working on an integrated evaluation of the partial coverage category to account for the upcoming changes in the trawl fishery through trawl EM and the PCTC program. We did not make any modifications to our deployment models in 2023, as Phil mentioned, in order to continue work on that cost efficiencies analysis. Phil will go into lots of detail on the potential deployment changes, but the main goal of the analysis is to spend our limited available funding more efficiently so that more monitoring or better monitoring is achieved at each given cost. That's given, thank you. That's given NIMS the opportunity to look at different ways of monitoring fisheries and consider options that may improve the balance of data collected by observers and EM, recognizing that observers and EM do not collect the same information and that we need more monitoring and that we have more monitoring methods available than we did in 2013 when the partial coverage fisheries were restructured. The tables on this and the next two slides illustrate the different types of data collected by each monitoring method. And the blue slashes indicate data that are collected by the monitoring approach, but not in this much detail as collected by at-sea observers.
For example, in the second row on hull characteristics, and a fishery observer may be able to pick up on information on gear performance, like a trawl fishery having to back down several times during a haul, or using a short wiring method before it's able to retrieve its net. Whereas a trawl EM system with a logbook and a shoreside observer may not capture that level of information. This table shows the ability of different monitoring methods to collect biological samples? Yeah, those are biological samples. And while shoreside observers are able to collect almost all the same biological information as at-sea observers, fixed gear is not able to collect biological samples. Now, I'll note that some of the information might be able to be collected by cooperative fishermen. For example, tagged organisms are often collected by fishermen, but we don't include that here because it's not a systematic or random sampling, but that could be done without much additional effort on the harvester's behalf. And then finally, while we tend to focus on monitoring responsibilities under the Magnuson Act in this forum, it's important to remember that the North Pacific Observer Program meets the legislative mandates of the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Endangered Species Act as well. This table shows the ability of different monitoring methods to collect information on protected mammals and on seabird species. While all three monitoring methods are able to capture seabird mortality and fixed gear EM is able to verify that seabird avoidance measures are being taken, EM is generally not able to capture interactions with mammals and birds at the same level of detail that at-sea observers are. As NMFS develops the 2024 annual deployment plan, we are evaluating a number of changes, and the most impactful will be the deployment designs that Phil will go over in depth in a few slides. An evaluation of zero coverage is part of the cost efficiencies analysis, and NMFS intends to focus this evaluation on ways to identify zero coverage vessels that remain stable from year to year, like the current approach using vessel size as a proxy to identify which part of that sector those boats belong to. As part of the analysis, NMFS will consider in the impact of moving fixed gear EM vessels that haven't fished for groundfish in recent years into either zero coverage or into the observer pool in order to avoid having costly EM systems on vessels that don't fish or have not fished groundfish for several years. We also intend on looking at these high cancellation rates in the hook and line stratum to determine if changes to the odds system needs to be made in order to reduce such a high cancellation rate. One potential odds change, which there was a lot of discussion at the May FMAC meeting within that FMAC meeting, would be the idea of keeping the original order of observed trips. But currently, if a trip is canceled, it's the next logged trip that inherits the selection status. We will evaluate the ability for us to change that inheritance from the next logged trip to the next realized trip. That would take a fair amount of work, so we're just starting that. And then finally, NMFS intends to have any of the recommendations that come out of the cost efficiencies analysis to be fully incorporated in 2024, but that does not mean that there are going to be aspects of that analysis that could inform future changes in the observer program, including there's a long table at the end of the report that has to do with that identify changes that require regulation changes, and we're not looking at those for 2024.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. I know you were clear that the high cancellation rate was in the hook and line stratum only. If you're looking at an option or evaluating an option so that if someone cancels a trip, the very next trip is inherited as covered, are you looking at that for all stratum, or would it just be for hook and line? Would that change apply to pot and trawl? I didn't catch that.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball, because I have not actually given it any thought. I expect that would impact all stratum, that the rules for odds would remain the same regardless of what type of gear you're fishing. We tend to strive towards consistency in odds, and also recognizing that a single vessel may switch gears, and therefore we don't necessarily want the rules to change for one harvester over the year. That would potentially cause more confusion and even add to maybe higher cancellation. So we don't want to back ourselves into a corner or have unintended consequences. Yeah.
Thank you. That makes sense. And then my other question on that was whether you looked at, and this came up at FMAC, but I'm wondering if you had a chance between now and FMAC to look at the number or percentage of canceled observed trips versus canceled unobserved trips, like to validate that this is actually a problem with canceling observed trips only or mainly.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we typically look at that in a full annual report, but we haven't presented that information due to the abbreviated report that we're presenting this year.
Please continue.
Okay, so am I on the right page? Hang on a second. Yes, okay. So as NIMS develops, I already covered this. Move along. Sorry. So the other recommendations coming out of changes to odds would be to modify odds to ask the operators if they are operating a 46-foot or more vessel with a history of fishing CDQ. As Phil noted early on in that full coverage fishery, we did miss those 3 trips that should have been in the full coverage fishery. And this first bullet will identify 2 of those 3 trips and hopefully get ahead of that to help the operators know which sector they're operating in. And then additionally, we will make changes to odds to incorporate the PCTC program, again, to alert vessels when they are in full coverage versus partial coverage. Additionally, there's a number of recommendations affecting the fixed gear EM pool. We do have a recommendation to maintain the size of the 2023 fixed gear pool. That right now is 172 vessels. As funds are available, we would look to expand that 172 up to 200, which is the council's recommendation. There are some dollars available through community directed spending that are sitting with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission right now. However, those 172 boats, a very large number of them have been carrying those EM systems for long past the expected life cycle of a system. And so some of those boats do need to have new systems installed, and we want to make sure that the boats that have already been accepted into the EM pool get the systems they need, and then we'll look to see how much funding is available to expand that pool. When we do look to expand the pool, we prioritize placement in the EM pool by the size of the boat. That typically drives the difficulty in carrying an observer, the fishing effort that they might have, so that we do not expand the problem of having boats carrying expensive EM systems, but they're not harvesting groundfish. And then vessels that are unlikely to introduce data gaps. And then those all lead to the cost efficiency of having an EM system on an individual vessel. Finally, we will continue to notify operators if they are not adhering to their vessel monitoring plan. We have a small group of boats that have received letters for a couple of years now that they are not adhering to their vessel monitoring plan, and NIMS will pursue removing those vessels if they have repeated problems. I'll just note that when we talk about non-adherence to the vessel monitoring plan, I am talking about where it is entirely in the operator's control. So they have that crew that are standing in the way or blocking the ability for the cameras to actually collect any information, or they're not maintaining their systems. So it's not, these are problems that we've flagged and should be resolved. So. And then additionally for 2024, we will continue to support the pelagic trawl EM EFP in both the full and partial coverage fisheries. We'll support increasing the number of participants for both boats and processors in that sector. And we are looking to support that in 2024 with a combination of federal dollars and the industry putting forward another National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant request to cover those costs in 2024. Finally, NIMS will continue to collaborate with industry on a myriad of EM development projects that are ongoing or near implementation. And those include testing EM on the trawl catcher vessels participating in the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program. It's a similar project as to the trawl EM program in that it's less discard from those vessels. There would be a shoreside observer program kind of coming in to take the biological information from that fleet.
We're also looking, we're helping out with real-time electronic logbook data collection. That's really an electronic reporting system more than electronic monitoring system, but improves the information that's feeding into e-landings. Looking at artificial intelligence to identify image quality concerns in situ. This would help alert the operators when there is a problem, for example, water spots on their camera systems. If they are trying to pay attention to lots of different things happening on the bridge of a vessel, they may not stop and look to see whether or not the camera systems have water spots or other impediments to view. And so there's some AI algorithms that were developed by industry to look and give them a flashing red alert so that it's a little bit easier for operators to know that they have an issue with their EM system that needs to be addressed. And then lastly, we're looking at working in the Western Gulf of Alaska on switchgear vessels. These are boats that are carrying EM systems under the trawl, EM EFP, but they also fish pots. And we're looking to see whether or not we can change the pot handling, the catch handling requirements on those boats in order to, one, speed up EM review in those fisheries, and then also whether or not an EM system that was developed for a trawl fishery can easily be used in a pot fishery. So that would allow those boats to go back and forth without having to switch strata. Now, finally, we've got some more time, but I'm going to hand it over to Phil to go into the partial coverage cost efficiencies, as that is going to inform the 2024 ADP in the deployment models. Sorry, I was supposed to introduce it first. Sorry. So the summary of the priorities that the deployment model is supposed to address is to design a monitoring program that collects credible and statistically reliable, rigorous scientific data. And that is going to be collecting the best and most data for any given budget. We do operate under these fee revenues, so we have to have a model that operates well under a low revenue year as well as under a high revenue year. And we need to collect data for this wide range of analytic needs because this is a multi-objective program. So our challenge is to meet this large number of data needs across all of the different data users with a wide range of analytic objectives, and to collect data that fully reflects the full range of fishing activities so that our sampling adequately reflects everything from our zero coverage sector all the way up through a larger operator that's still in the partial coverage fishery.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. I was a little late, but on your previous slide, wondering if you could provide a little context for how prevalent the image quality issues are. And in the slide before that, you mentioned follow up with non-compliance, as well as kind of working with the EM tech providers to kind of sort through quality issues. So how are you melding those two efforts as far as timing and kind of rectifying from a technological aspect, the image quality with compliance issues? Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Drobnica. So there's a couple of things going on there. The first is the image quality, where image quality affects the ability for the data review to happen. That is, there is a table in the back of the annual report. And I don't have that at my fingertips, but that is reported each year as far as what the data loss is due to image quality concerns. Ultimately, we're trying to reduce this image quality concern, and the AI information that was the AI program that was developed would help an operator get ahead of that before review. Because once the data is, the hard drive is already at Pacific States, we can tell them there was a problem and they may be able to fix it for the next trip, but the data has already been compromised. So the ability for them to have that alert will help get ahead of that. So we're hoping to see some implementation of that program. It has not yet been implemented. So it was just being tested in the past year. And then that's slightly different than the non-adherence to a vessel monitoring plan. Where we see non-adherence to a vessel monitoring plan, it tends to be, well, it is repeated problems, usually of a couple of different types. And so
frequently it has to do with catch handling protocols more so than water spots or other imagery issues. So if you have a camera system, that camera system has to be able to see all the fish on the deck. So if you have crew that are repeatedly standing in front of a camera, that is not helpful. If you have crew that are harassing an image reviewer through all sorts of gestures, that is also not helpful. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking at that we would actually look to remove a vessel. We really do work very hard to try to keep those boats in the EM program. They've invested their time, they've volunteered to be in the program. So they, at least at one point, wanted to be there. So we are trying to work with them to make that happen. But we do need some ability for them to, we can't review the data because they're constantly standing in the way, or they're not clearing their fish, or they're not they're not retrieving the gear the way we need them to retrieve the gear so the cameras actually pick up on that imagery. That's a problem. Yeah, it is a small group, like 6 boats that we're talking about. Yeah.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the last bullet, and I heard you say, because we're still talking just about partial coverage, and I heard you say that applies. Basically, are we getting representative data from our observed fleet that we can use to estimate on our unobserved fleet? And you mentioned zero coverage all the way up to everybody else. So for zero coverage, where we've established we're not deploying observers on less than 40-foot fixed gear vessels, I wanted to understand what you meant by that statement. Do we need that population to look alike, or do we need that population to look something like one of our observed populations? Because it's not as if we're pretending that they're not fishing. We're just using observed vessels to estimate that, discards and stuff. I didn't understand that, but I think it's important.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for that clarifying question, Ms. Kimball. We want the unobserved fleet to look as similar as possible to a monitored fleet in the partial coverage fishery, so that when we're drawing inferences for that unmonitored group of boats, that we are using something that looks like them to draw those inferences.
Let's continue.
So now I'll talk about some of the tools that we'll use to try to meet some of the challenges that Jennifer mentioned, the first of which is stratification. So stratification has been a main component of past ADPs, and it refers to how fishing trips are grouped for sampling. Groups must be defined by trip characteristics that are known before random selection, so that we know what random selection rate to use for the upcoming trip. And stratification can be used to focus sampling on a particular objective, or to control costs by monitoring strata less if they are more expensive to monitor. Strata can be defined by monitoring method, gear type, or one of the novel stratification approaches we're looking at in the cost efficiencies analysis is to further stratify by fishery management plan area, meaning whether the trip occurred in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, or Gulf of Alaska. A potential advantage of stratifying by FMP is that it may improve our ability to get samples from subsets of the population for which we've historically seen data gaps. This table shows the current stratification used in partial coverage. Strata are currently defined by monitoring method, shown along the top of the table, and gear type, shown along the left side of the table. The numbers in each cell represent the number of trips that occurred in each stratum. At the bottom of the slide, we have the novel stratification options being considered as part of the cost efficiencies analysis, one of which I've already mentioned, which is stratifying by fishery management plan area. Stratifying by FMP should be feasible since almost all trips occur in only one FMP, and it's important that a trip fall in one and only one stratum. Another novel consideration we're making in the cost efficiencies analysis is on how to handle mixed gear trips that fish both hook and line and pot gear, which is an activity we've seen more of in recent years, especially with the expanded use of slinky pots. One option is to put all fixed gear trips into one stratum without separating by whether they fish with hook and line or pot gear. Another option is to create a mixed gear stratum that is separate from trips that fish solely with hook and line or pot gear. We don't yet know the advantages of choosing one of these stratifications over the other. And that is what we'll be evaluating as part of the cost efficiencies analysis. Once we have all the trips grouped into their separate strata, the next major component of a sample design is allocation, which determines how much sampling is to occur in each stratum. One of the designs we'll evaluate as part of the cost efficiencies analysis is equal rates, or setting selection rates equal across all strata. This is an allocation that we've evaluated in past annual deployment plans, and the goal of this allocation is to get a representative sample while evenly distributing the burden of being monitored. It's commonly used when one doesn't know much about the population being sampled, and therefore doesn't have a reason to sample any portion more than the other. Another allocation we plan to evaluate is status quo. The goal of our current or status quo allocation is to apply equal rates up to 15% coverage, and then if sampling can be afforded beyond 15%, to allocate those additional samples in a way that minimizes variance in key metrics while taking into account the different costs associated with monitoring different strata. The metrics we currently use to optimize are salmon PSC, halibut PSC, and groundfish discards. The additional samples for variance reduction are directed to the observed strata only. The selection rate for EM fixed gear is set by policy at 30%, and the sample rate for trawl EM shoreside observation is set at 33%, again, recognizing that 100% of those trips are required to be monitored at sea for compliance with fuller retention. We also plan to evaluate two novel allocation approaches as part of the cost efficiencies analysis. The first is termed cost-weighted boxes. In this allocation, the goal is to maximize the proportion of boxes, which are defined by space and time, and which I'll go into a little bit on the next slide, that are monitored or near monitored box, while penalizing strata with high monitoring costs. This involves having stratum-specific monitoring costs, and by maximizing the proportion of boxes with data, this allocation minimizes areas and times without data. Related to the cost-weighted boxes design, but slightly different, is the proximity allocation. So whereas the cost-weighted boxes approach seeks to maximize the proportion of boxes with monitoring, the goal of the proximity approach is to maximize the proportion of trips near monitored trips, while guarding against low sample sizes. In this approach, we create an index of trip proximity to monitor trips and sample in a way that makes that index equal across all strata. Part of that index is to weight by the inverse of sample size, so that if two strata have the same amount of trip overlap, the stratum with fewer trips will receive proportionally more sampling to guard against the high levels of variance associated with low sample size. Both of these allocations rely on a reasonable box definition, which I'll talk about in this next slide. So as I mentioned, boxes are defined by a unit of space and a unit of time. And it's important to pick a scale of space and time that is useful. Whereas in past annual deployment plan, we've relied on NMFS area for many of our analyses. One improvement that we're making in the cost efficiencies analysis is to use spatial cells that are equal in size. This makes the interpretation of results easier, since one doesn't have to factor in the different sizes of boxes. Also, we are allowing boxes to rely on neighboring boxes in both space and time. This reduces the importance of where boxes start and end. If boxes weren't allowed to rely on neighboring boxes, we could have a situation in which a monitored trip that occurred right next to an unmonitored trip isn't credited with informing the estimate for the unmonitored trip, simply because the two trips occurred on either side of a line that separates the two boxes. And so you can see the box definition that we'll be using in the cost efficiencies analysis, represented by the blue hexagons. Under that, you can see NMFS areas represented in red. The filled in hexagons represent are 125 kilometers across compared to what we're using, which is 200 kilometers across. And the green hexagons are 750 kilometers across. We'll be using a 1 week time period for a unit of time, and then neighbors are defined by being in adjacent cells or adjacent 1 week periods. This slide is meant to help illustrate what will drive the selection rates under the two novel allocation approaches. Selection rate is on the vertical axis for all of these graphs. The first two graphs at the top show that under both cost-weighted boxes and proximity allocation, sample rate will increase as effort becomes more spread out or diffuse. The two graphs in the middle show that for the cost-weighted boxes allocation on the left, the number of trips in a stratum will not directly impact selection rates, in contrast to the proximity allocation on the right, for which strata with fewer trips will have a higher sampling rate to guard against the variance associated with low sample sizes. Finally, at the bottom, as the name suggests, the cost-weighted boxes allocation takes into account stratum-specific costs of monitoring, whereas the proximity allocation does not take this into account. This slide is meant to summarize the
Mr. Gans,
sorry.
sorry, Ms. Kimball has a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Mr. Gans. I wonder if just in plain language, you could describe why we would be looking at cost weighted boxes, why we would be looking at the proximity design. What are we trying to accomplish with those two things in just normal language?
Through the chair, I'll do my best, Ms. Kimball. So the 15% hurdle that we currently have was come to through the supplemental environmental assessment that was done back in 2015, or at least stemmed from that. And so that sets a one coverage rate across all stratum in order to minimize data gaps in space and time. An improvement that we're trying to make is gear types group their effort differently. So for instance, with the trawl stratum, that tends to be grouped more tightly in space and time than the hook and line stratum tends to be spread out. And so what we saw with the 15% hurdle across the board, across all strata, is that results in different levels of data gaps for the different gear types. And so rather than having one selection rate that results in different levels of gaps, we're trying to have one level of gaps with different selection rates. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that helps very much. Thank you.
So this side,
sorry, Ms. Baker's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Gans. I just, on that same point, and maybe this would come better afterwards, but ultimately when you're trying to communicate, there's no metric really to identify data gaps per se. Really, all we have is that coverage rate to kind of communicate coverage under the partial coverage program. I guess I'm trying to reflect. Ms. Kimball actually asked the same question I did, so I really appreciate that. I was struggling to explain to people why you would be considering these two alternate approaches. And I guess I just, my question is, how are data gaps identified in the current approach for the 15% hurdle? And going back to our annual report, I think people are really struggling with that. What you just described is that the people look at that coverage rate and think that 15% coverage that means a certain level of data quality. And I think is there a way for people to figure out exactly what you described, that 15% is not equal across all gear types in terms of data gaps? Do we have information to point people to demonstrate that, I guess is what I'm asking.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, we do. So in past annual deployment plans, draft annual deployment plans, when we've been evaluating different potential designs, as I mentioned, we've used NIMS areas for a lot of these analysis. And we did something that showed basically what is the probability that a NIMS area is going to have no sample trips in it. And so that was the approach we used in the past. And then this using the hexagons is kind of a refinement of that idea. But the core idea is the same. We want to look at units of space and time that do or do not have sampling. And so we do have a way of measuring that. In the past, we've done it with NIMS areas. We're trying to refine that and doing with boxes that are more of an equal size.
Please continue.
This slide is meant to summarize the stratifications and allocations that will make up the different sample designs that will be considered in the cost efficiencies analysis. Each stratification will be run with the four allocations that we reviewed. And the three stratifications being considered are a stratification based solely on gear and monitoring method, a stratification based on gear monitoring method and fishery management plan area, and a stratification that splits or combines mixed gear, hook and line, and pot trips while also stratifying by monitoring method and F&P. And evaluation metrics, how we evaluate the performance of these different designs, is a very important part of this cost efficiencies analysis. And these are the evaluation metrics we plan to look at. So we have two related to data collection opportunities. One of which is trips sampled by observers, recognizing that observers collect the full suite of data. Also looking at trips monitored either by observers or EM, which gets at what opportunities we have to collect count data. Variances and expenses. So while all designs to be evaluated will have the same budget, we are interested in how variable the total costs are each time we run a simulated monitoring program, because that dictates how close we can get to our available budget without going over. And so less variance in that case is better. We'll have a metric on burden share, and this will measure how evenly the monitoring is distributed across all vessels. We'll have a couple metrics on the power to detect different events. So these are power analyses that will show our ability to detect rare events such as short-tailed albatross or stellar sea lion encounters, and also the power to detect differences in trips referred to as observer effects, the sample size needed to detect those. Also, data timeliness. This is an especially important metric for in-season management because they're opening and closing fisheries in real time. And in our database, we have information on when trips ended and when the data entered our system. And so we want to measure that and show what kind of data timeliness we can expect with the different designs. Variance between trips. So these will not be the actual variances associated with catch counting. Those are in Appendix C of the 2019 annual report. But these will instead be a more simple between trip measure of variance that will still be able to differentiate design performance when it comes to the precision with which they estimate the quantities of interest. Specifically, we are interested in the relative precision of different designs when it comes to estimating the metrics we currently optimize on. We also plan to add crab PSC as a metric, given the recent efforts to understand crab stocks better. Crab PSC is a metric that we've looked at in past annual deployment plans. Finally, interspersion, which gets at how many unmonitored trips are near monitored trips. So this gets at the question of data gaps that we've talked a little bit about. We'll measure this in two different ways, which is both within pools. So an example of that is within the EM pool, what is the expected number of hook and line gear trips that will be monitored or near a monitored EM pool hook and line gear trip? And then across pools. So an example of that is within the EM pool, what is the expected number of hook and line gear trips that will be neighboring a monitored observer pool trip in the hook and line gear type, recognizing that EM relies on observer data for things such as average weights. It's important to note that selection rates, which are set in the annual deployment plans, are not an evaluation metric. While selection rates influence many of these evaluation metrics, selection rates in and of themselves are not a measure of program performance.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gantz, I just wanted if you could expand on what you're using to evaluate burden share. You said it's going to look at how evenly monitoring is distributed among vessels. Is that in the same stratum? And you're then comparing each of these designs. I got a couple of questions from folks on burden share, and I couldn't respond to what we were looking at when you're evaluating that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. So we haven't landed on ultimately what we've used, but we've talked, one option that we've considered is using something called the Gini index, which is used in wage inequality or how income inequality in economics. It's a index used And if I understand it correctly, that would be used across strata. So we recognize that while there are benefits of doing what we currently do now, which is allocate more sampling to these strata that have more variable PSC trawl. There's also, I think most vessels would say there's also an impact of having more monitoring on some strata rather than others. So we want to show both, and the council can then weigh the importance of having equal monitoring across all different gear types. Maybe that's not something that's important to them, but we wanted to have some metric that shows the trade-off of putting more monitoring on some vessels than others. And so it would look across gear types, if that makes sense.
I'll have to ponder that a little bit more to better understand it. But as everyone's paying the same percentage fee of ex-vessel revenues, it's not costs in that way, but it's additional burden of carrying an observer.
Yeah, the burden of carrying an observer.
Okay, thank you.
This table on the right contains random numbers and is just meant to illustrate how the council can expect results from the different evaluation criteria to be presented. We plan to choose one sample design, potentially the equal rates design, as a reference design, and then score the other designs relative to that reference. In the mock table presented here, the scores from the reference design are shown in column A, and then other designs receive a blue. Other designs are shown in the columns to the right of that and receive a blue shading if the score for that metric is better, and a gray shading if their score for that metric is worse. It's unlikely that one design will be the best across all metrics. And even if a design scored poorly on a metric, we might still choose it because it scored well in some other metric or when all metrics are considered. And so having multiple evaluation criteria will help drive discussion about what to prioritize. Scores and rankings will change with different budgets, and ultimately we want the best design that will work on both small and large budgets.
Thanks, Phil. So there were other cost efficiency ideas that are design agnostic, and I'll go over a few of those. The first one is that program elements that provide flexibility to the fishery participants, but that increase cost. We've already talked a little bit about those in the annual report about the fact that an observer has to be deployed within 72 hours of logging a trip. So we looked at changes in increasing that time so that there was more heads up to the observer provider, or for a vessel to be required to go in and out of a specific port in order to pick up their observer. That none of the ideas that reduce the flexibility for the harvesters were supported by the PCFMAC or the AFMAC. And so the agency is not looking to do any further work in expanding those options. We also looked at EM improvements, and those might bring some cost efficiency, but they don't necessarily involve which deployment model we choose. So utilizing the trawl EM equipment on vessels that also fish fixed gear, I've already mentioned that that's something we're looking into, and also whether or not we can change catch handling on pop boats, especially on pop boats, to focus on data collection on discards only. That may increase the ability for us to speed up EM review. But more importantly, it takes some of the soft costs of industry away from the industry, rather, if they are carrying an EM system. So reducing the way that they have to change their catch handling would help incentivize vessels to get into the EM program. So that's work that's ongoing, and it can be implemented under any of the deployment designs.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ferdinand, just on this one, which I think is promising, and appreciate the efforts by both industry and the agency to work on it. Is this one of those that the current working relationship is all that's necessary to keep it moving forward, or should the council anticipate at some point some increased engagement in making this one work if it still shows promise?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Mr. Twite. I think that with the reorganization of the members of the FMAC committee, which Sarah will touch on, I think we have enough engagement between the industry, the agency, and the council. So I appreciate you highlighting that, though, and that's something we should keep an eye on for sure. Other cost efficiency ideas that were floated through the myriad of groups that provide input for the monitoring included looking at replacing fishery independent data into our fishery dependent data streams. And that really would be going and looking at, should we use the long line survey for data to inform EM? As Phil mentioned, the EM program does not collect the full range of this full suite of data that an observer does. And the biggest thing that's missing from the fixed gear EM program is the weight information. So it gives very, very good information on piece counts and on interactions with what's actually being taken, but we don't have a weight. So the question there is whether or not is it important to have an observer data point or an observer sample near an EM sample. And we worked with the stock assessment authors on this to determine the importance of that. And fully, this idea of using fishery independent information to inform fishery dependent information is not well supported in the stock assessment community. It's problematic for a number of reasons. One is that the sablefish pot fishery is changing, particularly the group of boats that are participating in the EM program is changing. So in 2013 and on, when we first implemented this, sablefish was largely a hook and line fishery, and EM worked very, very well on that. And we had some identifying information on gear selectivity. However, with the advent of slinky pots, the EM sablefish fishery is really moving towards a pot-based fishery, and gear selectivity is different. And so you certainly wouldn't want to necessarily look at long line survey data to apply to a pot fishery because of those gear selectivity changes. Additionally, there is no standardization of commercial pot boats as far as that gear selection. And for example, we'll also, so a boat may be very specific within itself as far as being standardized, but when you look across the whole fleet, there are changes in the gear selection within the fishery rather. And then finally, the average weights in the fishery may be higher than in the survey. The fishery is obviously targeting larger fish at ideal depths. That's their goal. And the fishery is not doing, the survey is not doing that. It is trying to take a random sample across pre-selected locations year after year. Further, weight data, although that's what we were really focused on early on, weight data is only one component of observer information that's used in the stock assessments, and the loss of catch at age data would add more uncertainty to the assessment, especially for these fisheries that are rapidly changing, like the sablefish pot fishery. Observer data is highly influential data source in the assessment to inform the age class strength, and that would be lost if we were to remove fishery dependent information. And lastly, the assessment's attempting to estimate this contemporary selectivity differently from the historic single gear, this hook and line fishery. So the information that's coming in on the pot observed data is really important to the stock assessment authors. And we'll hear later today, but if full retention requirements were to be removed from the sablefish fishery specifically, the assessment would have no data to understand discard information if we were exclusively leaning on the survey information to inform weights. That's a long way of saying that the agency is not looking further at that particular option. We did also take a very preliminary look at federally hiring observers or hiring observers as federal employees. We looked at two different models for this. The first one was to hire all currently partial coverage observers under a federal model, with the assumption being that we'd have approximately 30 at-sea observers as federal employees that could be deployed seasonally, and 2 supervisors that would oversee that work that was done by those 30 observers.
We did hear from the members of the FMAC, the observer provider members of the FMAC, that assumption is probably an undercount of number of supervisors needed. So we do need to go back and do some more math on that. The cost estimates with these assumptions would be that the federal observers would cost approximately $1,100 a day if we had a 3,000 day program. Under the current contract, it is more expensive. It's currently about $1,500 a day for that 3,000 days. So we will go back and look at some more ground truth assumptions as far as the supervisor to observer ratio. And I'll also note that all of these federal costs are just for year one. Federal employees do have in NOAA have a performance-based pay increases that can go up to 6% a year. And we did not look past the very first year of what a federal observer would cost. So then we looked at just shoreside because that came up in the EM, EFP cost analysis when we looked at putting shoreside observers explicitly in Kodiak because that model right now, the plants are paying for the food and lodging for those observers, but that is different. It's a different model. And we would expect that to fall away and that the observer contract would have to be paying for food and lodging for shoreside observers. So we looked at 6 federal employee observers with 1 supervisor just in Kodiak. And the cost estimates compared to that partial coverage contract would be that a shore-based federal employee would cost about $700 a day if we deployed for about $1,300 days throughout the year. And the future contract is really just an estimate of somewhere between $500 and $1,000 per day for that similar size program, 1,300 days over the year. We really don't have a great sense of what a future contract cost estimate for shoreside observers would be because we are in the last year of the federal contract and we never had base days in the existing contract, base days that were assigned to plants. So a future observer provider may choose to do something very different in Kodiak once they know that there's some certainty of shoreside observers in that particular port.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ferdinand, 2 questions about this. And again, really appreciate you taking this hard look at this. One is just sort of a timing question, and I'm thinking about your reminder to us that you're now just starting in the beginning stages of developing the process necessary to put it out for bid, put the contract out for bid again. Obviously, these would, if we were to implement either of these would have a pretty direct impact on what, if anything, would go out to bid. How's the timing fit on further development of this versus what you need to do in order to make sure we don't have a lapse of contract coverage?
Through the chair. Thanks for that question, Mr. Twite, because it is, there will be a ramification to this and the timing would be important. So we will start the 2024 fishing year under the existing contracted model. I would expect that we would want to finish that fishing year under that contracted model as well. Hiring federal employees is a dynamic business. And so sometimes it has been really quick and sometimes it has been really slow. But I would think that we would not want to, if we were to go with a federal employee base for either just the shoreside component of the partial coverage fishery or for all, we would want to implement that in 2025 and not in 2024.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. And this is, as you put this together right now, this is for federal observers at working at NOAA fisheries. Did you also take a look at the potential for having federal observers who would be hired, and managed by Pacific States Marine Fish Commission?
Through the chair, no, Mr. Dwight, we have not looked at that. last time we looked at having observers hired by Pacific States was during the Joint Project Authority evaluation before restructuring. And we were not, as far as I know, we were not asked to look at that again. And I have not heard that Pacific States has an appetite to take that on again. So
Apologies, maybe I should have asked Mr.
I was
Oliver
gonna say-
first, but I did see him look up suddenly.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. I really appreciate that we're looking at these cost savings in your presentation here, but my question goes back to the last comment you made before you moved on to this, which was on the survey vessel. When you look at things like species composition, length, frequency and stuff, it's difficult for you to use that data set because most of the fish that are caught in the fishery are caught by pots. I think that was the point of what you were making, but it seems to me like you have your own data set because you've got observers on these boats. I looked your report to us indicates about 17% coverage in that fleet, which is good. I think I didn't look back, but I think that's an improvement from where we were. So 17%. So those observers on those 17% are taking routine basket samples. They're doing species composition. They know what the length frequencies are. And these fish are delivered plant side, shoreside where there's observers. So you'd mentioned that was a difficulty in supporting the release of small sablefish, that there was a issue there. I think that was part of your point as well. So my thinking, and maybe it's oversimplified, is that you have a data set. Why not just use the data set from the vessels that you have to get species composition to look at and then estimate discards based on what's actually delivered to the shoreside plants and extrapolate that out to the remaining 83% of the fleet that's not observed. I think you would seemed to me like you'd get something pretty statistically significant there as far as an estimate of discards. So my question is, I'm just questioning why you made that. I'm just putting those two different viewpoints out for your comment. Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for that point, Kenny, Mr. Down, because I probably did not couch that in the best terms. So with the reason that we looked at using fishery survey information to inform the EM fleet was to really look to see whether we could reduce observer coverage in that same fleet, in the fixed gear fleet, even further. Essentially, can you use nothing but EM to look at the harvest of on catcher vessels that are using fixed gear? If you say yes, go ahead and use nothing but EM, eliminate your observer strata entirely. Then where do you get your weight information from? And right now we do that. We use observer data because we have both stratum in that gear type. If we were to go and use something like trawl caught sablefish to apply to a hook and line EM boat, you have even bigger gear selectivity issues in that fleet, particularly if there is going to be discard, because a trawl has a very different gear selection than does a hook and line or a pot boat. So mixing across fishery dependent and fishery independent was what we were looking at. But what you're actually asking about is looking at crossing strata, and we also don't like to do that, if that helps.
Second question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand, for that. So I guess maybe if you could just expand quickly why you don't like to use that, because it seems to me that if the council was to move forward with small sablefish release, that you're going to have to come up with something. And so this would seem to be a reasonable option to me. So why is it that you don't like to use that? What's the problem? Just, and I know I'm mixing agenda items here a little bit, but we've got small sablefish coming up. And I'm very curious why you're here at the table for you to have the ability to comment on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, Dr. Gothel will probably expand on that as to why they don't want to mix gear selectivity, but from a fishery dependent data source, it would be that we wouldn't want to use a trawl average weight where you have species, animals of all sizes being kept and retained, and apply that to a fixed gear fleet where you would not have the same average weights for discarded animals as you would for retained animals. I think we're going to go into that in small sablefish, but there would be a way there is a way to monitor for small sablefish discard. It's just not this way, but okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand.
Okay, and actually, with that, I'm going to offer acknowledgements. I just want to thank all of the observers, the providers, the captains and crew members, all our EM providers, video reviewers, and the agency staff who made fishery-dependent data collection possible in 2022. It was still a bit of a tumultuous year. I think we're back on track on a normal year here in 2023. And also thank you to all of the Science Center and regional staff and Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission staff who developed the new deployment models to evaluate for 2024. You'll be seeing lots more of them in October. And a special appreciation to the members of the FMAC, the PCFMAC, and the Trawl EM Committee for all of their input. If you think you got a lot of information here today, you can imagine what they wade through with us each and every time they meet. So I just really want to express my appreciation for all the work they've done thus far in 2022 and for what we will move forward with in 2024. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oliver has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Trite's question woke me up a little bit. So back to the federal hiring option. And in my experience, I've never seen the federal hiring process ever be fast. It's slower and slower. But did y'all look in a qualitative way, I guess, at the ability to maintain an adequate cadre of observers, given the time it takes to go through that federal hiring process? Is it practically possible to make sure we always maintain a full cadre?
Through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Oliver, for that question. It probably would be possible. One of the ways we would have to do that would be to rely on staff to roll over. So maybe they are observers during the height of the fishery, and then they become our debriefers when it's quieter, and we may be able to supplement some of the coverage that way. Don't need a very large number. If we're looking at only 30 at-sea observers at any one point, we're not looking at massive numbers of folks like we would be in the full coverage fishery. If we were looking at only shoreside, which, full disclosure, was the assumption that I had been working on early, would be that would be a relatively small group of people in a single port where we'd be able to supplement with our own staff if necessary. So I think we could do it. There are ways to speed up federal hiring under seasonal appointments, and I think we could do that. We've gotten some new ability to hire what they call direct hiring authority, and that's been successful. These are really very preliminary looks, though. So those are the types of questions we would really want to interrogate further before we move forward with this model.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. On that same slide, is the agency going to keep pursuing a look at federal observers, or do you need any council direction to continue to look at that? If we said nothing about moving to a federal observer scenario, would you continue to look at it? That's my question.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, we will continue to look at this, and we have Daryl Brannon, an economist who's helping us out with some of these numbers, and he'll continue to pursue this as a look, especially because it isn't really something we would be able to implement in 2024.
And because it's design agnostic, we can do this under any way we deploy observers. So I think we'll continue to look at this.
My last question's on slide 42. So I think it's to Mr. Gans. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to get in October an evaluation of each of these proposed designs. And these are the metrics by which you reviewed for us that we would evaluate them. And so I guess we've never picked equal rates in any deployment plan. It's in this as a design option. Can you review again for me why we're going to evaluate all of the other designs, including status quo, against equal rates, as opposed to evaluating all the designs against status quo?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. Equal rates is sort of, I think the benefit of evaluating everything relative to equal rates is sort of the do nothing approach. If you don't look at gaps, if you don't look at minimizing variance, if you basically do the least amount of work possible, what do you get? And so scoring relative to that will show what are the impacts of making the different choices to monitor more strata, some strata more than others. What are the impacts of that? And so I think that's the benefit of scoring relative to equal rates.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Then I guess my question is, will the council be able to see clearly whether one design is better in certain metrics to status quo? Will that be clear to us? Because that's really the basis from which we're making changes for 2024. So it seems like a pretty important approach to be able to see clearly.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So I will mention that we haven't, the council could provide input on what design they want to be the base design. So if the council feels strongly that it'd be more beneficial for them to see things scored relative to status quo, that's certainly a recommendation that they can make. But going off of this table, I guess if, as an example, if column B is say status quo, and the blue shading represents a better score, it would show that status quo is a little bit better than equal rates, and then the next design is a little bit better even than that. So if we do score it relative to equal rates, then that's what it will look like.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, to pursue that just a little bit further, if staff is pretty convinced that the best initial comparison is with equal ranking, and that's the best way to begin the decision-making process, isn't it possible to use that and then to address the concern that Ms. Kimball raised, which I think is a good concern, at some point take the option that looks like it's best based on equal ranks and just compare it to status quo for essentially of either final analysis or just illustrative purposes?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I'm not sure I understood your question. Could you restate it?
Can't you make an initial decision based on comparison at least at the staff level, choose what the staff thinks is the best option based on comparison with equal ranks, because you just made some pretty good arguments for why you would want to do that, but that at some point later, as you're sort of fleshing out the rationale for choosing that, couldn't you also just run a quick comparison just of that one against status quo as a secondary analysis, just to provide information to speak to the concerns that Ms. Kimball raised?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, yes, we could do that. So as an example, if we land on the proximity allocation where we're stratifying by FMP, that's our recommendation. We could then compare that to status quo. Yes, that's true.
Any further questions? Don't see any. Well, thank you both. Let's go ahead and take a morning break, and we're gonna again, council, we're gonna take pictures. So let's meet in about 5 minutes out there underneath the covered area just a little bit off the building here. We'll look for Dave and crew and assemble there, and we'll come back at 10:30.
Hello.
Hi, Wayne. This is Kayla. If you can unmute yourself and then we should be able to hear you in the room.
I can hear myself on my phone.
Perfect. I can hear you in the room as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Here, let me turn you up a little bit. There's a lot of noise in the room, but I can hear you.
How about now?
Okay, go ahead and talk again.
Can you hear me now?
I can also hear you. I'm not sure what you said. There is a lot of noise in the room because we are on break, but we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with our reports, the Observer Committee reports. Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff, and I will be presenting the two different Observer Committee reports from our recent Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee meetings. And so this was our FMAC and PCFMAC meetings. Thank you. So the PCFMAC met in January 31st, and that was specifically to receive the cost efficiencies analysis, some updates on that, as well as to provide feedback to the analytic team and then recommendations to the council on that update that they received. I'm not going to go through much from the PCFMAX report, as that wasn't agended at the council's February meeting, but it was reviewed a bit in staff tasking. And the written report was provided to the council in February, but I will hit the major points from that report on the next slide. At that meeting, the PCFMAC noted that the next observer related meeting would be the May FMAC meeting, and typically the annual deployment plan is not reviewed by the FMAC at its annual May meeting. However, this year, that meeting provided an opportunity or an additional opportunity for committee members, since all of the PCFMAC members are on the FMAC, to review the sampling designs from the cost efficiencies analysis. At the FMAC's May meeting, in addition to reviewing that analysis, the FMAC also reviewed the annual report, which you just received a presentation on, as well as some electronic monitoring topics, as well as other issues that I'll highlight in the later slides. I will note that the FMAC has 3 new members, so the council wanted to include further expertise specific to shoreside processing, full coverage EM, and EM in the Western Gulf, and that was reflecting that the trawl EM committee will disband when the final regulations implementing the trawl EM program are published, and thus the FMAC would be the body moving forward, which would provide oversight on all regulated monitoring programs, which would include observers and EM. The PCFMAC recommended that it was worth continuing to look at adding stratification by FMP, and that recommendation was carried forward into the FMAC's recommendations. The PCFMAC also reiterated the need for the suite of monitoring designs to be presented under different budget scenarios, so high, medium, and low budget scenarios, in order to compare those designs and the coverage rates that result from those designs. The PCFMAC also had some discussion on the zero selection pool. The discussion really centered on what other criteria could be evaluated for consideration in that pool, because that could impact cost efficiencies. And the committee talked about the inefficiency created by vessels in the EM pool that have an expensive EM system, but are not selected for coverage due to their low fishing effort. Ms. Ferdinand mentioned this earlier. The committee wondered if there would be an option to move these vessels into either the observer pool or zero selection, and moving vessels into the observer pool out of this EM pool would require a change to regulations, as vessels are currently in the EM pool unless the agency removes them for cause, or if they opt out, the vessel opts out. Because the specifics of the zero selection pool can be adjusted outside of the sampling design, it was noted that zero selection could be a potential agenda topic for the PCFMAC's next meeting, which is going to be in September. Moving into the FMAC recommendations from its May meeting, Special Agent Jacqueline Smith provided the summary that she provided with you all this morning on enforcement, compliance, and recent outreach efforts in the Observer program. And the committee reiterated that creating a safe working environment for observers and reducing issues of observer harassment is a major goal for the committee as well as the council, and efforts should really be focused in areas that are experiencing increased issues. To that end, the committee recommended that the council produce a spotlight on its website, highlighting resources and services such as the online training, ensuring a safe work environment for observers, and the other resources that are available through the NOAA Workplace Violence Prevention and Response Program. More FMAC recommendations on the annual report, because there's kind of been repeated interest and discussion even here today in looking at trends across years. There was discussion about how to proceed with annual reports, given the changes in deployment that have occurred over the past few years, both due to COVID, as well as the changes that may be occurring through the cost efficiencies analysis in 2024 ADP. So the committee recommended having another abbreviated annual report for the 2023 fisheries. So next year, in 2024, that report that you'll receive. And then a full annual report for the 2024 fisheries, which you would be receiving in 2025. And the committee recommended that the following items be included in future annual reports. The first is at-sea compliance data from EM in terms of the amount of catch monitored. NMFS noted that they are working to get compliance monitoring data into their data system in a way that is more accessible, and they should be able to do these calculations in the future. It was also noted that the committee, the goal of the committee is to see EM cost categories, including monitored days versus sampled or reviewed days. And it would be beneficial to include those items or those specifics in the next report. Second, the FMAC recommended a summary of issues that were highlighted in the previous year's annual report or in committee recommendations, and then how those issues have been addressed. That's kind of one of the goals of receiving the annual report, is to look back and then be able to provide recommendations and changes moving forward with the next ADP. NMFS indicated that generally in those full annual reports, they do include a summary of those recommendations and how they've been addressed. But because this was another abbreviated report, it wasn't done that way. And specifically for next year's report, the FMAC highlighted the issues of EM image quality, new EM review protocols for pot vessels, and delayed EM video review. So the committee looks forward to seeing those in the next annual report. The committee also recommended including a summary and associated metrics on EM in the pelagic trawl fishery, similar to the summary that exists for fixed gear EM. And the agency noted that that wasn't included in this year's report because trawl EM is not currently part of a regulated program yet, as it's still authorized under an EFP. And so that information may be able to be included in the next annual report, but will certainly be included in the report after full implementation of that program. The last recommendation highlighted on this slide is the reintroduction of bias metrics for the next full report. So the 2024 fishery, those include things like monitoring effects and information on how mixed gear trips may bias data. And these were simply not included this year due to the abbreviated format of the report. The committee and agency also expressed interest in being able to compare costs of observers across regions. And currently the costs of the different regional observer programs cannot be compared to each other based on what each region chooses to include in their cost per day. So the committee recommended that the council write a letter to the National Observer Program to inquire about all 6 regions using a standardized template for observer costs per day. The committee was also interested in, coming out of that enforcement and compliance presentation, the committee was interested in seeing how Alaska compares to other regions in terms of observer harassment. And so to obtain observer harassment information from other regions, the committee recommended including that ask in the letter. Moving forward into the committee recommendations on the cost efficiencies analysis, or the 2024 ADP. The FMAC really appreciated the agency addressing some of the requests that had come out of the PCFMAC meeting, but noted that evaluation of the monitoring designs under those different budget scenarios was still needed. And analytic staff are planning to provide this information to committee members between now and October. There was some discussion surrounding what the FMP stratification approach would mean for vessels that are fishing across multiple areas. So they had some questions about how this would be handled if there was a difference in the area that they declared in odds, that the vessel declared in odds prior to the trip, and then the actual outcome of the trip. And agency staff indicated that they would seek some clarification on this and bring it back to committee members. Excuse me, the committee also supported the NMFS recommendations for the 2024 ADP, which are included on pages 68 and 69 of the annual report, with a few modifications and discussion points that came up at the committee meeting. And I'll go through those in the next few slides. The committee supported continued work on the cost efficiency analysis, including evaluation of the 3 stratification options and 4 allocation methods. And I just wanted to highlight that when the FMAC received this presentation, there was an option that the analytic team was looking at to separate trips by sub area, so Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf. And that's no longer being analyzed, as I understand it. There were too few trips in the Aleutian Islands to make that tenable. And so that strata was replaced with either combining the fixed gear trips into a single stratum or creating a mixed gear strata separate from hook and line and pot. And Ms. Ferdinand and Mr. Gantz presented on that this morning. And that was in response to the FMAC's discussion that mixed gear trips are going to continue occurring. And that's something that the industry wants the flexibility to maintain. The committee also supported the proposed evaluation metrics that were listed in the previous presentation. So that's things like the number of trips sampled or monitored, the variation or variance in expenses, and PSC timeliness, and there were several others. The FMAC picked up on the PCFMAC's recommendation from their January meeting to continue evaluation of zero coverage using criteria that are predictable from year to year. And this includes looking at the fixed gear EM vessels that have not fished for groundfish in multiple years. As was mentioned earlier this morning, the observer deployment rates in the hook and line fleet were lower than expected, and that was caused by a combination of canceled trips, operators canceling their trips, and a few waivers that were issued by NMFS. And NMFS is working to further understand the reasons behind those operator cancellation rates in the hook and line fleet. But the FMAC flagged that as an important issue and recommended that the analysts continue to evaluate 2 solutions in particular to those high cancellation rates. The first of which is having the next trip inherit the observer selected trip, rather than having the next logged trip inherit the observer selected trip, as well as increasing the program rate in odds in order to achieve the target rate. The committee also supported continued collaboration with industry on EM development projects, which were highlighted in the NMFS recommendations. And for the fixed gear EM fleet, the FMAC recommended that NMFS analysts consult with EM service providers on the costs of inactive vessels and how those costs would scale to different budgets. And the intent behind this was really to be able to ground truth the analytical assumptions on the cost of inactive vessels and the cost flexibility that would be envisioned under the different allocation proposals that are part of those sampling designs. The FMAC emphasized that decreasing the amount of time it takes to conduct EM data review for both fixed gear and trawl, as well as notifying industry if there are problems, is really critical to the effectiveness of these EM programs. And many committee members spoke in support of an open competitive market for both the EM service providers as well as the video reviewers. The committee highlighted that it would be helpful for the council to clarify its preference on increasing funding for EM video review to ensure more timely data review versus continuing with the current staffing levels that are causing these delays. And that's because data timeliness is one of the evaluation metrics that could inform the results of the cost efficiencies analysis. NIMS also provided that same update regarding the possibility of hiring observers as federal employees and or contractors that you just received this morning. And the committee recommended that NIMS bring back further information on the feasibility of that approach, which I believe Ms. Ferdinand said they would be doing.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cleaver, on the EM video review timeliness point, I think you accurately described that there is some level of interest among several of the committee members in having additional possibilities for video review, but that this recommendation coming out of the full committee was really aimed at the current video review process conducted by Pacific States, and just relative to understanding that some amount of additional funding to Pacific States would be very useful for increasing video review, and that they're decreasing the time for video review, increasing the video review capability. I just want to be sure that I'm remembering correctly that the full committee wasn't suggesting that we begin looking at alternative models for video review, that the full committee was really focused with this here was really focused just on issues of available resources to Pacific States but making the current process more timely as possible. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, yes, I think you've described that accurately. So thanks for that clarification.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Kleber. I thought when this issue came up in the SSC, it wasn't characterized as an issue where increased funding would create more people capable of reviewing the video, that there was a limited number of qualified individuals to review video, and that it wasn't at Pacific States. And that, well, maybe I got that wrong in the SSC, but I thought that the issue was that it not, if you could get more people to do it, there were more people that were qualified to do it. It was a lack of personnel that could do it. Is that correct, or did I get that wrong?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. So I think what you might be referring to is the issue of kind of a nationwide observer shortage. And that, as I recall it in the SSC, and I highlight this later in the presentation, is that there is a separate issue with observers and availability of them, which isn't the same as this specific issue on people available to review EM video. I think, I don't know if we know whether or not until there is funding to ask for more applicants for reviewing EM video, whether or not we know if those positions could be filled or not.
Okay, thanks.
See, I think we have covered this slide. So moving into the review that the FMAC had on EM issues and prioritization, we had a presentation from Miss Anna Henry, council staff, who described the process for providing formal recommendations regarding prioritization of future EM projects. And new EM projects are often introduced through NIFWIF EM and reporting grant program grants or funding. And in previous years, those grant proposals were due around June, and that timeline has shifted. So NIFWIF has shifted that timing so that the request for proposals will be released in August, which would also likely shift the deadline for proposals to sometime in October, and then the timing of award announcements to March of the following year. So NIMF staff have outlined that with that change in timing, it would be beneficial for the FMAC to provide recommendations on the prioritization of future EM projects to line up better with how to prioritize those at a different date. And this timeline really doesn't line up with the FMAC's typical annual May meeting. And there's considerable additional FMAC time that would be needed to address EM issues, since that's now kind of been folded into the FMAC. So the committee recommended a virtual or hybrid meeting be scheduled in September, specifically to discuss potential NIFWIF proposals and then provide prioritization to the council as well as NIMFs. Ms. Jennifer Ferdinand and Mr. Dave Colpo provided a presentation on the landscape of EM in the Alaska region, and that currently includes only 2 EM hardware providers. And other companies have shown some interest in providing EM hardware in the region, but there's no system currently set up to include new providers. So when a new vessel joins the EM program, they're assigned to one of those existing service providers, and that likely isn't the most cost-effective approach. So the FMAC recommended that the council consider forming a subgroup to develop a process for transitioning to a more competitive marketplace as our EM programs continue maturing. There were several other issues that were brought up at the FMAC meeting. There was a lengthy discussion on the nationwide shortage of available observers, and we received a presentation on 2 different issues from Ms. Chelsea Riddell from Alaska Groundfish Data Bank on these issues were related to observer availability and observer data deletions, which were brought up to the council at its February meeting. And the council suggested at that time that those issues be brought to the FMAC for review. And the first issue was regarding the limited vessel opportunities for training observers so that they could receive the appropriate endorsements required to monitor some fisheries. And the second issue was looking at the impact of species composition data deletions, which has been an issue for the pot cod CP sector. And the agency is currently addressing those issues through monitoring changes on pot CPs, which were recommended earlier this year. The committee reviewed those 2 proposals and found merit in moving both of those forward as written in the public comment letter that the FMAC received. That includes 1, requesting the council direct staff to develop a discussion paper on the observer endorsements issue as described in that letter, and a presentation from the agency on the data deletion issue as also described in the letter. Kind of within this topic at the FMAC, there was additional discussion and strong opposition from one committee member to the recent council motion to require level 2 observers for pot cod CPs operating in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And as the council's already taken final action on that issue, the committee encouraged any interested stakeholders to provide public comment on the proposed rule for that. For committee scheduling, we have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but just for my own knowledge and for the public, what I was referring to before wasn't a staffing shortage of observers, and what it was it was discussed in the SSC, and on page 37 of the annual report, it said that there were severe staffing shortages to review EM and challenges backfilling multiple reviewer positions. And I guess my question regarding what was said at the FMAC and that comment is, does challenges backfilling reviewers mean that they couldn't find people to do it? Or is it no matter how much money they have, they can't find people to do it? Because that would have a fairly significant effect on whether we would consider increasing funding to help that situation.
I'm looking at Ms. Ferdinand, and the answer to that seems to be yes. So this is, I think, almost the last slide, second to last slide. You make sure it's on the screen. The next Fisheries Monitoring Committee meetings are going to be scheduled for September, and it's likely that the FMAC will have a half to a full day meeting to focus on EM projects as described earlier. And that meeting is, we're trying to schedule that in conjunction with a full day PCFMAC meeting so that the PCFMAC can review the draft 2024 ADP and make recommendations on that final design for implementation, and then bring that to the council's October meeting. The committee received a proposal from a committee member regarding the potential implications of allowing fishing vessels to contract directly with observer providers as a way to reduce costs and or increase coverage in the partial coverage program. And in response to this, and in response to that public comment, and in response to the council's motion from last October, which tasked the PCFMAC to consider this proposals after completing review of the cost efficiencies analysis, the committee recommended putting that issue on the PCFMAC September agenda. So in September, the PCFMAC will recommend how to prioritize that proposal relative to other priorities being considered by the committee. Lastly, the action before the council today. So at this meeting, the council may provide feedback on the annual report, as well as recommendations on adjustments to the final suite of monitoring designs, as there won't be sufficient time to analyze any major changes to the sampling designs after this meeting. The draft 2024 ADP with draft coverage rates, as Ms. Ferdinand and Mr. Gantz described, will be available at the October meeting, and the final design will be recommended for implementation at that meeting, with the final ADP available prior to the December council meeting. And specifically, some of the recommendations that the council could make at this meeting as far as adjustments on the final suite of monitoring designs would be specific additional evaluation criteria that to those that are already included in the NIMS report that the council may want to see evaluated, as well as input on any of the stratification or allocation schemes that analytics staff should not pursue any further. So those are examples of the types of recommendations that we would be looking for at this meeting. And I'll take any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I look to the co-chairs for any additional comments they'd like to make. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I think just as usual, grateful for this committee is now 18 people on the FMAC, and they represent all sectors, full coverage, partial coverage, current observers, and current observer providers. Every single person attended this 2-day meeting where we went late both days and put a lot of work in. And so I'm just grateful for their efforts, their attendance, their engagement on these issues. And that's all I have. I think the report was well done.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Great. Any final questions? Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Okay, that will bring us to our SSC report. Good morning, Dr. Dressel.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel and I'm co-chair of the SSC, here to give the SSC report for agenda item C2. So the SSC recognizes the broad scope of the Observer Program and congratulates the program on largely achieving the training and deployment targets in 2022. As you heard, coverage rates were lower than expected in 3 of the different strata. And this was due to not all video being reviewed at the time of the report for 2 of the strata. And then in the third one, the high trip cancellation rate of approximately 41% and waivers issued by NIMS for hook and line strata. The SSC supports NIMS recommendations to address the video quality issues and possibly remove vessels from the program if necessary. The SSC also supports further evaluation of the high rate of the hook and line trip cancellations. The SSC recommends working towards a similar cost per day calculation for EM coverage using prorated costs for existing equipment as is done for partial and full coverage. I believe that this has been addressed in the history of this program, but if things have changed and it's possible to do, the SSC does see value in that. The SSC does note that data quality and data output and quality is not comparable across these different modes of observation and just recognizing them. The SSC supports the FMAC recommendation that a time series of compliance and enforcement information be provided to better understand the trends in the data beyond just the most recent year. So to give some context. The SSC also recommends that additional detail be added to help clearly identify the most important differences in numbers and rates between years. So what the SSC was asking about is the SSC definitely recognizes that every single case is critical. But when looking at rates, if there's an increase of say 200%, what we were trying to figure out is, does 200% mean an increase from 1 reporting incident to 2 or 100 reporting incidents to 200? In that context, we thought would be valuable. The last thing the SSC does recommend delineating enforcement statistics, especially sexual harassment by gender. The SSC supports the integrated approach and suggests continuing efforts to make sure that assessment authors have the ability to provide input to maintain the data streams that are necessary for analyses. This can be numerous types of data, but I think biological sampling is one of the ones that we've brought up in the past, or the number of biological samples. The SSC does recommend that future reports contain a statistical comparison of observed and unobserved trip metrics, as these are critical for both planning and evaluating annual deployment. These were done in 2018 and 2020, and they were taken out this year due to the abbreviated report. But the SSC wanted to note that we feel that these statistics are critical. The SSC recommends several additional improvements that are intended to more closely link the goals of deployment with reporting metrics so that we can better understand how well the goals were achieved in the previous year. And finally, the SSC received a preview of the annual deployment plan development, although it wasn't on our review docket. And the SSC wanted to note that we would appreciate the opportunity to review future annual deployment plans and requested, if it's possible, far enough in advance to benefit from potential reductions. I know that one of the struggles in the past has been that by the time the plan is reported in October, their staff don't have time to make, to incorporate large suggestions. And so if there's a way to do that earlier, the SSC would appreciate that opportunity. And that's all I have for the report.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Any questions? See any questions? We'll see you a little later today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that'll bring us to our advisory panel report. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Canine, members of the council. For the record, Brian Ritchie, council or AP Chair, joined by Paul Wilkins, Vice Chair. We had a motion. Should I wait for it to get on screen or? Oh. Advisory panel acknowledges the receipt of the observer report and appreciates the work of the agency, council staff, and the FMAC. The AP makes the following motion. 1, the AP supports the FMAC and NIMS recommendations for the 2024 ADP. See pages 68 and 69 of the 2022 Observer Annual Report with the following modifications and discussion points. A, continue work on the cost efficiency integrated analysis, including evaluation of the 3 stratification options and 4 allocation methods. 1, apply example coverage rates to the 12 monitoring designs to be analyzed under low, medium, and high funding scenarios. B, include the proposed evaluation metrics listed in the presentation, i.e., number of trips sampled or monitored, variance in expenses, burden share, timeliness, prohibited species catch, etc. C, continue evaluation of zero coverage where all vessels over 40 feet continue to register in odds. Temporarily move the highest cost, low producing vessels into zero coverage on a rotating basis for both EM and non-EM vessels. Look at fixed gear EM vessels that have not fished for groundfish in multiple years. D, continue to evaluate 2 solutions to high cancellation rates in the hook and line stratum, having the next trip inherit the observer selected trip or increase the programmed rates and odds in order to actually achieve the target rate. Two, the AP also requests that the council directs staff to develop a discussion paper as directed by the FMAC that includes a comparison of current and future deployment needs with availability of trained observers for both partial and full coverage sectors. A, consider how many observers of each training endorsement level are needed simultaneously across fishing seasons, more similarly to how an observer provider needs to deploy observers. B, compare the total number of distinct qualified observers and newly qualified observers, example table 4.1 in the RIR, that has traditionally been used with the above number of observers needed seasonally at each experience level. C, describe the challenges observer providers have encountered in providing observer coverage. D, consider how recent council actions and their forthcoming regulatory changes, examples pollock trawl EM, PCTC cod, BSAI pot cod or pot CP, will affect the availability of entry-level observer positions for different gear types in the full coverage and partial coverage sectors. 3, the AP also requests that the council direct the agency to make a summary presentation on observer data quality issues by each observed fishery and sector with trends of those issues over an appropriate time period, including A, number and percentage of observer trip level species composition data deletions, and B, potential impacts of these data deletions for fishery management, conservation, and assessment of needed training change. That main motion as amended passed 19-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. See if there's any questions on the motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your AP report. On this last slide and request, did the AP have the benefit of any questions being asked of the agency or anything discussed at FMAC on this issue? And I ask because the FMAC at least received some information that the vast majority of sectors and fisheries, there are very few data deletions. The observer program data is usable and of high quality, but the particular pot CP sector that was singled out was having issues, and that's why the agency brought forward an analysis that we've now taken action on to modify and increase that ability for usable data through that sector. This seems to be a ask of, looking at every sector, and we had the opportunity to hear from the agency saying, really, the data deletions were in the one sector we've already addressed. So my question is whether AP had the benefit of that kind of background or not.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I think that the AP had a little bit of a discussion on this and some background from the agency about that. And I don't recall specifically if we looked at that connection there and asked that specific question. There were discussions about the past action on the pot cod catcher processor sector, and I think there was also some discussion about the EM part of it, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yep.
If you could go to the first slide, I can't pull it up on my computer. My question was, and maybe you weren't in the room. Oh, sorry, the next one, this one, is in on D, the very bottom piece of that motion. Did the AP discuss that if the solution selected was having the next trip inherit the observer selected trip? So your very next trip, if you cancel a trip, your very next trip, no matter whether you logged it, 3 days ago, that gets selected automatically. Did the AP discuss or understand that the approach there is to have that apply to all sectors, not just the hook and line sector that had that high cancellation rate?
Through the chair, thank you again, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I don't think that we discussed that applying to other fisheries. I think we were really specifically sort of oriented around the presentation information that really focused on the hook and line sector.
Okay, thank you both.
Any further questions on the AP report? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Refreshing my list here, I am going to take one person out of order who can't testify later on today under agenda item C3, Sigurd Gretara Goodmanson. And then we will move into C2 testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and thank you much for letting me testify here a little bit early. I want to testify on C3 on cruise shares. I would just like to say I don't know what you guys are thinking, but the motion coming out of the AP, I would prefer alternative 3 and 4. Alternative 3 states that I think it maintains some of the intent of the original motion and the recency participation. It would require that any transfer of C shares that they have to have fished within the previous 365 days. And whether it be transfer by purchase or gift, or it's irrelevant. If it's a transfer, the receiver has to be qualified to receive it. And it would, once you own it, you would not need to maintain it every 3 years. And I think that would simplify the whole thing. I think it goes to the intent of the original motion. And I think the major intent of that motion, besides recency, was to help the crew. And I think we try and help the crew with this, what we passed in the AP. Alternative 4 is the option, or is to reissue any shares that will be revoked in the interim here, because this is going to take a year or two to go through the process, and there'll be quite a few, I think, that will lose their shares. And I think we got to keep in mind that like I said, the main intent of that motion was to help crew. And then also, we're not talking a whole lot here. 3% is crew shares of the whole thing. And the cap for an individual is 2% of that. So you're talking very small shares. I think last King Crab, it was around 800 pounds. Maybe it was less. I really don't remember the math, but it's not a whole lot. And I run one of the co-ops, and a large extent, a lot of complaints I get is on the C shareholders they have to join, is the dues for the co-op are more than they receive in their C shares. So, why are they applying? I guess my time is out. I just say it simplifies everything for the crew. It simplifies it for RAM. I know they've had a hard time. It's just a lot of extra work for them to verify everybody's recency. And from what I hear, they're trying to go back and dig up old records and see what's current. So thank you much.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. My question is, we have in some written comments on another agenda item, but still relevant to this discussion that you're bringing to us, that one of these C shareholders has left the fishery because there's nothing left for them to fish for, and they're working on a tugboat. And so what I'm wondering is, what would be the merit of option 3, which suggests that you have to demonstrate 30 days as a crew in a commercial fishery off of Alaska in the previous 3 years, when we'll have people that were longtime participants and C shareholders that may not be in a fishery because there isn't the fishery that they were in anymore, and they've taken a step back and they're waiting for it to reopen. Why would you, what would be the merit of option 3?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mesereau. A great question. I think I know the individual you're talking about. The merit of that is he invested his money in that C share, and I believe he was not an original issuee. So he put this money in believing in the system. Now with the crab collapse the way it is, you would give him a chance to recoup his money and get back into the fishery when it does recover. But in the meantime, he can't take a month off from his day job, or however you want to call it, to go fishing to qualify for that, because he still has to make a living, and you can't do it on 3 weeks of fishing 500,000 pounds of king crab.
Any further questions, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Goodmanson, both for your advocacy on this and for your work on the AP. At the end of your public testimony, you started to talk a little bit about just balancing the cost of being in co-op with the value, or the lack thereof value, in terms of the holding a C share. I got a little lost in that. Can you explain a little bit more about why there's a need to join the co-op, even when there's no obvious fishery or when they're not planning on participating? And maybe also just give us a little bit more of a sense of what the current value of C shares is.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Like I say, it's a delicate balance. The issues this year with only having a barradie fishery, we have guys that have 100 pounds of barradie, but in order to when they apply for that, they have to be in a co-op. And currently, most of the guys go to ICE or ACE. There are processor co-ops or affiliated co-ops that they can join. A lot of them don't charge any fees. ACE does. And ICE, I think, gets theirs from the boat when they deliver. But those guys currently with Baradai, like I said, with 100 pounds, they might get $200 out of it in the end. But the fee for ACE is $100 for, you know, the minimum amount. So half of that goes there, and they got all the paperwork, the hassle. I receive those complaints a lot as a ACE director. So and there's more fees to it. I'm not 100%, but I think they have to join an arbitration organization. And the reason they would join ACE or ICE is for arbitration rights, where in an affiliated co-op, they are not part of that arbitration group, or they don't have that right. That quota doesn't go there.
Mr. Twite.
And the current market for, the current market value of C shares?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I'm trying to get hold of the head guy there at Dock Street Brokers and ask him to testify later as when you guys bring up this motion. But it's there's a bunch out there. It's not being sold, and if it is, it's being sold privately or transferred for other reasons. And right now, the guys that are not able to sell it, you cannot transfer from June 15th until IFQ is issued, and then it's after the fact, basically.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. In your response to Mr. Twite regarding fees for joining for arbitration and the co-op, it's my understanding those are private agreements outside our jurisdiction. And so I guess my question is, those C shareholders, yourself included, have you worked with those organizations to find some relief there during these times of low stock levels?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. We have worked with that arbitration organization. I think we dropped those fees by 80%, 85. I mean, it's minimal at this point. Through ACE, we dropped it by 25%, but our budget is extremely low to begin with. The directors of some of the other co-ops have dropped their salaries. I mean, everybody's trying to pitch in and you know, do the best they can to share the burden. So yes, we have done all of that. Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you. Safe travels.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you letting me testify early.
Okay, back to testimony on C2. We have 7 signed up to testify. First up will be Robert Alverson, then Chad C., then Dan Falvey. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow council members. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. With all of our vessels, we have about 95 members in our association that are all IFQ members, and they fish on about 75 vessels. Every one of them are participants in the Partial Coverage Observer Program. I'm also a member of FMAC and PCFMAC, and I'm here to support their recommendations and the AP recommendations to you, particularly on the last page of the FMAC recommendations. There's a suggestion to put on the September agenda for the PCFMAC a discussion to look at changing the delivery model service delivery model to something that might be more market-based. And I would just point out that you saw the cost, the burn rate for our current observer program is partial coverage program is 1,492. Same year that Columbus came over, 1492. The cost in there's two observer programs in the Pacific Council. One is for what they call the tiered program, that's federally funded, and that runs about $600 a day. Cost of debriefing and transportation are included. They have a trawl program. Many of those trawlers also work out of Kodiak. They're whiting and pollock boats. And that cost in the recent report from the Pacific Council comes in at about $600 a day. And then you saw the federal example of $1,100 a day. And that all reflects against that 1492 burn rate. So we believe that there's a better way to skin this cat and get more observer coverage, either EM or live observers out there. There's another aspect to trying to get a better coordinated with the observer companies. And based on the report you just saw, 2,900 observer days are being purchased. Those are purchased by AIS. They cannot be competed against by the other two observer companies. You used to have 13 observer companies. Now you're down to 3. And I'm fearful that in the next 5 years after this next contract extension, you'll probably be down to 1. And those 2,900 observer coverage are secured by one company. And then that company also participates and competes in the freezer longliner, freezer, the pollock observers. And I think it's really weakened the total observer company situation. We really don't discuss this in the FMAC, but this is something we're saying from the association. And it's something that council ought to be thinking about, keeping a good competitive group of observer companies. The second issue I wanted to comment on is on this assault and issue. In the partial coverage observer program the crews get involved when they're told the next 100 hooks or next 1,000 hooks or next 20 pots, we're going to measure every fish and we're going to take odorless. Well, the crew has to slow down, but they like participating. They get through that and then they get back to regular fishing, but they feel a camaraderie with the observer. But when the observers are perceived as something other than an observer, you got problems. About 5 years into the original observer program, it became known through the local press that the observer program, they were recording the conversations at the galley table from the crew, personal stuff, political stuff. And when that came out, there was about 3 years of real nasty situation on our fleet. In fact, the whole fleet, freezer boats and the partial coverage. The reason I bring this up, it took a while to get over that and back to a real good situation with the crews versus the observers. But if these shore-based observers are viewed as anything other than an observer, if they're viewed as law enforcement, you're putting them in a socially difficult situation. And I think that's in part what's going on. They're not viewed as observers on the shore side. So I don't know how they're being packaged shoreside or through the processors, but I think that this is something that people need to step back and see how they're being packaged at the shore-based processors. So those are my end of my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. You'd mentioned this great reduction from 13 companies down to the 3 that exist today. And to be fair, I think it's been a long time since we had 13, but nonetheless, recently there's been depletion of available observer companies. So you mentioned the connection between that and this private contract for AIS. And so is it your thought that somehow if we had the ability to go to this this scenario that's going to be looked at by the committee in September, and we should get a report back on what they come up with in October, that is it your opinion that if that was that somehow there'd be new observer companies that would be created out of that, and it would help to fix that problem somehow? I didn't quite follow that.
So through the chair, my point was that they would be more, they would be healthier, the remaining three that you have. Because they would be sharing the 2,900 observer days. They'd be all competing for those, whereas two of them are excluded, and the one that has exclusive right to them is also competing for the freezer observers. So it gives the one company you got a great advantage over the other two. And I think over the last 2.5 decades, you're right, it has eroded the profitability of a number of these observer companies. And so you're down to the last three, at least in this area. I don't know if there's others that would come in or not, Mr. Down, but at least for the remaining three, I think it'd be a healthier situation.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Chad C.
All right, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Chad C. I'm Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition and a member of the FMAC committee. FLC represents the operators and crew in the freezer longline sector of the Pacific cod fishery and are participants in the full coverage observer program. Under the program, our fleet of 20 active vessels is required to carry a lead level 2 certified observer on all trips. I am commenting in support of the FMAC committee recommendations endorsed by the AP this week for council to initiate a discussion paper addressing the limited vessel opportunities for training observers to receive endorsements required to monitor some fisheries, specifically the development of lead level 2 or lead level 2 certified observers. A discussion paper on this issue was initially unanimously recommended by the AP in February this year, after which the council directed the issue to the FMAC for consideration. The Alaska Groundfish Databank's May 9th letter to the FMAC on observer availability concerns did a great job detailing the challenges facing observer providers to deploy observers on vessels, both for allowing less experienced observers to secure endorsements and to meet specific observer requirements for certain fleets, including to deploy fixed gear LL2 observers on our freezer longline fleet. These challenges for observer providers are having a direct impact on fishing fleets like ours that must have a ready pool of qualified observers available for deployment. A shortage of observers has and will continue to result in crews and vessels and crew waiting at the dock until an approved observer is available for a trip, causing significant financial harm and operational challenges for operators and crew. As we have testified about to the council before, last fall, FLC initiated its own initiative in partnership with Alaskan Observers to help alleviate the shortage of observers through a voluntary second observer program on our vessels. This provides an additional platform for newer observers to secure sea time needed for endorsement. However, this is a limited fix to a system of a flawed observer system, however well intended, that is chiefly responsible for producing these shortages, which are only becoming more pronounced. It is also a fix that is coming entirely at a cost to our fleet and cannot be considered a long-term solution to this problem. The observer program is an essential and relied upon component of fisheries management and data collection in the North Pacific. However, we must acknowledge and work to correct flaws to its structure that are limiting the ability to certify and deploy observers required to perform the work at a cost to fishermen and the management of our stocks. FLC supports the FMAC recommendation for initiation of a discussion paper. This is a necessary first step to clearly identify the regulatory challenges facing observer providers, to deploy observers on fleets like ours, and to examine how recent and forthcoming regulatory actions will further impact observer training, certification, and deployment in the North Pacific with an eye toward identifying solutions to address this problem. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. C. Seeing any questions here? All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Next up is Dan Falvey. Following Mr. Falvey is Abby Turner Frankie and then Wayne Walter. Morning.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Dan Falvey. That's fine on behalf of the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. There's a lot of components to this agenda item, and I'm going to be focusing my testimony on the alternative to be considered in this fall's ADP for 2024. I understand there's basically three different components of that. The first is stratification, as the staff outlined. The second is how you allocate coverage within those stratas. And the last is what are the metrics you're going to use to evaluate which one's the best. And so in terms of stratification, I support the AP and the FMAC's recommendation that the three alternatives proposed move forward to this fall. I think the big change there is whether or not you stratify all Alaska or you split the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands off as their own separate strata. And I know in recent past, there have been some small sample sizes in the fixed gear fisheries out there, which make biological sampling difficult in the Aleutians and the Bering Sea. And splitting them off might be a way to set a higher rate or a different rate in those areas so we can fill those boxes easier. So I think it does respond to a real need. And I think it's a good concept to move forward and look at this fall, all three of those. In terms of the allocation criteria of how you distribute the observer effort, they're proposing 4 alternatives. I think those 4 should also be moved forward to this fall. But there's one option that is not included in there that I think is important to include as well, and that's zero selection. And the reason I say this is twofold. The first is, the council has highlighted considering zero selection criteria as one of the options for the cost efficiencies analysis in 5 separate motions over the last 3 years. And so I think it's really important that an option that looks at zero selection be included this fall to be responsive to that direction. But I also think it's really important given the contrast it'll provide. Roughly looking at today's observer program, it costs about $6 million for the program we have today that's yielding high teens, mid-20 coverage rates. You've got a little over $4 million in observer coverage. You've got about $1 million in EM and $half to $750,000 for the trawl EM programs. That's right about $6 million. The fees bring in about 4. In some years, it's like mid-3s to $4 million. And so if we are shifting to a fee-funded program, there's a really good chance those rates we're experiencing now are going to go down quite a bit. And the 4 alternatives that are presented by the staff now would spread those lower rates out over the existing fleet in various configurations with priorities. But none of them look at, if you were to remove some of the boats from that fleet, could you have higher coverage rates on the remaining boats? And does that provide a benefit or not? I think that contrast between moving forward, do you have a broad group of boats that are covered by low or very low coverage rates versus a smaller group of boats that have a higher coverage rate, while you temporarily remove some of those boats into zero selection on a rotating basis, is a really important contrast to have. And it'll be a really informative tool moving forward as we try and adaptively manage moving ahead. The big objection I've heard to doing something like that is you may lose geographic representation. In other words, you move too many boats out of the pool, the ones that left aren't representative of the boats that are fishing. And I think that's been a concern we've heard for years, but the evaluation criteria they're proposing now actually can look at that with that interspersion metric. We'll actually look at geographic representation. And I think it'll be really interesting to see at what point does zero selection, either the current 40-footer or some other configuration of the fleet, start to affect the representative data we have. The AP picked up on this gap and the need for a zero selection option this fall in their recommendation. They provided some really good guidance about how boats over 40 feet should continue to pull the lever in odds. But on the backside of that, NIMS would look at the cost and the amount of landings of some of those boats and filter out some on a temporary basis to try and reduce the number of boats in the sample pool and have higher coverage rates. And I really encourage you to pick up on the AP's recommendation. In addition to cost and landings, I would also include a provision that those boats moved out don't cause worse gaps like you do for the EM pool. But I really think something like that needs to move forward. The last comments I have are on the metrics they're going to use to identify those. I agree that coverage rates is now not part of the metrics that they're looking at, even though this whole exercise has kind of been about how do we get more coverage for the existing dollars. So I do think it's important to pick up on the AP recommendation as well, that the analysis should provide example coverage rates at high, medium, and low funding scenarios for those 4 alternatives and the 0 selection options we look at. I think that's going to be a metric that the public can interpret, and it's going to be important to interpret what those alternatives are really doing moving forward, rather than looking solely at that matrix table that Phil presented earlier. The other metric that I wanted to comment on, and I appreciate the question, was on the burden share metric. And that's one I've been puzzling over. And hearing the explanation, I do think that some measure of volume needs to be included as part of that burden share. I mean, just thinking right now, full coverage under a straight burden share would have a high burden share, but they catch 92% of the groundfish in Alaska. And so without that context, I'm not sure the burden share metric would be very meaningful. And I do think it could actually even get more complex, because is EM the same burden as an observer? Is an observer on a small 40-foot boat with no head that can't maintain a sea watch the same burden as on a larger boat with staterooms and enough crew to maintain a sea watch? So I would encourage thinking a little bit more about this burden share metric to ensure that it's informative and not just a distraction this fall. And I'm out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Falvey. Let's see if there's questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. On that last point, then, are you advising the council to retain burden share as one of the metrics, or to not spend too much time on it? Because from the thinking that you've already put into it, it looks like it might be more complicated than it's worth. I wondered if you had a more direct recommendation on burden share, knowing that when we see it all, we could downgrade that in terms of how important it is if we didn't agree with the approach.
My specific recommendation is to think about including some volume component if it does move forward, but more specific, more generally, it's to think about whether that is going to be an informative metric or a distraction, and moving forward on it.
Ms. Kimball.
My second question is on 0 selection, and I am tracking back to the AP motion, but one of the things that the agency continues to say is, in order to be in 0 selection, we need to know those factors prior to the fishing year to put you in 0 selection. And that's why that 40-foot line has been an easy one in order to identify 0 selection boats. That doesn't seem to be the same approach that you're talking about when you're looking at like low landings, high cost, or vessels that haven't fished in multiple years, I guess. Are you looking at that as for 0 selection, some criteria that would be put out in the ADP that we would know, every vessel would know whether they meet that criteria at the beginning of the year? Or are you looking at a different approach?
Thanks for the question through the chair. My understanding of the consistent criteria is so that the vessel operators know what their responsibilities are in terms of odds. In other words, you can't have shifting criteria where some years you have to register your trips and odds and other years you don't. And so the maintaining the 40-foot criteria provides that predictability to the vessel operators. Then on the back end, I think NIMS can look on a year-to-year basis and basically curate the number of boats that are high cost, low landings. The vessels wouldn't know which pool they're in, but they can use that to adjust the number of boats in the sampled pool to the point where we maximize the coverage before we start eroding the geographic representation. So I think from the stakeholder perspective, the 40-foot limit provides that predictability. And I think allowing NIMS to do it on the back end gives them the flexibility to really look at the data. And I know it's not going to be perfect because boats change their behavior from year to year, but I do think they can get a general sense of which boats could be moved out on a temporary basis that would enhance the remaining coverage.
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Falvey, still on that last point that you and Ms. Kimball were discussing. So the council's objectives to the restructured program include things like minimizing bias in our estimates. I'm trying to think about, as if we were to consider your suggestion for this sort of additional 0 selection, but on the back end, are there any of our basic sort of objectives for the restructured observer program that we'd have to maybe lose ground on, or can we do that and still hold firm to or perform as well as we're currently performing on achieving those objectives? I think you got a little bit of that, but I'd like you to maybe explore that a little further.
I think there's a couple of aspects of that. I think if the vessels who don't know, if they're all registering an odds, they don't know whether they're in the temporary pass pool or not, you can reduce the intentional bias of a boat saying, hey, I've got the pass this year, I'm going to change my fishing behavior, because they won't know. So that removes kind of one source of bias. I think in terms of the, in terms of the back end, won't be the first thing I break, but on the back end, I think that's what that interspersion metric will do. It'll help us understand when we start to introduce potential bias and lose representativeness. So I think it's on two levels, and there's two aspects to how it's structured that'll help minimize that.
And so you're suggesting then, on the latter point, you're suggesting then that there will be certainly a trade-off between cost savings and how, at what point you're beginning to really violate some of those assumptions. How does that balancing happen? Does that happen? Are we looking to the agency to just kind of do that, or is that something that FMAC also plays a role in taking a look at every year about sort of where that inflection point is? I guess I'm asking you sort of a governance question or a decision-making question about that.
To the chair, I'm not sure I've thought that far in advance. I think the real contrast information I would like to see this fall is, at what level does zero selection start to erode representativeness, and what are the cost savings and the benefits on the other side? And if it continues to show merit, I think we can refine those back end criteria as times go forward. But at this point, I think it's been a tool that's been on the table and discussed for 5 years, and it'd be really nice to see if it's a valuable tool to use moving forward. And now it's the time to be able to answer that question.
That's fair. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Falvey?
Thanks very much.
Okay, next up, we've got a couple of remote testifiers. Are we able to accommodate that right now? Okay, Abby Turner Frankie's up next.
Thank you. Just going to do a quick sound check.
Yep, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, for the opportunity to comment today. This is Abby Turner Frankie joining you by Zoom. I am project coordinator for North Pacific Fisheries Association, also known as NPFA, out of Homer, Alaska, and a member of both the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee and the Partial Coverage FMAC subgroup. NPFA submitted written comments, and I will briefly reiterate those points and make mention of another that you likely saw as a common theme among the comments that were submitted from others and the AP motion. The first thing we wanted to point out is that in the 2022 annual report, there was a noticeable increase in observed trip cancellations in hook and line. We wanted to express support for the FMAC recommendation for looking at solutions that would minimize the impact of canceling observed trips. However, we are also curious whether last year was an anomaly in hook and line. Following conversations with our members who participate in this fishery, some said that vessels that would normally participate in hook and line halibut had logged trips and then decided to completely avoid halibut last year due to dwindling stock shares that made those trips financially unsustainable. While this may not have been the story for everyone, we do wonder if this may have contributed to that unusual increase in cancellations last year. An increase in observed trip cancellations should be taken seriously, but there should also be a clear picture of what is going on before making program changes. Next, we would like to maintain on the record our strong resolve that a robust observer program should aim for coverage rates well above the 15% hurdle. NPFA stands firm in our position that higher coverage rates will reduce the observer effect and likely observed trip cancellations. It is not feasible to repeatedly change fishing behavior if your chances of being selected are higher. The system can only be gamed so many times before the financial cost of these behavioral changes begins to negatively impact the fishing operation, crew, etc. Clearly, a great deal of effort is currently focused on cost efficiencies. Early indications are that some cost savings may be realized, although we are all expecting more detailed evaluations in September, October. However, these savings may not be as significant as any of us would like. NPFA thinks that the FMAC's recommendation, but the council consider forming a subgroup to develop a process for transitioning to a more competitive marketplace as EM programs mature, is an important one. Now seems like an appropriate time to use the current momentum and look at market-based solutions to find cost efficiencies. But we also don't think the scope of this subgroup should be confined to just EM. Finally, there were several comment letters submitted to the council regarding observer availability. The FMAC also received a comment letter, and presentation from a committee member regarding this issue. We think this issue needs the attention of the council and the public, and we support the FMAC recommendation on this issue as well as the AP motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Oh, sorry. Missed that. Okay, that will move us to Wayne Walter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr.
Good morning.
Chairman and members of the council. Good morning. Once again, I'm bringing up an issue near and dear to my heart, and that's the problem surrounding fisheries observers in Alaska. Fisheries observers are responsible for monitoring and collecting data on fishing activities in Alaska to ensure sustainable practices and adherence to fishing regulations. Observers gather data on fishing vessels, catch and composition, fishing gear, fishing practices. They record information such as species caught, fish size, fishing location, catch method, and catch fishing effort. Observers take representative samples of the catch to estimate the total catch and collect biological data on fish specimens, including length, weight, and maturity. They also document any bycatch interactions with marine mammals or seabirds. Observers maintain accurate and detailed records of observations, including catch vessels, catch by the vessels, and may observe and document potential violations. The data collected by fisheries observers contribute to the scientific research and stock assessments. This information is critical for determining the health of fish populations and assessing the impact of fishing activities and informing fisheries management decisions. This data is constantly used by all groups when deciding how to manage the state's fisheries. We all know that observers have an effect on the fisheries, and those who work around observers willingly or unwillingly change their actions to fall more in compliance with regulations and the standard required of them. Observers often interact with fishermen and fishing crews on fishing vessels. They may need to explain data collection procedures, answer any sampling questions, and foster positive relationships with the industry stakeholders to ensure cooperation and compliance. I personally know active and prior observers that use their time on and off contract to help educate members of the general public and those without an extensive fishery background as to what the truth of commercial fishing actually is. Now, observers face some serious challenges, and those challenges are passed on to the industry by creating an observer shortage. When observers are faced with harassment, intimidation, and even violence when carrying out their critical duties, there is a significant decrease in observers' returns. The harassment of fishery observers is an attack on the integrity of our fisheries management system by undermining the work of the observers. We jeopardize the accuracy of the data collection and compromise the very foundation in which our sustainable fisheries are built. We must strengthen stakeholder cooperation and coordination to address the issue comprehensively. Government, fishing industry, and civil organizations must come together to continuously develop and enforce robust policies to protect the rights and safeties of fisheries observers. Education and awareness campaigns are also vital in enforcing or fostering a culture of respect and care for fishery observers. We must highlight the importance of their work and the critical role they play in ensuring the sustainability of our ocean. By recognizing and appreciating their efforts, we can create an environment that values the contributions and deters harassment, or at the bare minimum allows observers to be treated as stakeholders. To cut it real short here at the end, the new observer will make about $34,000 working 210 days a year, and that's not really a huge incentive for observers to come back on top of all the other negatives that come with being an observer.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Walter. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Walter, for taking the time to give us some of your insights. Over the last year, one of the disturbing trends that we noted was a pretty sharp increase in the amount of observer conflict, a lot of which translated into essentially hostile work environment situations. And I'm wondering if you have any insight into the dynamics that are driving that and any suggestions for how to address that and in a way that makes sure that the observers themselves aren't creating hostile work environment situations.
So this, I can't speak as to what the actual breakdown is for OLE's data, as I don't have access to those numbers. I just know from personal experience and what I'm seeing or what observers are seeing out in the field, we're removing a lot of observers from individual vessels, and we're getting an exaggerated larger numbers of observers working together. So at processing plants, you're getting from what used to be 2 observers working opposite shifts, we're getting 4 observers working shifts that intermingle with each other. You're seeing a lot less of observers, or during COVID times, you were seeing a lot of observers forced into interactions with each other, being locked on plants, being stuck on vessels with observers that they may not particularly like or enjoy. But also online interactions are one thing, but having the ability to communicate with people face to face and training with people and getting a good feel for other observers and other human interactions is something that is exasperated by COVID times. And it's something that we should see go down as people are interacting with each other more and more. There's been differences in how you report observer on observer issues through the Atlas program, which is the observer software. And there's been a lot of changes in that within the last 3 years. So these numbers are increasing. Observers, just like any office place, have always had some level of inter-conflict. I wouldn't necessarily think or take the increasing numbers to mean that observers are being more rude to each other than normal. I'd take that as to we're seeing more true, more accurate numbers of observers reporting other observers instead of trying to work through the problems there initially. These are issues that are just getting reported directly to providers or to NIMS staff.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Walter. Okay, next up is Alexis Kwachka and then Julie Bonnie, and then we're gonna take lunch and just we do have the SSC report time certain for after lunch, but I confirm that we have the time to take action after lunch, and then we'll go to the SSC report.
With the pleasure of the chair, I'll just speak for myself today.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name's Alexis Kwachka. I just have a few comments, and it's probably not real additive to this process. You know, I'm over it. Big Brother's here. We're watching. Everybody knows what everybody's doing. I'd like to see cameras on all federal boats. AIS is an incredible tool. The public is watching where people are fishing. I saw boats fishing on the crab grounds this year. I immediately went in and talked to the biologists and said, what's going on? And they knew exactly what's going on. AIS should be mandatory for all boats fishing outside of 3 miles, inside 3 miles if you want to go there. I just think the tools are here. Cameras will reduce cost. You can audit at will. We can take the anecdotal information that we hear on the docks and apply that to looking at the trips that people are talking about. I don't care what gear group you are. I'm really tired of the conversations going on in the AP about who said what, why, where, and when. You know, I'm a long liner. I can tell you how many starfish I catch. I can tell you how many snails I catch, and I can tell you what my bycatch is. And you can see that on a camera. And that is qualitative. As far as National Marine Fisheries Service goes, you know, as data collection and what we're getting out of it, we can do a lot of that in the dock, and then we can follow up with that with onboard observers and reduce cost all the way around. If you want to talk about hired contractors, let's talk about that, because the cost is outrageous. We're getting not what was purported we were going to get with this program. I think we should talk about 100% retention on all gear groups for a certain period of time. It doesn't have to happen all at once, one gear group at a time. And let's really talk about what our removals are. The ocean is not an infinite resource, and we need to be responsible for what those extractions are. We all have problems, you know. Cameras will take care of the lightning strike events. Everybody has those. I don't care what gear group you are. I've had them, trawlers have them, you know, jiggers have them, everybody has them. So let's talk about that in real time. I'm just, you know, it seems like we're running around chasing our tail, pushing a noodle, whatever analogy you want to talk about. But that's what we're spending a lot of time on. And it just really frustrates me that we're spending more and more money and getting less and less quality data when the technology is moving at an exponential rate. So let's get busy and let's get her together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. Any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kwachka. I was tracking at the beginning, increased electronic monitoring with cameras, and it sounded like you were advocating for 100% electronic monitoring, and then human observers came into the mix, and I didn't follow you on the leap, so I wasn't sure what the interplay was there in your opinion.
I don't think it's realistic to think that human observers are going to go away. It's a really important element. It gets to what National Marine Fisheries Service, which is, you know, otoliths and whatever else you're catching. But, you know, the public perception of what we're getting from this observer program and what we're getting are two different things. And I just think that through cameras, you can see where you need to apply more coverage. You know, I watch these high volume, low value fisheries, and I see no observers on them when they're in certain areas. If we put cameras on 100% of the time, then anecdotally, I can hear what goes on. I can go to OLE, I can go to somebody and say, hey, you know what, I heard of a really bad tow, or I heard of a really bad long line trip, or I hear about all that stuff on the dock. We're a bunch of blabbermouths on the dock, you know, and the reality of human observers going away, it's not going to be there, but you can prioritize where you're plugging the human observer in versus just trying to paint a big picture.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Kwachka. I know you signed up as an individual today, but as I was listening to your proposal, one of the things I was thinking was that this is the sort of proposal that we typically try to pilot through say a NIFWIF funded grant or something like that, where we try to pilot it for a year or two and find out how implementable it is, how it fits within our current framework, or what changes we have to make to our current framework in order to implement. And so I'm wondering if what your assessment is of whether your organization or some other organization would be willing to try to pull together some funding and try to pilot this for at least one group to give us a chance to see what this sort of combined 100% EM/AIS would do, and what things we would have to do in order to incorporate those data.
Mr. Chairman, Bill, I'm a fisherman. I am a grunt. You know, I put grunt on my title all the time. I will say that you have that already on the water, and I'm not picking on a gear group. Trawl has got an exempted fishing permit for EM right now. There's talk about expanding that into non-pelagic trawl. I say leave the cameras on for all the time. What a camera does, whether it's looked at or not, is it changes behavior. Because if the reality is that somebody can focus in on you and see what's going on at will or random, however it is, that behavior changes. We can all do a better job with our interaction with whatever species we're working on catching.
Thanks. You may be a grunt, but I really appreciated your concluding sentence.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. And appreciate your note that we have 100% cameras are on 100% of the time on the pelagic trawl fleet, and the non-pelagic trawl fleet is getting tested with cameras this year. One of the things we've shied away from, and the fleet has shied away from it in the fixed gear fleet, is requiring the camera on all the time for all trips and making it a mandatory program as opposed to a voluntary program as we kind of take steps into that program. If we were using cameras in the same way in the fixed gear fleet, some of the problems had been, how do we require full retention in that fleet and use the camera for that compliance purpose? So I wondered if you could provide any insight on, if you had camera on the fixed gear fleet all the time and for every trip, how could people maintain 100% or near 100% retention operationally in that fleet to make that work?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. Complicated, right? You know, we're using EM to monitor pelagic trawl full retention for salmon. It's going to change how fishing trips are done. You know, when you're black cod fishing and you get a bunch of ragtails, or you know, you get something that's really going to load you up, trips are going to be cut shorter. But from that information that we gain from that, we're going to understand what those interactions are and how to change that behavior. I can tell you right now, if you use pollock when you're out black cod fishing, you cut down a tremendous amount of your bycatch and you still catch black cod. So there's like lots of things that industry is already doing to kind of reduce their interaction with bycatch and unintended species. I just think we're all going to have to feel the pain to get the gain.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, last up is Julie Bonnie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Julie Bonnie and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank out of Kodiak. Alexis lives in the same town as me. I work for the shoreside processors and catcher vessel trawl. I serve on 3 different council monitoring committees, the FMAC, the PC, FMAC, the trawl EM committee, and I'm also one of the 3 PIs for the pollock trawl EM EFP. I would like to thank the Observer Program for their work on this year's annual report and the cost efficiencies analysis, and look forward to bringing the cost efficiencies changes across the finish line this fall. My members support the AP motion for agenda item C2. Today, I want to raise concerns about the fixed gear EM program, both in terms of cost efficiency and data quality. I would suggest that this is the next issue that should be tackled by the council, the agency, and your monitoring committees after the cost efficiency approach is adopted and launched for the 2024 fisheries. As a reminder, we have 2 EM monitoring programs. The trawl EM program, which is a compliance monitoring program where the video is used to make sure that vessels comply with the full retention requirements. For this program, all participating vessels are required to have their cameras on 100% of the time. The fixed gear EM program, on the other hand, is a catch monitoring program where vessels are required to have their cameras on only when selected by odds. This year's annual report demonstrates that there are several shortcomings with the fixed gear program that should be improved. With regard to costs, NMFS approved 172 vessels in the 2022 EM selection pool. Of these, only 126 vessels fished at least one trip. Of the 126 vessels, not all were randomly selected to turn on their EM systems. The 46 vessels that never fished resulted in sunk capital costs, since all had systems on board, all needed EM provider support, and all needed an operational VMP. Besides these 46 vessels, there were additional vessels that never used their systems as well, since they were never selected by odds. With regards to data quality, 26% of the hauls reviewed had low to unusable video quality. All of these could be mitigated in real time by the vessels. Common reasons for medium and low quality video was water spots, poor camera angles, night lighting, dirty cameras, glare, and intermittent gaps in video. Furthermore, on page 40, the Observer Program Annual Report highlights EM issues specific to pot vessels, including review is time consuming when large amounts of bycatch exist, crab identification to species was identified as an issue and in many cases couldn't be identified. More negative data quality impacts are possible in higher bycatch pot fisheries like Pacific cod, as it's harder to count high numbers of items quickly. Bias might exist towards pots with lower catch if reviewers move past pots where organisms cannot be counted and only review pots that they can count. I believe the council needs to move forward with 3 initiatives to address the fixed gear EM problems. The first is to give the observer program the authority to remove systems from vessels. This would be based on the fact that they're not fishing in the groundfish fisheries, or because they're not complying with the catch handling requirements in their VMP. I also believe that we need to fix the catch handling protocols for pot vessels to improve the efficiencies for those vessels, because it is, the catch handling is very onerous, and also meet the monitoring objectives for the program. I would also recommend that the vessels have their systems on 100% of the time to remove monitoring bias, and it helps train up the vessel operators to use their systems correctly. My experience with the trawl EM pelagic is anytime we get a new vessel, it takes several feedback loops from the EM review to get them trained up in terms of what they need to do to meet the VMP requirements. And typically at the beginning of each season, we're gonna have to not nudge the guys to do what they are supposed to do. So I just think this on and off system really results in people not remembering what they're supposed to do under the VMP. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Are there questions? All right, thanks. That concludes public comment. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back and see what action the council wants to take, and then we'll move on to our SSC report. So come back at 1:15. Hey, council, please come to order. We are ready for action as I understand it. So Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we'll just wait 1 second to get the motion posted, but I do have a motion under C2.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion reads as follows. For the Observer Program 2022 Annual Report, the council appreciates the 2022 Annual Report on the Observer Program and recommends the following. An abbreviated annual report on the 2023 deployment and a full annual report on the 2024 deployment. Future reports include data on the amount of catch monitored by EM similar to data on observed catch. Future reports provide EM cost categories that include monitors days versus reviewed days. A summary of issues highlighted in the previous year's annual report and how they were addressed. For next year's report, that would include EM image quality, new EM review protocols for pot vessels, and EM video review timeliness. Similar metrics for the pelagic trawl EM program and the fixed gear EM program as practicable. Reintroduction of the bias metrics as possible for the next full annual report. For the enforcement section, information on observer harassment broken out from aggregate data. 2, a longer time series than only the previous year. 3, additional detail to help clearly identify the most important differences in numbers and rates between years. And 4, annual data on the number of observer statements that result in violations. Highlight OLE's online training for ensuring a safe work environment for observers and NOAA's workplace violence prevention and response training options on the council website. For the 2024 annual deployment plan and cost efficiencies analysis, the council supports the criteria for evaluation and the proposed stratification and allocation designs for the 2024 ADP, as well as the recommendations on pages 68 to 69 of the 2022 Observer Annual Report. Per EM deployment, this includes additional fixed gear EM vessels with 30% coverage in the EM pool in 2024, up to 200 total vessels, provided they opt in prior to November 1st, 2023. Additional funding for EM equipment is secured and they meet the criteria in the ADP. And 2, support for additional pelagic trawl EM vessels in the EFP with 100% at-sea monitoring in addition to shoreside observer coverage. The council also supports continued evaluation of modifications to 0 coverage for EM and observer strata while maintaining the 40-foot length overall fixed gear threshold to include fixed gear vessels that are high cost, low landings and or fixed gear vessels that have not fished for groundfish in multiple years. If time is constraining, evaluate this only under the NIMS preferred stratification design and the allocation options other than equal rates. Evaluation of solutions to high cancellation rates of trips selected for observer coverage in the hook and line stratum, such as 1, having the next trip inherit the observer selected trip as opposed to the next log trip, and 2, increase the programmed rate and odds to achieve the target coverage rate. A look at whether trips selected for coverage comprise the majority of hook and line canceled trips in 2022, and the preliminary 2023 cancellation rates may assist in determining whether to make a change in the 2024 ADP. The council requests NIMS define the burden share evaluation metric in a manner such that it could be applied to all strata in a consistent and meaningful way. If this metric's variable in what it's measuring among strata, the council recommends NIMS eliminate this metric. Evaluation of the monitoring designs and resulting coverage rates under high, medium, and low budget scenarios to be provided to the FMAC in advance of the October council meeting. And consultation with fixed gear EM service providers on the cost of inactive vessels to determine how costs would scale to different budget scenarios. The council supports further investigation of video review protocols and or increased staffing at Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission or other contracted solutions to minimize delays and better ensure timely EM data. That's my motion. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau, and note that the motion is posted to our agenda. Ms. Kimball, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be fairly brief because we had a comprehensive both discussions and presentations this morning. In terms of the annual report, I think these are all pulled from either the FMAC recommendations and or the AP recommendations. Some of them are really in the weeds on what the FMAC reviewed, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if they don't make sense to other council members. On the enforcement section, I tried to pull in both what the FMAC had recommended and what council members were interested in our discussion with Ms. Smith on the enforcement section. And then at the bottom bullet to highlight the training for ensuring a safe work environment for observers and NOAA's workplace prevention and response training options on the council website. That may seem like a no-brainer, but the committee made a specific recommendation about that. And I think it's really important. And our discussion on that section has shown how important the council thinks those providing a safe work environment to observers is. The focus of our October work in the future will be on the 2024 ADP. So there's quite a bit here. This motion obviously supports all the criteria for evaluation, but I do have a bullet on the burden share evaluation based on our discussion today. I think there's still some ways being discussed on how burden share evaluation metric will be treated. And I just wanted to ensure that it was a comparison that could be across strata, across gear types, basically, that's in a pretty consistent way. And if it's not in a consistent way, I don't think that'll be helpful to the council. And I just basically wanted to flag for the agency that NIMS could consider eliminating that metric for evaluation if it's just going to be a waste of time. In the bullets on evaluation of solutions for high cancellation rates, the two suggestions put forward are the same as the AP and the same as the FMAC. As we tried to bring out in discussion, one of those solutions would apply to everyone. If we make the next trip, you cancel a trip and your next trip inherits the observer selection trip, then that would apply to all strata, all gear types, not just hook and line. But increasing the programmed rate and odds to achieve the target coverage rate, that obviously would just apply to hook and line. And based on public testimony that we received and some of the written comment, I just provided some ideas for what other background information might be helpful to both the agency and the council as to whether we would make a change in the 2024 ADP or whether this might be an anomaly for the past coverage year. I think I've covered just about everything. The last sentence obviously is dealing with primarily fixed gear video review protocols and the ability to get more timely data out of the fixed gear program. And we heard a lot about that in the presentation. I think that's still something that we're striving for, to be able to get more timely data and not continue to see an annual report that can only evaluate a portion of the EM data based on the review not being completed by June. If you notice, I did not include tasking of the committee, even though we heard discussion about that in public testimony. I think that's naturally and picked up in staff tasking, and so we could do that at that time. I also did not pick up the AP part of the motion on initiating a new discussion paper, and I think, again, for that new kind of analytical work, that could be better addressed in staff tasking if the council thinks that's appropriate. So I'd be glad to answer any question.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Looking for any questions. Any amendments to Ms. Kimball's motion? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate Ms. Kimball's motion and support it. I think she did a great job of bringing forward from FMAC and prior to that PCFMAC. There's been a lot of work going into this and certainly the agency's really strong efforts here and captures pretty well where we're at this point in terms of the decision making. As I sort of think about one of the new things we're sort of introducing here, and it's not large, but this concept of increased use of the zero selection option I'm really interested in it. I think the suggested analysis is the right way to go. And again, I'm just going to be interested in an assessment of how that works relative to our basic underlying objectives for the program. And most supportive of it if it looks like it's something we can craft to that will fit within that. And oh, I had another point, but it's gone. So anyway, I strongly support it. Appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further comments? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with most of what Mr. Twite said, except his last comment. No, seriously, this has been a long process that we've been a part of at this council. And I think from the beginning, this program has had challenges. And I think from the beginning, the different groups and the staff and this council has worked to refine with a limited budget, this program to be better and better. And it's not perfect, but I think steady improvement is a great metric to try to strive for. And I think this motion captures that. Can you continue to move forward and get better data, address industry concerns? And so I appreciate all the public testimony and the work from various stakeholders in the different groups, and Ms. Kimball for a good motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional comments, so we can go to a vote. Is there any opposition on the motion? No opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further under C2? Right. Well, thanks, Ms. Kimball. And thanks to agency and staff and public. And as Ms. Kimball spoke to earlier, all the investments of time from the FMAC to walk through this. Good result. Okay, well, that will conclude C2. That will bring us to the balance of our SSC report. Good afternoon, Dr. Dressel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel. I am co-chair of the SSC, here to give the balance of our report. So we had a whole number of administrative issues at the meeting. The first one is we received a plain language summary of the findings from the February SSC workshop, and it's been drafted and it is out. SSC members will be making comments on it, and that will be finalized this summer for dissemination. We received a presentation on the process for developing research priorities. We had a SSC subgroup which has gotten together to develop our upcoming process that'll be implemented in 2023 and 2024. This subgroup has worked hard to incorporate ideas and concerns from the public on their ability to contribute and be part of this process, and then also for their concerns about limited time and funds to go to different meetings at different times. And so the subgroup has worked to incorporate those considerations. At this point, the SSC, they came up with sort of a broad process, and the SSC supports the proposed process and the timeline and recommends that the council solicit public input on research priorities by an online submission from June to October. And this is one effort to include more of the public. The SSC also reviewed the proposed options for adjusting the council meeting annual cycle, and the SSC acknowledges the need for implementing cost-saving changes, but did not reach a consensus on the preferred option. So we're naming here a few things that that we did come to consensus on. There was a strong support for in-person meetings, not surprisingly, rather than meeting virtually to the extent possible. If the February meeting is dropped or virtual meetings are chosen, we recognize that there'll need to be additional efficiencies in the annual cycle to limit the length of the SSC meetings. But the SSC did acknowledge that flexibility in the length and the format of meetings may be needed. The SSC reviewed nominations for a number of the plan teams. The nominations were for Ms. Abby John to the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team, Mr. Steve Whitney to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team, and Dr. Sarah Wise to the Social Science Planning Team. The SSC finds these nominations to be well qualified and recommends that the council approve these nominations. The SSC received a presentation from Dr. Rick Mathot on a technical memo that we've received through the council from NIMS on updated technical guidance on estimating status determination reference points and their proxies for National Standard 1 guidelines. And the SSC formed a subgroup to develop feedback on these revisions and to provide it to the council and Mr. Witherill by the August 31 deadline. We had consensus that this did not need to come back to the full SSC review. We had enough members of our subgroup and diversity of expertise to be able to provide that to you by the deadline. So moving into C4, Bristol Bay Red King crab closures. The SSC found that the document is not sufficient to inform council decision-making at final action at this time. The SSC did have a number of recommendations for additional information that can be incorporated to allow the council to better understand both the fishery and the policy impacts of the alternatives before the document is moved to final review. So the analysis itself, it characterizes the uncertainty and the likelihood that closures will result in meaningful improvements to the crab population and in the ecological impacts and financial costs of the fleets fishing outside this area if it's outside the Red King crab savings area if it is closed. The SSC found that the treatment of the uncertainty in the document created the impression that there were equivalent levels of uncertainty in both the costs as well as the benefits. And so the SSC noted that while there's evidence to support that there will be considerable costs to this action of relocating effort, there still is uncertain conservation benefit. It's not that it's not that it's not important for Red King crab to increase, and if they do increase, that will have real impacts, a real value, but it's really uncertain as to what the recovery might be. So the SSC did find that that additional work can incorporate already available data and information, and that can place better bounds on the uncertainty around the costs and the benefits. I will note that the SSC talked at length about there's many of pieces of information that would be really helpful for the council to understand the impacts of this, but a lot of that data doesn't exist right now. And so we spent a considerable amount of time trying to discuss what data actually doesn't exist and what data does exist and could be incorporated into an action like this in a timely manner. So the SSC recommends developing a richer and better integrated evaluation of effort displacement across fleets. The SSC noted that there are existing models that can do that to a greater extent than was done in the current document. And the SSC actually suggests two options for that, one of which might be a deeper dive and may take longer, and the other one which would be a little bit quicker and lighter analysis that the analysts can look at. using either model that's used, using predicted spatial effort reallocation, so predicting where the boats will go if they're out of this area, estimating key outcome variables such as the catch of prohibited species, the additional time required to fish, and the cost of the additional time and fuel expended. So in other words, once we use these models to predict a better idea of where these fleets will go, you can use that information then to estimate catch, time fished, and cost. The SSC does recommend, and we discussed in depth, the types of benefits that would accrue to engaged and dependent communities. The SSC also recommended to improve the characterization of shore-based and inshore floating processors, as well as tendering activities. We recommended consulting with stock assessment authors to try to get a handle on the consequences for Bristle Bay red king crab under different levels of prohibited species catch, which may already be reflected in current analyses that stock assessment authors may have done. And we also recommend that using the existing data, analysts could do a retrospective evaluation of, so the red king crab area has been closed for, I believe, something like 20 years. And so looking back at the impact that it may have had on crab can help us provide performance metrics for a future action, and also understand a bit more about how the savings area may have contributed to stock health at this point.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On the previous slide, your very last point there, the retrospective evaluation. Can you provide a little more detail about the suggestions for that evaluation and what information could be used to do that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, the SSC didn't talk in depth about that, sadly. I clarified twice that this retrospective could be done with existing data, because one of our problems has been limited data, but we did not get into the evaluation. We didn't. I guess that's all that I can say on that one. If future questions, yeah, I'd be willing to take them.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm just really kind of getting more into the details of what Ms. Baker just asked is, how would we do that methodology wise? How would an analyst approach a retrospective evaluation to see what the changes in the crab stock might have been at different levels? I'm trying to think it through, and I just can't come up with a good methodology in my head to do that. I wondered if the SSC had any conversations about it.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherell, this is the key question. And the SSC member that brought this up felt surely that this could be done, but also recognized that this has not been done for other conservation measures, other closed areas. And so while we didn't go into depth, the two things that I got affirmation on during the meeting were that, yes, the member really believed that this could be done. And yes, it would be with current information. And yes, it could be part of this analysis, which we fully recognize that this analysis, we're looking to do this as quickly as possible. So clearly there were some limitations in mind, but we did not outline any of these in the minutes, and we did not get into details on it. I'd be very glad if it's helpful. I realize you don't take this up for a bit. If there's a way that I can get back to the SSC and get you further information, if that's helpful, I'd be glad to do that.
That sounds like a great suggestion. If you could field a little bit more intel on that, that'd be great. Okay, I don't see anything further. Please continue.
The SSC also found that the evidence used to support the NIMS recommendation for applying modern technologies to evaluate pelagic trawl gear and performance standards was insufficient to inform the council. The SSC and of course let me sign in here. There was a statement in our minutes that I had highlighted that I wanted to add here. Specifically, what this was referring to is that the SSC noted the analysis of the gear seabed contact, the detection technology is inaccurate at this point and lacks evaluation in the public literature through expert knowledge of gear researchers and local knowledge of the fishing industry. The SSC suggests applying the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence on-ramps to integrate local knowledge provided by gear measuration experts and the industry about the state of the art in gear seabed contact measuration. Moving on.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just back to that last slide. So I think I know some gear administration experts, but so I'm just not sure what you're suggesting there. I know what the LKTKS on-ramps are and how to use that. And so what is it that you would expect to come out of this that you don't have direct access by these gear experts and public testimony and industry being presenting this stuff? I'm just wondering what more you'd get out of this. Seems like kind of a long drawn out way to get to information that's readily available.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. The information, my understanding of the information is that the mechanical gear measuration is not at this moment, it's not accurate. And because of that, instead of using these devices, I think that what is used both in the Northeast United States or Northeast Council and in our council is using local knowledge, including skipper knowledge as to when the gear is actually on the bottoms. And so which is exactly what you were getting to when you mentioned public testimony. The only comment that I have there is just that I have a feeling that using the LKTKS on-ramps and procedures would likely tap into the same people that are providing public testimony, but it may get more input than people. So if people aren't able to call in, they aren't able to come to the meeting, it just may be a way to get more representative or more diverse information on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. So is this suggestion would be to the analysts that they use this as a way to get to that information, and that information would, is that right? I see you're nodding your head. So I think that's yes, this is a suggestion of how the analysts might get to some of the experts in measuring the impacts of this gear, how much time it's on the bottom, and the gear particulars. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Down. Yes, it's since at this point, the SSC believes that the best available knowledge is through these experts. It would be a way to get this information.
Okay, please continue.
Next is D3 crew data collection. This report focused specifically on the potential for universal crew data collection, collecting quota lease prices across rationalized fisheries, and eliminating redundancies of these efforts with current economic data reports. The SSC supports the collection of socioeconomic data, which can ensure the timely organization and communication of information to aid in documenting performance for for monitoring program reviews and used as inputs for adaptive management in our changing environment. And the SSC also finds this report to be a substantial improvement from the last discussion paper in terms of clarity and the feasibility that it presented. The SSC supports the path laid out in the possible solutions section of this document, which included uniform collection of vessel level survey data to collect data on crew. It also was for systematic collection of lease data costs across the federal catch share programs and updating the current EDR fields to be consistent with crew data collection and one another. The SSC did note that the data elements that were discussed in this report, the crew data versus the lease prices, will likely require different surveys that are aimed at different populations. And so the SSC supports what appears in this document to be an incremental approach to collecting this data, with the crew data prioritized first. The SSC suggests that exempting small vessels from the data collection could really undermine the goal of understanding the impacts on smaller operators and communities. And so I had concerns about that. The SSC suggests that the council could benefit from a process that leverages best practice in survey design to inform both the specific questions that are asked and the process for acquiring the data, and then also proactively troubleshooting. The SSC suggests that after initial development by surveyed expert, and once the detailed plan and the specific questions are developed, that it be reviewed by review bodies. The SSC suggests that the success of this program could be supported by mapping or relating the goals of crew data collection, which the council has laid out, and then to the specific questions that are posed, instruments that are used, and then how this will make it to the council documents, or coordinating those. The SSC also noted that the effort could benefit from a couple of federal efforts that are going on right now. There's a cost and earnings data harmonization workshop, and what this and analysts can be in contact with them to find out information from other regions. And the reason that this is mentioned is because using comparable data from other regions could actually help inform management under changing environment. The SSC also support the other effort that we mentioned was that there is currently a panel of social and economic questions that have been pre-cleared by OMB and might allow for quicker implementation. The SSC suggests, so although the crew data collection is a focused effort, it's enough of an effort to get the survey, to undergo this survey, that the SSC suggested considering whether there are relatively simple elements that could be relevant for informing management that could be added to the same survey vehicle. And so in other words, so for the crew data and the lease cost data, we expect that they'll be going to different, they'll be surveying different populations. And so if the council wished, the crew data will be going to, I believe at the vessel level. And so if the council wished to add fuel and bait cost data, it might be a more efficient way to go if the council chooses. And the other piece on that was that would also go to the same population, same audience, as information on where vessels spend their money on support services. And finally, the SSC suggested considering whether any of the elements could be collected through already existing and routine data collection methods, or even including minor modifications. And this would be so that the data collection could be less burdensome to industry and less staff intensive to administer. And specifically, The example that the SSC used was if a durable crew identifier were developed and utilized on fish tickets, this may be able to provide a lot of the information that the council had been looking for in a more efficient way. So things like basic summary information for crew tenure, turnover, career progression, and changes in participation by age. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On D3, I'm glad you recognized a little of the apparent inconsistency, but behind really finding substantial improvement in the clarity and feasibility of a focused data collection effort. And then the additional things that the SSC suggested we consider adding to that on your slide 5 of 6. Was there more SSC discussion that you can share on, for instance, the value of the fuel cost and bait cost data associated with area closures? I think we've had some discussions on the fuel cost and bait cost data already being collected from some of the LAP programs that's not really being used in any council analyses at all. And then the real difficulty in parsing that out to be what are your additional fuel costs or anything bait costs associated with a management change like an area closure, like where you have fuel costs and then you have fuel costs because you're moving around more or staying on the water longer because you are avoiding certain areas of fishing associated with a fixed closure. So I guess I'm trying to get at how important these were, or does the SSC just want to flag that we're still interested in these data, but it's less important to put it in this potential mechanism for getting data on crew? And it's a long question, but I think it's important, and I'm drawing it out because we don't have this on our agenda. Obviously, the council looked at this at a previous meeting and the SSC ran out of time, so we're a little disjointed in our review of this paper.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I could tell that this hit on something that you had previously discussed. And actually, now that you bring up fuel costs, I remember some of your discussion at a previous meeting. The SSC didn't dig into how important fuel cost and bait cost data were. By bringing them up and bringing them up specifically, my impression was that the SSC did think that they would be informative to the council. I had forgotten about those intricacies, though, that you were talking about for fuel cost. So as far as importance, we did not get into that. I think I realized the circle we're in. I think it was the part that was talked about at the SSC was that we really supported collecting these data. So I hate to say this, but undergoing a survey like this is going to be a considerable enough effort for one data type that members wanted to raise the consideration that it might be more efficient to add a couple more data types to the same survey, to the same population, than if we were to do it in separate steps. So I think that my interpretation was the SSC wanted to raise that as a consideration for the council, the cost benefit ratio, mostly because there was a recognition that this is going to take a bit to get the questions, to get the analysts, to get the review, the questions. So, but I think that was the essence of the discussion.
Thank you for that. I can appreciate that. If we're doing a survey, why not add the additional information that you might be interested in? Is there anything else then you can share on the relative importance? Like the purpose of this initial effort, or this look at an initial effort, was really to try to get more information and council, analyses to show this really important sector of the fisheries crew that we have very little information on, especially across different fisheries and sectors. And so relatively speaking to council actions, that seems very important to me. Did the SSC have any of those discussions on the relative importance of our initial focus versus these two bullets?
No, we did not talk about relative importance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Oliver.
It's probably
more a question for you or Mr. Witherall, but I'll ask it while Dr. Dressel's at the table. This was an SSC only item. So what's the next step on this, I guess, for the council process, either the analysts or the SSC, or when would the council take this up?
Chairman, Mr. Oliver, the council did review this discussion paper at a previous meeting. And noting that they didn't get SSC review, they've asked the SSC to review it and provide comments and suggestions. At this meeting, the action would be to decide what to do with it, whether you want to move forward with an analysis, additional discussion paper, or what. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We could do that under staff tasking, or you could schedule it for another meeting.
Anything further for Dr. Dressel? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of your meeting.
All right, safe travels. Okay, that will move us into C3. Right. Don't see Miss Marinan, so let's just we'll stand down while staff gets ready, and let's stay close. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to move into our C3 agenda item. Just a reminder that we do have an executive session scheduled for today at 3:30. We are running a little bit behind in our agenda and we don't have any flexibility on the back end of our schedule. We have to be done at 5 o'clock on Sunday. So kind of working backwards from there, we may get into our executive session a little bit late tonight in order to make up a little bit of time, and then we'll have to make up any last minute time tomorrow evening. So with that, we will move into our agenda item C3. Ms. Marinan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Sorry for the delay. Chairman, council staff, I'll try to streamline the presentation here on the fly if I see opportunities to do so. This is C3. I'm presenting the staff report, which is an initial review analysis of the initial review analysis for active participation requirements for crab sea share. I'll be doing the presentation on my own, but Alicia Miller with NIMS is here and she's also available for questions. And I just wanted to direct you to the e-agenda. We had 11 public comment letters on this topic as well. So a brief history of action here. The council recommended an emergency action in June 2022, a year ago, to temporarily suspend the crab sea share active participation requirements for the 2022-23 season. At the same meeting, the council initiated an analysis for changing active participation requirements in the longer term. The Secretary of Commerce agreed with the council's recommendation for emergency action, and that rule went into effect for the 2022-23 application cycle. In April of staff tasking, at the April meeting during staff tasking, this last meeting, you may recall, I produced a memo and raised a couple of concerns around some of the language of the alternatives and requested some clarifications in order to prepare the analysis. The council provided a motion with clarifications. There wasn't enough notification to make any changes to those alternatives at the time, but those clarifications and additional concepts were incorporated into the analysis as the council requested, and that list of clarifications and conceptual alternatives are listed in Appendix 1 to the document. So this is initial review. This slide presents a diagram breaking down the harvesting quota share in the crab program. A brief recap here, the state of Alaska sets the crab fishery tax, then 10% is deducted for CDQ, and for the ADAC community allocation, the remaining amount is the IFQ allocation. Of that IFQ allocation, 97% of the IFQ is issued as owner harvest shares and 3% is C shares. On the owner harvesting share side, there's catcher vessel owner shares and catcher processor owner shares based on the history of how those shares were accrued. And then CVO shares are issued annually as either A share IFQ or B share IFQ. It's a 90-10 split. A shares must match with processor shares on a 1-to-1 ratio, IFQ to IPQ. There's also regional delivery designations for some crab species, and A shares have access to binding arbitration. B shares, there's no regional designations, there's no share matching. They can be delivered to any registered crab receiver. CPO shares, catcher processor shares, can be processed on board or delivered to any registered crab receiver. In this paper, we're talking about specifically about these C shares, this 3%. They are also designated as either catcher vessel crew shares or catcher processor crew shares. They can be delivered to any registered crab receiver. There's no regional designation associated with them. However, there are a number of other regulations that are specific to C shares, and I'm going to brief you on a few of those that are relevant here. So first are some regulations around how to receive C shares by transfer. So for catcher vessel owner shares, you have to have at least 150 days of sea time as part of a harvesting crew in any U.S. commercial fishery. For C shares, there's an additional requirement of participation as crew in one of the crab rationalization program fisheries in the 365 days prior to the date of the transfer application. So that's an additional requirement for C shares. For all harvesting shares, there's use caps limiting how much quota share an individual can hold. There's different caps for C shares depending on the fishery. So for Bristol Bay Red King crab, for snow crab, and for the Tanner crab fisheries, that's 2% of the original initial C share pool. For Pribilof Island Red and Blue King crab and for St. Matt's Blue, it's 4% of the initial C share pool. And for the two Aleutian Island Golden King crab fisheries and for Western Aleutian Island Red King crab fishery, it's 20% of the initial C share pool. And those differences have to do with the differences in how the fisheries have developed over time and the consolidation that existed in the fisheries prior to rationalization and initial issuance of C shares. Some other relevant regulations for C shares are the regulations around active participation requirements. So there was a strong interest in maintaining a portion of the harvesting quota share pool for those that are boots on board active in the fishery during implementation, and also renewed interest under Amendment 31, which put in place the current active participation requirements. So in order to receive an annual allocation of C share IFQ, the quota shareholder must have either participated as crew in at least one delivery in a crab rationalization program fishery in the previous 3 years, or if the individual is an initial recipient of C shares, they could also demonstrate participation by at least 30 days as a crew in commercial fishery off Alaska. So that could be a federal or a state fishery in the previous 3 years. And then to maintain C share quota share holdings, the quota shareholder must demonstrate active participation using those same definitions in the previous 4 years. There's a narrow exemption in the regulations for those that hold C share in a single closed fishery. In practice, that's been applied as for C share holders that only hold quota in closed fisheries. But if not, and if the C share holder hasn't transferred their quota to an eligible applicant, all the C shares quota share held by that individual would be revoked, and the C share pool would be adjusted so that it remains 3% of the entire harvesting, the crab IFQ. So that, again, the intention behind these requirements was to encourage inactive holders to divest so that C share remained available for active captains and crew. Here's a timeline of crab management with some of the key dates in. So the crab fishing year is July 1 to June 30th. And the state of Alaska sets the opener for the crab fisheries, but it's common for the start date for the Golden King crab fisheries to be August 1st for the IFQ season. And it's common for October 15th to be a start date for Bristol Bay Red King crab, snow crab, and the Tanner crab fisheries. Also importantly, in regulations, it states that no crab quota share transfers are processed from June 15th until the IFQ is issued. This is to ensure correct issuance of IFQ. The regulations detail the noticing procedure if a C shareholder fails to meet active participation requirements, and I can walk through that if you'd like. There's a specific number of days they have to, if they didn't prove active participation, where they could still submit evidence and still receive their quota. That is detailed in regulations. And a C shareholder can also fail to meet active participation requirements if they didn't apply for their IFQ as well. If there is appeals that happen through this process, it's helpful to try to get these appeals off the books prior to IFQ issuance. So if there are revocations, those pounds are able to be redistributed among the remaining C shareholders at the time when the IFQ is issued. And that is a part of the reason why the application deadline is June 15th. And most of the fisheries open October 15th. There's going to be a process in there where NIMS Restricted Access Management is processing applications, and It helps to be able to have that time. So if there's any types of disputes or appeals, preferably those would be settled prior to the time when IFQ is actually issued, which happens after TAC is announced for the different fisheries. So that's a little background. What's the problem here? The council identified the purpose and need statement. It's listed on page 13. When we're looking back at the past 3 to 4 crab years, there's been the COVID-19 pandemic, crab stock declines, closure for Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab, which have drastically reduced the number of fishing vessels and made it more difficult for sea shareholders to achieve active participation requirements. And in April, the council also clarified it was concerned about future circumstances with the possibility of future low tax. In April, the council also stated an interest in maintaining the concept of active participation requirements for sea shares. This is a policy decision, and it might be a piece that the council may consider whether or not to articulate that in a purpose and need statement. But the council also noted that it was interested in considering types of exemptions and under what past and future conditions these exemptions might be warranted. So the table on the screen is an example, kind of a format that I use throughout the paper to look at an individual C shareholder, and the A's represent active, the zeros are years when they weren't active, and you can look back in time, and if they hadn't been active since 2018, 2019 season, in 2022, 23, there was an emergency rule that went into place. Otherwise, they may have had their IFQ withheld in that year if they hadn't transferred. In this upcoming application cycle in 2023-24, if they haven't demonstrated active participation and they haven't transferred their quota, they would be in a position of having their quota share revoked this year. So in June 2022, the council defined the following alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, modify the CVC quota share and CPC quota share recency requirements. Option 1 is to restart the recent participation requirement beginning in 2023-24 fishing year. Do not count 2019, 2020, 2021, 2021, 22 towards the recent participation requirement. Option 2 is give the regional administrator the authority to suspend CVC quota share and CPC quota share recent participation requirement. And you may recall in April, we asked for clarification on these alternatives. Option 1 is challenging because it implies immediate action, which can't be implemented exactly as described. And I'll walk you through that again. But that is in part, the council clarified an interest in considering the concept of reissuing quota. And option 2 doesn't define the conditions under which the RA might act. And we're going to talk through that concept as well in this presentation, and it's detailed in the analysis, different ways you might think about better defining those criteria for the RA to act. So this is a wordy slide. This captures the content from Appendix 1 that was in the council's April motion. This provides either clarification to options or expands on some of them, which are included in the paper. Again, the council in that motion stated an interest in maintaining the concept of active participation. The council asked the analyst to also consider if suspending recent participation requirement after the pandemic and beginning in 2023-24 only count fishing years where at least 15, 20, 25, or 30 BSAI crab vessels fish. Also analyze not counting the years from 2019-2020 through 2023-24 towards the recent participation requirement. The second bullet, analyze giving the RA the authority to suspend sea share recent participation requirements in years of low BSAI crab quota where few vessels fish or due to other unforeseen circumstances, for example, the pandemic. Bullet 3, expand participation requirements for non-initial issuees to match requirements of initial issuees. In other words, within the previous 3 years, participate in a BSAI crab trip or participate as crew in at least 30 days of fishing in a commercial fishery off Alaska for all sea share quota shareholders. The next bullet, consider not revoking any sea share associated with a closed fishery. Potentially reissue any CVC quota share or CPC quota share that was revoked between July 2023 and the effective date of the proposed action. And then the council requests staff identify potential criteria that the council could select to guide future decisions by the RA to suspend CVC quota share and CPC recent participation requirement. And then the council also noted in its motion in April that it would review the information at the June meeting and it might revise its purposing and alternatives and options at that time. So of course, you always have that option to revise alternatives and purpose and need. This is a list of some of the background information that's included in the paper. I'm not going to walk through it all. I will reference a few things in discussing the analysis of the alternatives. So under alternative 1, no action, the current regulations remain in place. I'm not going to read through them again, but again, sea shareholders must demonstrate active participation to hang on to their quota share and to have their IFQ issued. There are some tables and some data in the paper describing current sea shareholders. There's currently 162 sea shareholders. And for example, table 7 on page 35 breaks it down by fishery, demonstrates mean holdings and maximum holdings as a percentage of the sea share fishery. There's an excerpt in the slide here. And just for example, in 2019-2020, the average Bristol Bay Red King crab sea share holdings amounted to about 940 pounds. And the average holdings for snow crab sea shares in that year amounted to about 9,000 pounds. So again, remember 3% of the total holdings, and these are percentages of that 3%. So under alternative 1, no action, it's expected that more sea shareholders would be in a position of needing to transfer quota share or would be failing to meet active participation requirements, given less opportunity to accrue. And there's a number of ways you can see that in the paper. We know this through recent low tax and closed fisheries, and that's depicted in the figure on the slide. That's from the Economic Safe, shows years where the fisheries have been closed and what the TAC levels have been at. You can also see this by the limited number of vessels in recent years. Table 4 in the paper shows trends in vessel participation through this last season. It shows what you'd imagine. There's a pretty substantial decline since 2020, going from 67 vessels to 22 in this last year. Table 5 shows the number of crew positions over time, which it was pulled from the Economic Safe and it's demonstrated by calendar year. This table just goes through 2021. We'd probably be able to update this information at this point or in the near future. So it doesn't quite demonstrate the impact of the decline, but it does show in recent years, like in 2017 to 2020, there have been about 1,000 crew positions in total. And then figure 7, which is from the Econ Safe, demonstrates activity in the quota share market in terms of number of transfers and the amount transferred. To further humanize what's going on here under status quo, these vessel counts represent crew jobs and household income and have connections to communities. And we do have these data for the crab fishery through the EDRs. So this figure 6, page 32 is from the Economic Safe again. It shows data up until 2021 in calendar years. On the top, in the figure, we see the number of crab crew from different communities and regions. Most crab crew are from Alaska or Washington. These states have oscillated between first and second place for contributing the most crew. Alaska residents average 30% of the crew, and Washington residents average 35% between 2017, 2021. Within Alaska, mostly Kodiak and Anchorage, the crew mostly come from these communities. In 2020, Southeast Alaska and Western Alaska also had a jump in participation. And that's shown in those bottom figures. It breaks out the same metrics by Alaska community. And again, this information stops at 2021, but obviously the numbers of crew and the income received will dramatically decline in the following years. And that also has community implications. I already explained this table, so I won't walk through every example here. Again, this is under no action. These are different example scenarios of C shareholders and what might happen based on that description of participation. So using the same table under alternative 2, option 1, this option is restart the C share active participation requirement. And we're also looking at the concept here of reissuing quota share that has been revoked in the interim. So the option says 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 21, 22, and 22, 23 seasons would not count towards recent participation requirements. Recent participation requirement would restart beginning 23 and 24. And so you can see in the table, based on the previous examples, what this option would do would essentially count those years as active by restarting in 2023-24. And then in this case, RAM wouldn't be withholding any IFQ until the 2026-27 season, and RAM wouldn't revoke any quota share until the 27-28 season. But as we discussed in April, the proposed option would require immediate implementation in order to achieve this desired outcome. The application deadline is June 15th, so right around the corner for the 2023-24 crab year. This regulatory process requires certain stages for analysis and public comment, and so even the most expeditious timeline wouldn't likely allow for implementation prior to the 2025-26 season. And we detail out like an example timeline. If we have initial review at this meeting and final action in October, usually we buffer at least a year for rulemaking. So that puts us at the 2025-26 season. So the proposed action would only possibly affect the 25-26 application cycle. And because of this, some C shareholders are likely to have IFQ withheld and quota share revoked in the interim. So the council could consider reissuing any C share quota share that's revoked in the interim. This would apply after rulemaking. It's unknown how many C shareholders may be at risk of having C share quota share revoked. Since the deadline is on the 15th, C shareholders use this entire time to file their applications and provide their necessary evidence. And we can't know what that number is going to be yet. We can say that no C share has been revoked in the program thus far. However, the administrative records process has been inconsistent, and it's expected that there have been quota shareholders that haven't met the requirements in the past. It's expected that some C shareholders will be in a situation of having IFQ and withheld and quota share revoked in this upcoming application cycle. So this process of reissuing quota is obviously not ideal for C shareholders, given the uncertainty with implementation and the expected timeline. C shareholders that are out of compliance might determine that selling their C share prior to revocation provides greater benefit to them. An important note here is, as I mentioned in the timeline, RAM doesn't process applications of transfer between June 15th and when the IFQ is issued. So any transfers would need to occur prior to June 15th. In the interim, final determinations are made And the C share pool would be smaller, which means all other C shareholders would de facto receive a greater allocation of that species. And then if C share is again reissued to the same individuals that previously held them, that essentially creates new quota share units and the quota share pool is larger again. So alternative two, option two, is looking at providing NIMS RA the authority to suspend C share active participation requirements. I believe based on the discussion at the council, when this option was made, I believe the intention was to provide for a more responsive process to extenuating circumstances. And especially based on the examples given in April, years with low tax where few vessels fished or due to other unforeseen circumstances, it appears that this option is trying to provide a more nimble opportunity to respond to unknown circumstances. So this option would create an annual process that could be defined where the NIMS RA uses criteria developed by the council to identify whether an upcoming season would warrant exemptions from active participation requirements. But any criteria would need to be very specific. The RA and the public must be able to clearly distinguish the years where participation would be required. It would need to be applied consistently across C shareholders and across years. And especially in situations of litigation, it really needs to be unambiguous when NIMS would be withholding IFQ or revoking quota share. So the council asked us to consider what types of criteria could be considered. And we have a few examples here. So you could consider criteria for suspending C share requirements based on a certain low TAC threshold. So you could look at an individual fishery TAC or aggregated from a subgroup of fisheries, or you could use aggregated across crab rationalization program TACs. You could look at a threshold at a fishery that's subject to a rebuilding plan, or a minimum number of fisheries that are opened, or you could look at a minimum number of active vessels participating. This last option was a suggestion that was explicitly stated in the council's April motion, so we explored that threshold in more detail. So this is table 6, page 34 in your analysis, and it provides counts of vessel counts across the fisheries over time. The motion said only count fishing years where at least 15, 20, 25, or 30 vessels fished. It was not clear if that was meant to represent participation in a single fishery or a subgroup or across all fisheries, but we looked at all the possibilities here. So if you're looking at all fisheries, you can see in the last column in the table, the suggested vessel counts that might have triggered an exemption in 2022-23 season when there was 22 vessels participating. So that if the threshold was defined as 25 or 30, the threshold would have been triggered in that year. If you were defining numbers across individual fisheries, you might want to consider tailing them to historic participation levels in that fishery, because as you can see, there's a big difference in the golden king crab fisheries versus some of the other fisheries. You could also consider combining vessel threshold for a subset of fisheries. There's substantial overlap in vessels that fish for Bristol Bay red king crab, snow crab, and tanner crab when these fisheries are all open. They tend to complement each other and help to offset the costs of participation. So you might think about cumulative performance of these fisheries as a threshold. A vessel threshold is something that could be monitored by RAM post-season to identify whether the season counted, but it doesn't provide the public, including C shareholders, prior notification before the season about whether they would be expected to be active that season. So it would be potentially more difficult for C shareholders to plan out whether they need to be able to be on a vessel that year. There also could be potentially a perverse incentive with this type of thresholds. Co-op managers might feel pressured to consolidating IFQ onto fewer vessels, so the requirements aren't triggered, especially if there's a consideration that they might be close to the threshold. Potentially, there could be some pressure to consolidate, which is really the contrary to the intention of C shares. In addition to defining criteria for exemptions for active participation requirements in extenuating circumstances, the council might want to think about what would happen if that threshold was met. Since active participation isn't required every year, the thresholds wouldn't exactly trigger an exemption. So the staff suggested 3 possibilities that are detailed in the analysis. The council could consider that C shareholders are active in those years when the thresholds are triggered. This would essentially be restarting the 3-year rolling requirement every time it's triggered. And if the thresholds met often, the requirements would rarely be constraining. So this is similar to the example, what's being suggested under option 1 of alternative 2. Under the second possibility, NIMS could refrain from withholding or revoking in the following season. And this is a similar approach to what was used under the emergency rule. This would provide C shareholders 1 additional year after the threshold was triggered to when the 1 year when the threshold wasn't triggered for them to be active to meet the participation requirements. A third possible application for the trigger would be that NIMS could exclude years where the threshold was triggered. And this could be, you could either consider just not counting that year, regardless of whether the C shareholder participated or not, or you could choose to count that year if the C shareholder did participate, but not count it if the C shareholder didn't participate. So overall, alternative to option 2, the high level of specificity needed to define criteria that will ensure exemptions are applied in a fair and consistent manner makes this option essentially the same as defining criteria and regulations. We also wanted to note that the more complex the regulations and any exemptions are, the more difficult they'll be to comply with, and also the more difficult for a person to understand whether they are in compliance. They also add difficulty to monitoring and enforcement. From the council's motion in April, we looked at 2 additional concepts in the paper. As I mentioned earlier, there's an opportunity for initial C share recipients to demonstrate active participation through 30 days in any Alaska fishery, state or federal. So the council could consider allowing non-initial recipients the same expanded opportunity. We have limited data to evaluate crew diversification, but between Bristol Bay salmon, Kodiak tanner fishing, pot cod, really any other fishery would count, and it wouldn't have to be 30 consecutive days. It'd be 30 days in total. It's expected to provide additional opportunity. We also looked at the concept of closed fisheries. Currently, the way the regulations are applied, if a C shareholder has quota in any fishery that's open, they're expected to be active. So recent example of this would be if a C shareholder had Bristol Bay Red King crab quota, that fishery, of course, has been closed for the past 2 seasons. But if that C shareholder also had quota share in the Western Bering tanner fishery, which has been opened, that C shareholder would be expected to demonstrate active participation, and those years would count. And if they fail to meet active participation requirements, all of the C share quota share that they hold would be revoked. So in this package, the council could consider applying severability to closed fishery C share quota share to lower the standard. Most C shareholders hold quota in a portfolio of fisheries, and that's detailed a bit in some of the tables in the analysis. And compelling the sale of quota share in a closed fishery might not meet the intention of the requirements. It's expected that in situations like this, there may be fairly high supply, very limited demand, potentially not a lot of transfers going on. Just a couple slides left here. For monitoring and enforcement, oops. As I mentioned, the administrative review of C share participation requirements hasn't been consistent in past years. RAM is actively auditing previous year information and working to create a more consistent and efficient process moving forward. The IFQ and the quota share has never been erroneously withheld or revoked, but inaction has likely occurred in the past. Therefore, the application cycle this upcoming application cycle could result in more IFQ being withheld and quota share revoked due to the current more rigorous auditing efforts. Additional complexity from exemptions to the existing requirements will add to administrative challenges. RAM is exploring improvements in how C shareholders could electronically check their status. This might be possible through system improvements like the new integrated fisheries application that's under development. However, there are priority objectives of this new system, and it's not expected that these changes would occur right away. So finally, this is a summary of the concepts that are considered in the paper. And arranged in a slightly different organization, but one of the first types of concepts is thinking about past years. Goal of the action, provide exemptions for, we're calling the COVID years. So conditions under the 2019, 2020 through the 2022, 23 seasons. And that was triggered by COVID and closed fisheries and just the sort of the convoluting different challenges that happened in those years. The actions that are being considered here are restarting the requirements in 2023, 24, no revocation until 27, 28. However, we talked about that since that can't be implemented right away, potentially reissuing C shares that were revoked in the interim. And to accomplish that, that would be a regulatory change. The analysis also looks at different concepts and the alternatives around creating different processes for future exemptions due to stock declines. And we consider a number of thresholds like low tax, rebuilding plans, minimum number of fisheries, minimum number of active vessels, or we also looked at the concept of closed fisheries. The actions considered are restarting the requirements, no withholding or revocation in that year, or excluding that year in the count. And that could be accomplished through either a regulatory change or enabling the RA to make a determination based on specific criteria. And then the final type of action looks at expanding opportunity to demonstrate active participation for non-initial recipients. And that would allow 30 days of participation in any state or federal fishery to qualify as active participation. And again, that would be a regulatory change. So next steps for this analysis, you can determine whether you want to make any changes to the purpose and need or alternative set, and then consider whether to move forward as initial or final analysis. This wasn't reviewed by the SSC at this meeting, so we don't have guidance there. Just to remind you in terms of thinking about initial review versus final review, I think the main criteria to think about is whether you'd have the best information you need at final action to make an informed decision. So thinking about the other type of information you'd ask analysts to bring back and whether you think that would help you to make a final determination. And with that, that's my presentation. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marinan. Mr. Misro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. What is the benefit of keeping an active participation requirement for quota shares for fishermen that are in a closed fishery?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesro, I guess if they only hold quota share in a closed fishery, the active participation requirements are currently sort of put on hold. But if you mean for someone who has quota in a closed fishery and also quota in an open fishery, so this really gets into kind of a policy debate. I guess I can speak to what I heard and read from council members when they were putting this into place. I think there were some council members who were very interested in providing quota share opportunity for boots on board fishermen. And so if those quota share holders have an opportunity to be out on the water, I think the concept was that that the quota was meant to connect to them. I think the concept of if they only have quota enclosed fisheries, I think that's sort of a separate discussion, and they're not expected to be active under the current requirements if the fisheries are wholly closed.
So what I'm getting at is one of the comments from written comments indicates that one of the fishermen is no longer fishing because the fishery that he participates in is closed. So he's now chosen employment on a different kind of vessel until the fishery opens. Would he be subject to active participation requirement if his fishery is closed?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, so there is a narrow exemption in regulations for if you only hold quota enclosed fisheries. The language is actually very narrow. It says if you hold quota in a single closed fishery. We did some investigative work and it seemed like this was sort of added into the regulations as they were putting these through. So perhaps they didn't think about the situation of lots of closed fisheries. But I also believe that the way it's being applied is if you only hold quota share in closed fisheries, then you are exempt currently. So I don't know about this individual's specific circumstances, whether they have some quota in an open fishery, but right now, I believe if you have quota sea shares and it's only in closed fisheries, then you don't need to provide evidence of active participation.
Further questions for Ms. Marinan? Okay, thank you very much. That'll bring us to our advisory panel report. And a reminder to members of the public who wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of this report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Paul Wilkins, advisory panel vice chair. All right. The AP recommends the analysis move forward for final action with the addition of two alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, modify the CVC QS and CPC QS recency requirements. Option 1, restart the recent participation requirement beginning in 2023/24 fishing year. Do not count 2019/20, 2020/21, 2021/22 towards the recent participation requirement. Option 2, give the regional administrator the authority to suspend the CVC QS and CPC QS recent participation requirement. Option 3, to maintain sea share quota holdings. An individual could demonstrate participation by at least 30 days as crew in a commercial fishery off Alaska, federal or state of Alaska fishery in the previous 3 years. Alternative 3, remove recent participation requirements for issuance of sea share IFQ and maintaining sea share QS. No changes to the 365-day requirement for acquisition and transfer of sea shares. Alternative 4, not mutually exclusive with alternatives 2 and 3. Make this regulation retroactive from before this June 15th, 2023 application period and reissue any sea share that may be revoked. The main motion as amended passed 19-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have a very simple one to clarify for myself. The AP added option 3 under alternative 2 and alternative 3 and 4.
Through the chair, yes, the AP added the option 3 to sort of include the participation requirements similar to what those are required for initial issuees. And then the AP also added alternative 3 and 4, and alternative 4 was meant to assist the council in guiding them on which which CVC and CPC shareholders should be able to retain, have their shares returned.
Mr. Apnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I was just wondering if there was any conversation at the AP about adding this alternative 3 while releasing it to final review. Did the AP think that there was enough information in the current analysis to kind of make a determination at final action, or that could be rectified before final action?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Drobnica. We didn't have an expanded conversation on that, and whether or not that timing could whether or not there was time to sort of expand the discussion on that particular issue, or whether there had already been enough information.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wilkin, under alternative 2, option 2, giving the regional administrator the authority to suspend the recent participation requirements. Did the AP discuss providing criteria for that, or was the AP's intent just to keep that at the discretion of the regional administrator?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Kurland. No, there was not a lot of discussion about the specifics of that particular option item, and some of the other items that were discussed in the discussion paper.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you.
It will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 4 signed up to testify. We've already taken one, but so up first will be Tim Huker, then Jamie Goen, and then Sean Dwyer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to thank you guys for taking up this matter. It's been a complicated issue. Out of the alternatives, obviously, I mean, alternate 3 would obviously be a quick, easy fix and probably never be back here again. But I think alternate 2 options, I mean, 1 and 3 are what I'd like to support. I think C shares are unique to the industry. I think it would be to keep the boots on the ground. I think with option 3, it would solve all this problem. It wouldn't be back here again. It would give people, 30 days of fishing. Most of the crew is going to keep fishing, and if I think that the guys that do have C shares that are done fishing should pass them along. My family's pretty active in the crab fishery. We do have C shares, and I do personally own C shares, and when I'm going there, they're going to my kids. So if they're actively fishing, so that's what I think. I think it's the simplest solution. I think a lot of the stuff we went over and have read and with the boats and the quotas and that, I think it's going to be complicated if we don't do anything. And we're going to be back here numerous times to try to keep the C shares active. So I think that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyker. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Hoyker. You didn't endorse the concept that we have looked at some already of just simply handing it over to the discretion of the regional administrator. I'm wondering what your concerns were about that approach.
And that would work. I think it would be ongoing. I think the 30-day active would fix this. And I don't think you'd have to, I guess, bring it across the regional administrator anymore. They could be done with.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks. You talked about the importance of maintaining the active participation requirement. And I'm wondering, we recognize it when we see it, but we sometimes have difficulty describing it in a way that fits regulations. And so I'm wondering if we continue to struggle with that, how you would balance that objective versus the most basic objective of finding a way to allow crew to begin to accumulate quota share ownership, which is one of the most important functions of sea share, is to allow crew to have a stake in the fishery, begin to accumulate ownership, and to give them kind of a leg up on getting a job too. The idea was also that it would be seen by skippers and by owners as desirable to add crew who come with a bit of quota share with them. So we've got that basic objective of sort of increasing the crew's participation and value in the fishery with this idea of maintaining an active participation. How would you balance those two if it turns out we can't have both?
Through the chair. I guess it's a little confusing, I think. I mean, if you meet the 150-day requirement in 1 year, and obviously right now you have to participate in one delivery in a crab fishery to pertain sea shares. And once you've got that, then it's a matter of, I mean, every 3 years to participate in the crab fishery. Well, obviously right now it's hard to do because there's only one. I mean, like somebody asked, is that if you, I mean, most of the shares come in a portfolio, and when a captain retired, when he was issuing the shares, you got you got 3 or 4 different fisheries with them, and the barradite fisheries were very small pounds. So, and as of right now, we only have a barradite fishery, so it's hard to. That's where this dilemma comes in, is where if you don't go to the barradite fishery, they get revoked if you don't participate in it. And there's probably not very many people right now that will happen to, but for seeing crab fisheries, well, we see that it's going to happen. Odds are we're not going to have, I mean, very seasons or enough quotas to have enough boats fishing to activate the 162 CVC holders. I mean, we see that. So, but back to I guess the point is that once you have that, and all you have to do, you participate in 30 days every year. And I think it's not hard to do. Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you. Jamie, going. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kaneen and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen, Executive Director of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the harvesters of king, snow, and barredeye crab that fish in the crab rationalization program. I'll be speaking to our comment letter under this agenda item, and I note there are several comment letters under this agenda item, all kind of with the same flavor. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers supports alternative 2 with options 1 and 2 and encourages the council to select those as their preliminary preferred alternative. I'll note that we didn't have the benefit of the AP report, so we didn't discuss those additional alternatives. In our letter, we note that we strongly recommend the agency reissue any revoked quota and make a statement of their intent to do so. So that aligns with alternative 4 in the AP report. In looking at the AP report, alternative 2, option 3, I would venture to say that ABSC would support that as well. I'm less certain about our position on alternative 3. Just really, I want to emphasize the intent of these sea shares is to protect our boots on deck active fishermen that are invested in the crab fishery and protect them during times of low quota abundance and closed fisheries. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Last up is Sean Dwyer. Good afternoon. Hit your mic button there.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Sean Dwyer, and I wear a lot of hats, but today I'm testifying on behalf of myself as an individual and a sea share quota owner. I would encourage the council to move forward with alternative 2. I like all of the sub options. I also like alternative 3. And I think what's most important, in my opinion, as a sea share owner, a previous vessel captain, crew member, also an active participant in the North Pacific fisheries, is that the council appreciates the instability of the sea shares as they are today from an economic perspective. I think, you know, the intent is that the shares stay in active participants' hands and would essentially move when somebody is done utilizing them as an owner or a participant in the fishery. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been a quota transaction for a multitude of years, basically because there's not enough interest from those who are in the fishery or around it to actually purchase the shares. And I think that a possible revocation of quota could encourage a fire sale of shares that may devalue those who have purchased recently or those who were looking to get into the fishery and may have concerns about longevity of their investment or their currency of participation. So yeah, I think it's a twofold issue in that, you know, it's meant to serve future participants, but there's also past and present participants that could be negatively affected by revocation of quota. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Mr. Dillon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. My question is, you'd commented on your support of alternative 2 and the 2 options there, that you would support that, but you didn't comment on the AP motion. It did, and I'm particularly interested in your thoughts about alternative 4. So is that something you've had a chance to look at, or it's so thank you.
Through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Down. I think I would prefer alternative 3 over 4 because I feel like the initial eligibility requirements are enough to weed out any potential misuse of the intent of the sea share program moving forward. And I think it may incentivize folks who are on the fence of buying sea share or being invested into the fishery to actually do so, rather than looking at it as it stands right now, where quota is not for sale. It's not on the open market available, and it's not necessarily changing hands. So in respect to 3 or 4, I would prefer alternative 4 or 3, excuse me. Any further questions for Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Misero?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. My question for you is regarding option 2. Do you feel like the council should provide some more guidance to the regional administrators authority as to when they should suspend the recent participation requirements and when they should put them back in? Or do you think that you trust Mr. Curlin to do the right thing without further guidance?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think the hesitation in the industry is that there's some discretion that is not defined in the regional administrator's authority to suspend the requirement.
Although I don't know, Mr. Curlin, you seem like a nice guy, and I would hope that you would have our best interests in mind.
Hey, Mr. Dwyer, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment. Let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 3:15 and see what action the council wants to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready for action on agenda item C3. What would the council like to do? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sent a motion to staff and we'll get that posted. Looks like it's posted. I'll read through that. The council adopts the following revised purpose and need and suite of alternatives for public review. Purpose and need, the CVC and CPC shares have an active participation requirement to receive annual IFQ and retain to retain quota share. The combined impact of the COVID-19 pandemic from 2020 through 2023 and the recent and substantial decline in crab abundance and fishery closures have substantially reduced opportunities for crew to participate in crab fisheries in recent years. Council is also concerned about future diminished opportunities for crew if crab stocks remain low. Action is needed to modify the active participation requirements to provide opportunity for C shareholders to receive annual IFQ and retain queues in periods of low crab abundance. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, modify the CVC QC, QS and CPC QS recency requirement. Option 1, under alternative 2, restart the recent participation requirement when the final rule is implemented and reissue all revoked CVC and CPC queues. Option 2, authorize the regional administrator to suspend the CVC queues and CPC queues active participation requirement in years when the combined Bristol Bay red king crab, Bristol Bay Bering Sea snow crab, Western Bering tanner and Eastern Bering tanner crab combined TAC is below a certain threshold. If the TAC threshold was not met, NIMS would not count this year for C shareholders that did not provide evidence of active participation. Threshold options, sub option 1, 25 million pounds, sub option 2, 15 million pounds, sub option 3, 10 million pounds. Option 3, revise the eligibility requirements for CVC and CPCQs holders to receive annual IFQ and retain Q holdings to be the same for initial recipients and new entrants. Alternative 3, remove the active participation requirement at 680.40 for existing CVC and CPCQ holders to receive annual IFQ and retain queues. Maintain eligibility requirements at 680.41C to receive CVC or CPC queues by transfer. And with the second, I'll speak to the motion.
Isn't there an alternative 4?
Oh, excuse me. No, there's no alternative 4.
Right. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Abnika. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Abnika. I'm just getting under the purpose and need, I've balanced the focus of the COVID-19 pandemic impacts and crab stock condition by highlighting the current and possible future conditions in the fishery. Due to the timing necessary to implement any council recommended change to this provision, it is not possible to provide immediate relief to C shareholders that were not able to participate in the fishery during the COVID-19 pandemic. Current conditions in the crab fishery may continue to affect the ability of C shareholders to meet active participation requirements for years into the future, and therefore permanent revisions to this provision are necessary. Under alternative 2 and the action alternatives, alternative 2, option 1 incorporates the feedback from staff about the timing issues that were included in the analysis and explained in their presentation. My motion also combines this with the new element put forward by the AP in their motion as alternative 4. Since National Marine Fisheries Service cannot make a rule apply retroactively and would need a component to reissue cues to those that will have their shares revoked before regulations can be revised. Under option 2, under option alternative 2, option 2, excuse me, provides clarity to the regional administrator and the public about the circumstances when active participation requirement would not apply. This is responsive to the request from National Marine Fisheries Service for the council to define specific criteria. The reasons that I've chosen these particular fisheries and not other crab fisheries, why I've chosen the Bristol Bay Red King crab, the Bering Sea snow crab, and the Bering Sea tanner crab as a combination and a total of that is that when I looked at including the other crab fisheries, the difference was really incremental. It didn't make much of a difference in as far as how much quota would be set as the criteria. So I've just included kind of what some people referred to as the trifecta and what most of the crab sea shares are held, and that's in those 3 fisheries. I've included the sub options based on the recent and anticipated tax for these fisheries. Currently, I think the last year's fishery was around 2 million pounds. And so these criteria are all 3 well above that, but would still represent fairly low combined tax for those 3 fisheries. And also this provides direction to NIMS on how to implement this. My intent is that during the review of applications received at the end of a crab year where this provision is triggered, NIMS would not count this year against sea shareholders in determining active participation requirements. However, any active participation by sea shareholders during this year would count towards subsequent and annual reviews of active participation eligibility. Under option 3, to revise eligibility requirements, I note that initial recipients can use participation in any Alaska fishery to meet the participation. So what we've done is we've really currently have 2 classes of citizens in the sea share arena, and this option would revise that to so that all recipients could participate in any Alaska fishery to meet the participation requirements. The option 3 under alternative 2 here aligns the requirement for initial recipients and new entrants to extend the same rule that currently apply to initial issuees for documentation of active participation of those new entrants. This would allow a new entrant to meet active participation requirements by demonstration of at least 30 days as crew in a commercial fishery off Alaska, state or federal. Alternative 3, to remove the active participation requirements and to maintain the eligibility. This is rewording of what would be the intent of alternative 4 in the AP motion. And my intention is this is that we create an alternative for analysis in which a person buying quota would have to meet the requirements, but after that, there would be no further requirements for that person until they sold the quota, and then they'd have to sell to a active fisherman that met the criteria. So this is a cleaned up version. Really, I think the intent of this motion is very much in alignment with the AP motion. My intention is that this be scheduled for final action at a subsequent meeting. And I have not picked a PPA at this time, but deferred choosing a preferred alternative to final action. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Down. See if there's any questions on the motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dan, for the motion. I just, from our previous meeting where we reviewed this information, the council had explicitly not included an option to eliminate the participation requirements or the active participation requirements for crew. And you've included that again in this motion. So I just wanted to hear more about your rationale for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. My rationale for including what's alternative 3 here in my motion is that the AP deliberated, the AP had taken a vote on this. In some ways, I think that this clears up a lot of the problem that we have with administering these regulations, that the document indicated that what we currently have is difficult to administer, although we did see in the presentation some suggestions to clean that up and to make that a little more efficient. But in this option, a participant would, there would be no yearly review of a quota share holder needing to meet those requirements. And the thing that caught my attention was, one of the things that caught my attention was Mr. Goodmanson's testimony here to us today, that the intention here is, one of the original intentions was to help crew members. And so when I did some quick math on this and I looked at the current quotas, and even went up to as high as 50 million pounds, the 2% of the 3% of that, which would equal a ownership cap in C share, 2% of the 3% that goes to shares, it's a very small number. So I don't think we really need to be too concerned as a council about C shares getting carried away or somebody somehow turning into the king of the C share, or that this is really going to provide a lot of income or retirement for somebody, or that somebody's somehow going to be sitting in Arizona collecting a huge check. It's just the amounts are not going to equal that. So this is something worth analyzing. I think that that by analyzing this, we may find a way to build a better mousetrap that doesn't require all of the machinations of going through every year 150 applications and going through that and doing that. We only would review that at a time when there was a transfer of these queues. So I hope that answers your question.
Further questions on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for your motion. So option 1 has the clause to reissue all revoked CVC and CPCQS. But option 3 and alternative 3 don't. And I'm trying to figure out, and I may have missed it in your explanation, but why would one need it, but option 3 and alternative 3 not need that? Because it's all about timing, right? And aren't all 3 of them sort of the same timing?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I think the answer to that is these are not mutually exclusive, that we could pick option. We can pick option 1, which I think is what you were asking about. Is that right? We could choose option 1 and that would take care of the problem that we currently have, is that we have no ability to take action here at this meeting that's going to provide immediate relief. So with that being the fact, this would allow us to pick at final action alternative 2, but it wouldn't preclude us from also picking any of the options under alternative. It wouldn't preclude us from picking alternative 2. or option 2, for instance, in addition to that? I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Dwight.
I have to admit, it leaves me a little confused, and it may just be my lack of understanding of, I thought I understood the interplay of the three options under alternative 2, but I may not have. But it doesn't help me with why alternative 3 doesn't need a reissue, all revoked. Because you can't choose alternative 2 and alternative 3, right?
If we were to, through the chair, Mr. Twite, if we were to choose alternative 3, we would not need to choose any of the other options. I think that alternative 3 would if you chose alternative 3, that under alternative 3, we would if we were to choose alternative 3, Mr. Twite, we would not need to necessarily choose alternative 2. I think that's the answer. That I'm trying to. I'm a little confused by the question, because I think that there's a number of ways that we could do this, but it wouldn't preclude us from doing that. But I think that there would be wouldn't necessitate us choosing if we chose alternative 3.
But so maybe this is a question for staff, either agency or council staff, more than but if alternative 3, if for instance, the process of removing those requirements takes a couple years, meanwhile, the call that's already gone out from NIMFs for documentation of active participation requirements generates a list of holders who do not meet the active participation requirements, and they're therefore vulnerable to having their QS revoked. We've got a timing issue. I mean, and the active participation requirements, when they're changed, probably can't be changed retroactively either. I may have this totally backwards. I may have the calendar totally garbled, but it strikes me that the issue that you're fixing in alternative 2 may equally or even more need fixing in alternative 3.
Yes, and I'm following you now, and it's me that was crossed up, not you. You've got it. You've got this right. That under the intention of my motion is that we would be able to choose option 1 under alternative 2 in conjunction with alternative 3. That we would be able to do that, because we would need to do that to fix that. And if we need to have an amendment to the motion to add that same language under alternative 3, I think that may be something that I've missed, and it could be picked up that way. But my intention would be, as you said, that under alternative 3, we would still need to have the fix for those queues that had been revoked and need to be reissued. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Just also check that with staff too, because as I say, I'm pretty capable of garbling this totally. So,
Ms. Marinan.
Mr. Chair, I'm tracking the conversation. I think this conversation makes sense to me. I think you could consider whether you want to reorganize to make it more clear. I think what Mr. Downs is saying is that alternative 2, option 1, where quota share could be reissued, that would not be mutually exclusive with alternative 2 or alternative 3. So you could consider that as a separate alternative to make it clear. But because alternative 2, option 2, and option 3 are mutually exclusive from alternative 3 here. It's one or the other. Alternative 3 is removing the requirements, and alternative 2, option 2, and option 3 are refining the requirements. So those are mutually exclusive, but alternative 2, option 1 is not. I think the intention is that you could pick removing the requirements, and you could also reissue the quota in the interim because of the timing consideration. I don't know if you'd want to reorganize that or not, but I believe that that was the intention.
Mr. Down.
I think I should have added to alternative 3 and option 1 to the same as I did under alternative 2. That's what should have happened, and it's not currently in the motion, but that would clarify Mr. Twite's question and my intent. Thank you.
So that would need to be done through an amendment, and that wouldn't be for all of option 1. It would just be the reissuance, I believe. So it would be a different looking option. Okay, further questions on the motion? Okay, Mr. Twite.
Just a question on the purpose and need. The underlying, and the last sentence makes total sense to me, but underlying that is really the to avoid C shareholders losing the value, having to forfeit the value of their investment due to circumstances under their control. Is that right?
Mr. Down.
Yeah, almost right. I think you said circumstances under their control, and I think you meant to say circumstances not
That
under
are
their
not
control.
under their control.
That's
Yes,
right.
you're correct.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if there's any value in actually including some wording to that effect in the purpose and need.
I mean, I think the purpose and need is pretty complete. My thought on it is, but if somebody wanted to make an amendment to that effect, it would help to clarify that. I tried to balance the previous purpose and need that was focused on COVID-19 to include a little bit stronger language on the current situation, which is, as you described, the current low tax and closures of fisheries that are preventing people from being active on a crab fishing vessel.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down, under alternative 2, option 1, the provision for reissuing revoked quota share, you haven't included any kind of time bounds for that quota share revoked during what time period? So could you just clarify your intent with that? And I guess while you're doing that, perhaps clarify your intent if that kind of language were also to be attached with alternative 3. Thank you.
Yeah, the clarification would be the same if we added option 1 to alternative 3 as it would be to alternative 2. Option 1 would my answer to both those questions would be that the purpose and need statement mentions the 2020 through 2023, but really it would be the 2019. My intention of this is the 2019 crab season until the point that we reach implementation, which might be 25, 26 crab season, but that any quota shares that were revoked during that time period. And I did think about that when I made this motion. I didn't put a time period in, and I meant to clarify that if I didn't in my rationale for the motion, but that's the time period that we would be looking at. We wouldn't be looking at going back in history to the beginning of C shares. But I'm not clear if there's any quota, any revocations in all of those years anyways that has happened, but potentially there might have been. But if they were, I'm not including that in this motion. Okay.
Further questions on the motion? Okay, we can go to amendments. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. I don't have it written out. Under alternative 2, option 1, to add the words at the end of option one, starting in 2019. Within a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Mesro.
I think that was just spoken to and the agency needs a time frame. Otherwise, we'd be reissuing revoked quota since its implementation, and that doesn't make sense given the purpose and need statement. So I was trying to follow the maker of the motion's intent.
Right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Say it again. Right, I think it was at the end of option one under alternative two, starting in, no, up from there. Yep. So, yep, then started in 2019.
Just for grant, oh yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
fix the grammar? Thank you.
I may be looking to staff to see if that modifies the beginning part of option one, or if that's can be clarified when you do the analysis.
Through the chair, so is the language that's being communicated, reissue all revoked CVC and CPC quota share starting in 2019 and until final rule is implemented?
Yes.
And that's good with a second. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Okay, any questions on the amendment? Any amendments to the amendment? Or comments? Is there any opposition? Okay, the amendment passes. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further amendments, Ms. Kimball.
I have an amendment under alternative 3. Can you scroll back up? So under alternative 3, the last sentence of alternative 3 to be reissue all revoked CVC and CPC quota shares starting in 2019 and until the final rule is implemented. With this second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this just follows the conversation that technically the way it's structured, we couldn't have just pulled that piece out and chosen alternative 2, option 1 and alternative 3. They were inconsistent. One removes the active participation requirement and the other restarts it. So I think this language is necessary to allow reissuance of any revoked quota share in the meantime.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Any, oh, sorry, Ms. LaBelle.
To the chair, I just want to make sure that that's reading correctly. Are you wanting it to be like a continuation of alternative 3?
I was just making it not an option, but just part of alternative 3. I don't think anyone around the table has ever spoken to the fact that we support not providing the quota share back to holders that have had it revoked. So it's not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay. Any amendments to the amendment? Comments? Is there any opposition? Okay, motion passes. The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, any additional amendments to the main motion? Ms. Kimball?
I don't have an amendment, but I just wanted to clarify with staff, based on our previous discussion on the purpose and need, whether is there staff advice that we're pretty covered in the purpose and need? Or because we have an alternative there that would remove the active participation requirements altogether, do we need modifications to the purpose and need? Or if so, would those come back in the next analysis? Would you identify those for us if possible?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, we can definitely consider that in the next version of the analysis. I think it's really more at the time when the council takes final action, if the council feels comfortable that that statement covers the range that they're looking at. I mean, even the option to remove the requirements to maintain C shares, there's still a requirement for providing active participation when you have C share transferred. So the council just needs to build a rationale and justification around what options they're choosing and make sure that that purpose and need ties in. But otherwise, I don't have any specific advice for this purpose and need. And I think it encompasses the options. I mean, looking at it right now, I think it encompasses the options that are and alternatives that are here. But I think it's really for the council to build that record around at final action if I feel like it's full enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Need final amendments? Okay, comments on the main motion? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion and Ms. Kimball for the amendments to get us there, I think, where we need to be. I also appreciated the discussion here at the end about the purpose and need, because while Ms. Kimball described alternative 3, I think in terms of removing the active participation requirements, I think you could look at it a different way in terms of relaxing the active participation requirements, which I guess I'll just put on the record. In my mind, it is a pretty substantial policy change from the original intent of these regulations, which I took notes from Ms. Marinen's presentation, was to encourage inactive quota shareholders to divest. And I'm struggling to see how alternative 3 would do that, but I look forward to the analysis. I'll certainly support the motion as it is on the floor for analysis. And thanks again, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further comments? Ms. Drobnica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting the motion as well. I do have some share some hesitancy with the inclusion of alternative 3 as well as at this point, and would certainly like to hear more public feedback on this. We did hear in testimony that there hadn't been a lot of time for vetting of this from the AP to hear. And we also heard some testimony that an initial impression regarding those eligibility requirements in combination with this could make it, I guess, retain some of the intent and maybe make it less impactful. But I think we really need to get some more information back in the next analysis. And I also appreciate a little bit more refinement on alternative 2. I think it'll allow us to compare the alternatives a little bit better next time around. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the motion, and I just reflect on a couple of things. One is just the work of the AP, which I think is captured well in here, and sort of continuing to try to find a way out of this that may also be a little bit more flexible going into the future. And I'm referring in particular to alternative 3. I get that it's maybe not as the word was relaxed in terms of active participation requirements. I could even look at it a little differently, where we're sort of acknowledging that we have difficulty defining things like active participation in light of all the potential future circumstances. And this isn't the first time over the last few years that this council has found itself having to unwind something we fairly tightly described when we find out we've described it too tightly and it's not sufficiently flexible to allow us to maintain the most original intent, which is to give C shareholders, to give crew a tool through C shares to begin to develop an investment in the fishery, essentially kind of a bit of an entry level sort of step in, at least, as well as to give crew who were certainly massively disrupted when we adopted the entire program, to give the crew who were sticking with the program, who were able to stay with it, to give them a tool to increase their value to the skippers and others, to increase their chances of employment. Those are a couple really good reasons. We haven't seen anything in subsequent reviews to indicate that those aren't still very good reasons for doing this. We haven't seen as much advantage taken to this program as we'd like, but that's not a fault of the design, I don't think. That's the most fundamental reason, and it's unfair to have them invest and then forfeit that value because of circumstances that are beyond their control. So I would just urge us as a council, and I would urge the analysts as they work on the final version of this, to keep that in mind, that it's difficult to describe things like active participation, to prescribe it in such a way that it can be put into regulation, but at the same time, describe it in such a way that it's actually adaptive to circumstances, future circumstances that are kind of hard to describe. This is a lesson I think we should be learning, because this is not the first example of this. We've seen this several times recently. So with that, I look forward to the next version of the analysis and to keeping it moving. I think it's important. Finally, I'll just close by saying it's important to the crew, the holders, to reassure them that we're not about to embark on an action that will result in them losing an investment they've already made.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Any final comments? Okay, is there any opposition to the motion? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down. Anything further on this agenda item? Okay, great. Well, let's go ahead and conclude our public portion of the meeting for the day. We'll come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and start with the small sablefish item. And ask, so we previously were going to have to move over to the Aspen because we were going to get kicked out of the room next door. We don't need to leave here. We can just do the executive session here. So I'd ask the members of the public to clear out fairly expeditiously so we can get going on our executive session. See everybody at 8 o'clock tomorrow.